our host, Global Week. We are so glad to have you join us this fine Tuesday morning. My name is Lenora Krylov, and I will be the moderator for the day's morning session. As we move through today's Global Partnership Day event, we will be joined in by some of our international partners to shed light on the benefits and importance of building strong and sustainable global relationships in the higher education sector. So, without further ado, I will open the floor to our proud partners from the United States of America, the Pennsylvania State University. We are joined in today by Mr. Mel White and Mr. Vlad Likoletov from the University Office of Global Programs. Thank you so much for being here today. The floor is all yours.
Great. Well, thank you for having us. We're delighted to be part of your event, and we're looking forward to both our presentation and a discussion about it, and of course the other presenters. And my name is Mel White. Before I share my screen, we'll just do some introductions. Like I said, I'm Mel White. I'm the Interim Director of Global Operations and Learning in Penn State's Global Programs. And we do, my role is to oversee in some ways, the interaction with our international partnerships led by my colleague, Vlad Likoletov. So Vlad?
Yes, my name is Vlad Likoletov. I'm Global Collaborations Manager in the Office of Global Programs, and we work closely with Mel on many things, including international agreements for the entire university.
Super. So we'll move to our slides. We, beg your pardon. So you've seen our faces. Now you can see our titles in writing. The things we'd like to cover today are a brief overview of Penn State, and then talk more specifically about our partnerships and how partnerships are important to us. We've intended to have questions and answers at the end, but of course you're welcome to interrupt at any time if you have questions as we're talking. So let's move to Penn State. Penn State was founded in 1855, so it's got a long history of academic and research excellence in the United States. It's one of the top 25 U.S. universities in terms of research. What you may not know about Penn State is that it has multiple campuses across the state of Pennsylvania, 24 campuses actually, as well as a world campus, which is a remote option for students that provides the same rigorous academic standards as in-person instruction. We have over approximately 100,000 students at the various campuses, particularly 40,000 undergraduate students at our flagship campus, University Park, in the center of Pennsylvania. And of those students, approximately 9,000 or so are, I'm sorry, that should read graduates. 9,000 graduate students, but also 9,000 international students, many of whom are from many countries, approximately 140 countries around the world. What we're also proud of is that we have nearly 3,000 students participate in study abroad programs annually. This is before the last year, which was disrupted by the global pandemic. But certainly we hope to resume that track once we're back to more normal operations. And Penn State receives over $1 billion in research expenditures in 2020. So we are a Research One university and one of the top universities in the country and in fact in the world. But that's enough about the university itself. I want to talk about, beg your pardon, about Penn State's strategic plan. Now, we've initiated a strategic plan in order to better align the university or better align global programs with our desire to make the world a better place for people. Towards that end, we've established several goals within global programs. Our goal 1 is to establish a globally aligned institutional structures, that is to say, make the university work towards this desire of being a globally engaged university. The purpose is to promote policies and procedures that embed global engagement in institutional strategies. Goal 2 is to build a globally engaged community, thriving from diversity and inclusive perspectives, inclusive mindsets. The purpose of this goal is to create opportunities for students, faculty, and staff to develop global competencies and accelerate their intercultural competence across the board. But finally, I want to talk mostly about goal number 3, which involves our partnerships, and I'm going to zoom in on goal number 3 to talk more about that. Goal 3 promotes and supports focused high-impact research and scholarship linking campus, local, and global partners. The purpose of it is to find multi-layered and interdisciplinary partnerships, including higher institutions of higher education, but also business, industry, and government. So let's take a look at that in more detail. The goal is to promote research and scholarship linking the local, the campus, and the global. Similar to the slogan for your event this week, local to central to global, we think local in effect to Penn State to global. And we know that these international partnerships enhance the university's capabilities by expanding our access to networks of institutional and intellectual resources, and by leveraging our own resources and expertise with other leading institutions around the world. So towards this end, Goal 3 describes 3 partnership models with different yet related aspects. The first aspect of this goal is to elevate several of our bilateral partnerships into a long-term consortial relationship. In other words, to move several bilateral interactions or bilateral relationships into a multilateral relationship. The second goal is the second aspect of the goal is to develop highly focused research partnerships that are driven largely by priorities identified around the world, problems that a partnership or a network of partners can solve. And finally, the third aspect is and to me, it's the most exciting one actually, it's to develop regionally focused partnerships to create linkages between the public and private sectors, focused on direct community impact, the local to global, as we've talked about. Key among our desires is to focus on the Sustainable Development Goals as criteria for the types of issues that we want to address in our partnerships. So thank you for the opportunity to share our strategic planned thinking with you. And I'll be followed by my colleague, Vlad, who will talk more about, or rather who will talk in more detail about our partnerships. Over to you, Vlad.
All right. Okay. Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here and talk about sustainable partnerships. My office within Global Programs is in charge of international agreement for the entire Pennsylvania State University, for all of its campuses and colleges. So clearly, not all activities require agreements, but for those that do require agreements, we consider them important tools to build and maintain partnership relationships with our collaborators. So these are the numbers based on our last year's annual report. Our agreement portfolio consists of almost 300 active agreements made with over 200 international institutions and organizations in 70 countries. We have around 50 agreements in development at any point in time. And as the last year's report indicated, we have 31 new partnerships created over that period, which is also an important metric to us. If you look at the pie chart below, you will see that the green sections of those bars, they show active, fully signed agreements in effect. And you can see that over the past 4 years, the total number has been growing. And we talk about quantity, right? So that's very important here that, for example, it was 254 total number of agreements in 2019, and last year we had 298, and we have over 300 right now. So that growth was 17%, which is really a lot. At the same time, you can see that the blue section here is showing the number of pending agreements, those that are in development, and that number decreased almost more than 50% actually over a year. That shows our intentional effort to optimize efficiency and turnaround time of agreement processing. On the pie chart here on the right, you can see Penn State's global footprint, right? With Europe in the first place at 37% right here, and Asia 33%. So those are the top 2 destinations for our collaborations. But our intent is to become more diversified in our global footprint, and our new strategic plan identifies as priorities strategic partnership development in Australia and New Zealand, as well as pursuing new opportunities in Africa and South America. Next, please. So talking about global footprint, I can't but mention a significant track record of collaboration in Kazakhstan that Penn State has. A few years ago, maybe 8 years ago, Penn State hosted the largest number of Bolashak scholarship recipients. At one point, over 100 students from Kazakhstan were on campus at University Park. That's more than any other institution in the United States. Currently, we have several agreements with 5 institutions in Kazakhstan. These are the universities. And of course, Narhos is one of them. On this upper photo, you see Assistant Dean Steve Barnes, Penn State School of Law, with the acting Narhos president, Professor Buyansky, who is, by the way, also a Penn State alumnus. The MOU was signed with Penn State Law several years ago, and then it was followed by another agreement with the College of the Liberal Arts. And finally, just recently, a letter of intent was signed to explore the possibility of collaboration within global building network established at Penn State. So Narhos is now part of that network as well. One program I would like to specifically mention is called EDGE, which stands for Experiential Digital Global Engagement. EDGE projects are basically co-taught courses where students from Penn State work together with counterparts from different international institutions on specific, often interdisciplinary, virtual collaborative projects. Recently, Penn State implemented an EDGE project with Kazakh Agro-Technical University under the Central Asia University Partnership Program, funded by the U.S. Embassy in Uzbekistan and administered by the American Councils of International Education. So when we talk about partnerships and enabling agreements, we're certainly interested in numbers, right? But perhaps more importantly, we are interested in the quality and longevity and eventually sustainability of those relationships. So what do we mean? What factors come into play when we say quality of partnerships as opposed to just quantity? Next, please. Mel, next slide, please. Yes, so first we want the engagement to be intentional as opposed to one-time transactional event. For example, we know cases when we need an MOU because we want to submit a joint proposal and need to show a proof that we are working together. So that may be inevitable, right? But what happens if the proposal is not awarded? Then the agreement becomes just a paper-based document and is not really a document, effective document. So instead, we would like to see more upfront planning from faculty members before an agreement is proposed. For more institutional relationships, we'd like to consider them in the context of overall engagement strategy. And this is the second bullet, philosophical, strategic alignment. So alignment with strategy, alignment with mission and vision of an academic unit, taking into consideration longer-term planning and priorities, as well as potential for disciplinary synergy. We also want a collaboration to be mutually beneficial and outcome-focused and bring reasonable value to both institutions. Our international agreement proposal asks specifically about expected outcomes of the proposed collaboration over the agreement term, that is typically 3 or 5 years. We are also interested in the broader societal impact of the collaboration. And finally, last but not least, we'd like the relationship, of course, to be sustainable. And that's the topic of our discussion, right? Lasting and remaining productive for a long period of time, or reasonably, long period of time. We understand that relationships have cycles, life cycles, and there may be different situations, but the intent is to have a long-term, sustainable, mutually beneficial relationship. We all know examples when a faculty champion is the one who initiates the relationship, and the partnership may be flourishing for some time, but then the faculty leaves from the university or retires. Then the question of sustainability is especially important. If this means the end of the relationship, then we cannot say that the partnership has been sustainable. However, that is our intent. So next slide, please. So as a concluding remark here, I'd like to mention several key factors to sustainable partnerships that help sustain international relationship. Again, going back where we started, one such factor is alignment with strategy. We've already seen the importance of strategic planning. In our case, the Penn State is right now in the active phase of implementing a new strategic plan. A strategy that guides the entire institution towards goals, identifies priorities, and mobilizes resources. The key word here is envision. Next is having a team that implements the collaborative activities. The team in a broader sense of the word, not just faculty, champions and their counterparts and collaborators, but also a broader team, which may include administrative support, staff from different offices, leadership stakeholders, and so on. The key word here is build. And finally, establishing regular communication as the most important mechanism to maintain their relationship. Really, communication seems to be on the surface, but is oftentimes underappreciated, right? Although regular communication really helps build trust during the active phases of collaboration, for example, when a funded project is underway. But also there are times when there is no active project, and still maintaining that communication helps sustain the relationship over the periods of temporary inactivity. Okay, so I'd like to stop here and see if you have any questions. We'll be happy to answer your questions or hear your comments.
Thank you so much, Mel and Vlad. It was very, very informative. And I think you highlighted really important points about ensuring that relationships are sustainable and not just made, momentarily, and finding out ways to get both institutions, both partners to ensure that the goals of initiating that relationship, are constant and are constantly growing. So having worked with Penn State and having been a part of the Penn State community, as part of Penn State community and as also as part of the Narhos community, we are very proud to inform our participants that so many of our students have gone to Penn State on scholarships, whether it was for a master's, a graduate program, or a semester abroad program, as well as our faculty and staff have had so many opportunities to build on research projects together, to collaborate on so many other events such as conferences, etc. And we look forward to building that further throughout the years. Yeah. Do we have any questions from the participants? I am also looking at our YouTube live link. A lot of our participants will be joining in from Europe and the States. So we have made sure that our conversation today is recorded and made available for students, faculty, and staff to view at their own free time and based on the time differences. So if there are any questions, we will email them to you, and we would love to hear your response to them. So I think for now, we are good. Thank you so much.
It's our pleasure. Thank you for having us. I want to make a plug for a session tomorrow where our colleague William Shuey is going to be joining with Jalagul Zagandikova to talk a little bit about their perspectives on partnerships, and also talk a little bit about Penn State's the significance we see in Times Higher Education's impact rankings. We're looking forward to some good news when the results are released later this week. So William will, I hope, foreshadow some of that good news. So I hope you'll be able to join them.
Very, very exciting. Looking forward to that. Thank you so much again, Mel and Vlad, and good luck on all your endeavors. And yeah, have a wonderful evening. Thank you for joining in.
Thank you so much. You too. Thanks for having us. Bye-bye.
Okay. So for our next segment, we will be joined in by Dr. Amber Alvarez, EFMD's Chief Innovation Officer, where she will discuss recruiting and talent development in a post-COVID-19 world. So EFMD is a network for schools and companies that aim to develop socially responsible leaders and managers looking for opportunities to connect. Alongside their emphasis on educational standards for management education, they firmly believe in bringing companies and academic institutions together and work towards facilitating and strengthening exchanges between the two. Now my colleague, Anel, will play a short video clip from Dr. Amber Alvarez. Unfortunately, she's moderating another conference as we speak, but was kind enough to send in a video beforehand. So yeah, without further ado, Anel. Anel, I don't think we can hear the audio of the video. Maybe it's because your account is muted on Zoom.
Yes, just a second, please.
Thank you.
Один из параметров отсутствует или не дейді. Маниботты ашасыздар, сосын кейін мына жерге не деп жазасыздар дейді.
If we could please ask all the participants to mute their conversation, to mute your audio, we would really appreciate that. Thank you.
Так, послушайте, жазылып мына жерге.
Hello, everyone, and a very warm welcome. My name is Amber. I'm Chief Innovation Officer at Hired EFMD, and it's a great pleasure to be a part of the Narhoth Global Week as well as the Global Day. Thank you for having me. I will be talking about recruiting in a post-COVID. -19 world. So now, allow me to share just briefly about who I am. My role is at Hired EFMD. We are the Career Services Initiative of the nearly 700 business schools in 92 countries around the globe. I'm former careers director at IE Business School and IE University in Madrid, Spain, and I've worked extensively in the area of recruiting, conducting master classes and panels and workshops for human resources professionals in more than 30 different countries around the world. I'm originally from the United States, and I have been based in Spain for more than 20 years, and now between Spain and Norway, which is where the EFMD Hired initiative is located. I have been in the past to Kazakhstan, and I look forward to the days when we can be traveling once again and meeting on campus. So allow me to continue. Here is just a selection of the schools that we work with very actively. Our mission being the placement and the development of the talent that we have studying in the EFMD schools, estimated at more than 2 million current students. We also work very closely with companies and organizations, global recruiters that come to Hired looking for international talent. So this is what we do. We work with the talent to develop our talent in the network. We work as an extension of the career services teams from our schools to generate opportunities for our talent. Now, what I want to talk about today, what's on the agenda? We'll look at the COVID-19 situation, the context. What does that mean now for digital recruitment? What about applicant tracking systems? How does CV optimization work? Game-based assessments. And I'll talk about the skills that recruiters will be looking at going forward. So in terms of COVID-19, COVID has clearly created a landscape where we've seen closed universities, canceled international programs, but this we're finding does not make the world less global. It's actually the opposite. We are a more globally connected world, increased global communication, digital communication. So that means we have a need to really prepare and build global career skills. So it's important to understand the HR tech revolution that's happening in order to be future ready for the global workforce. And finally, what do we do at Hired? We enhance internationalization to help our talent to maximize opportunities for employment all over the globe. So I'll share a bit more about how we do that. But I did launch some questions here to the Narjos community and wanting to understand, what did you want to hear from me in this presentation today? And this is one of the questions that I was sent. Refusals from employers. How can we understand the reason for the frequent denials of internships even before getting to that interview stage? So let me share some information that might help to understand why those denials. We need to understand that on average, recruiters receive approximately 250 CVs for every business school type process, selection process. So they're using applicant tracking systems to filter. And it's important as a candidate to create a CV that will get you past that applicant tracking system. You need to get past that stage to get to that interview stage. So first of all, what is an applicant tracking system? It's the software that recruiters use to manage their recruiting process. It's like a digital hub. This is where they're putting their candidate information, job openings, placements. I list here a few of the most popular applicant tracking systems used by our recruiters that work with Hired: Taleo, Smart Recruiters, Bullhorn, Jazz HR, Workable, just to name a few. So as an applicant for that question that I just got, it's important to understand, how does it work? So it will help you in the process. Now, there's a few key components of an applicant tracking system. The career site, which has their job openings, pre-screening questions, advanced search, which is the one I will focus on right now. It's a very powerful search and sorting feature to quickly search candidates by keywords, phrases, skills, or experience. So it might well be that you're not getting onto that interview stage because you don't have the right keywords, the right skills highlighted on your CV. They also have applicant tracking features, assessment tools. Now they're integrating video interviews. into an applicant tracking system. And of course, companies that are using applicant tracking systems are very closely monitoring the analytics and where are they getting the successful candidates? Where are they coming from? Is it hired, for example? So recruiters, when they talk to us, they'll often say, hired, you are one of our top 10 sources of excellent talent that are getting on to the next stage. It could be because we're helping to prepare the talent well, and we're giving them the sessions on how to optimize their CVs. So why do I focus so much on this and answering that question? It's because it's estimated that over 75% of recruiters use applicant tracking system software. Or in the case of Fortune 500 companies, it's up to 98% are using applicant tracking systems. This is why it's so important. Now, how does it work? And I'll just give you a quick example because I want to help those in the audience that are struggling to get to the next stage. One example, Taleo. It uses keyword scoring. So CV should have a certain number of relevant keywords. It also has knockout questions. How many years of marketing experience do you have? If the answer is set to 5, the system will reject anything below that, or it would lower your score. And then there's other systems that let recruiters assign different weights to different questions, set up disqualifying questions. So it's important to know, as we just saw, how many recruiters are using this applicant tracking systems. So the question, okay, Amber, now I understand. How can I create a perfect applicant tracking system CV? Well, the answer is you can't, because we never know how a recruiter has set up the system. What we can do is create an applicant tracking system optimized CV. Now, another thing is there are certain fonts that are not even readable by an applicant tracking system. So that could be another reason. I have had students send in hundreds of CVs and receive no response. Perhaps it's because it's a font that is not even read well by an applicant tracking system. So I leave you here the top 10 fonts for CVs that will help you to get to that next stage. There's also companies that I list here that are focused on CV optimization, uploading your CV, uploading a job vacancy, and in seeing how well does it match those keywords, phrases, and skills with that vacancy you're applying to. So it's important to understand HR tech, the world of HR tech is evolving very quickly. There's also game-based assessments for recruiting. We have companies like Pymetrics, Arctic Shores, NAC. And what do these companies do? It's basically patented breakthrough technology. It allows candidates to download an app on a mobile phone, for example, play a series of short games, and it collects your cognitive and emotional traits. It's basically using data science to predict job fit. So basically, if we look here, this is what it's gathering. It's doing a trait graph of your cognitive traits and your emotional traits. So companies that are using game-based assessments to screen their candidates, usually what they've done is they've had their top performers perhaps have played the games, have taken the assessment, they identify the traits of their top performers, and they're looking to fit a prototype, a certain successful prototype in their companies. So why are companies using game-based assessments now for recruiting? First of all, so many companies looking to improve diversity. The technology helps to eliminate gender and ethnic bias. We tend to have an unconscious bias in the human process where we hire people that are just like us very, very often. So this helps companies to look beyond the obvious places and to expand their talent pools. And let me just show you, if we take a typical process from one of our business school career centers, and we take an example of using Pymetrics. in a typical process, when candidates apply, it's only 25% might be qualified for that role. If we use Pymetrics, for example, it's 100% because the vacancies are only being sent to the candidates after they've done the assessment. So the companies are not wasting their time, let's say, with candidates that are not a fit for them. So this means that the interview rate is going from 5% up to 50%, the hiring rate from 1% to 9%, a 3-month turnover from 30% down to 10%, and finally the reach. It's infinitely scalable. Human resources is an area that is largely decentralized. This allows small, decentralized human resources teams to look beyond their markets and look to larger talent pools. So this is how it works. Some highlights, we find that candidates really enjoy these processes. It's a great candidate experience. The algorithm has a 93% accuracy rate. This is basically helping human resources to identify whose CVs and applications are worth dedicating more time to from the beginning. So they're saving a lot of time and money on the manual screening process. And again, in that manual process is where we find that human error and that unconscious bias. So basically, if we look at a typical pipeline, and if we take a company like Arctic Shores, we see that we start with the same number of candidates, that 250 average I mentioned, 175 getting to the interview stage, 50 getting to the assessment center. But when it comes to how many are eligible for the job, it's 25% when we use a game-based assessment, as opposed to 15% in a typical pipeline. So basically, it's more efficient, there's no human error, and it's designed to identify quality and to facilitate that diversity. So basically, it's important that human resources that are using this take a look at the algorithm. What's in the algorithm? How does the scoring work? And just to make sure that they're not screening out candidates that indeed would be a good fit for their organization. So that was a very long answer, I know, to that question, but it was important because there's so many reasons, as you see, that someone might not get to an interview stage. It could be the applicant tracking system. It could be a game-based assessment, so you're not even really considered the prototype. Career planning. Why is it important? This is another question I got from the audience. Well, it's important because career decisions are amongst the most important that we'll make. We spend more time at work than we do sleeping with friends or family. So we are often, as I say, driven by happiness and meaning, but we get caught up comparing ourselves to others. So we need to be careful about how we choose the way we measure success, because it can have some real life consequences. If we get into a job that is not the right fit for us, that can lead to job burnout, career burnout. So important that we need to highlight, and for those that are looking for an international career, what is it that you need to focus on? It's cultural sensitivity, it's being flexible, adaptive, having strong communication, having specific technical knowledge that might not be so popular in the target market, and experience, travel, work, study abroad. Now, with any kind of career change, I'm just giving you some geographical change as an example, but with any kind of career change you want to make when you're planning your career, I like to look at this graph in assessing your relationships and the value of those relationships. I often say that relationships are like the currency of career success and career change. So if we look on the x-axis, we have the value of our technical or functional skill. On the y, the value of our relationships. So the more we can be seen as a guru in our respective field and a networker, and we know the right people in our industry, the easier it will be to make any kind of career change. But I show you this because that's why career planning is important. Otherwise, so many of my students are in this yellow circle caught in the middle. So I ask you these questions, and this will help with some career planning. It's what I call career journeys, food for thought. What is your dream job? What would you do if that job didn't exist? Just think about this. What would you do if money were no object? Where is that one place you've always wanted to travel? What new skill would you love to learn if you had time? If you could live anywhere and it couldn't be home, where would you live? How would you like the important people in your life to remember you and to talk about you? Map your journey, and this is where I want to give you some tips with the career planning. Have done a realistic self-assessment, and I will share a self-assessment tool that we have at Hired for the Jaһandық community. Take into account other stakeholders, family members. It's been proven that the more we share our plan with someone, the more likely we are to achieve that. Review your plan regularly, stick with it, and keep it on hand, literally on your phone, on your computer, in a journal, so you can review it and come back to it and update that. Now, competition, and I said it from the beginning, on average, at least 250 applicants for every selection process. Some markets I go to, I've seen 10,000 applicants for a single vacancy. So how do we break into the ranks of talent in the international job market? Thank you for this question again from the audience. So here are just some ways to set yourselves apart. And this is what I do with my students that are especially looking to go to another country. You need to have on your CV, and remember, recruiters will only spend about 5 to 7 seconds on your CV. Start each bullet with a strong action word. Follow the CAR method. Make sure in each bullet you're talking about the challenge, the action, the result. Use the job description or the mission statement of the company to identify those keywords. You can use a word cloud generator to identify those keywords that are appearing most frequently in your job vacancies that you're applying to. Find 20 to 30 vacancies. Copy and paste those job descriptions into a word cloud generator, and that will identify those keywords. And then show specific examples from your experience to support your statements. What are those skills needed in that new geography, industry, area, company, or organization? Use the original wording at least once, those original words from that job description that you have. Now, important. We've talked about applicant tracking systems. Keep the recruiter in mind, the human being, when optimizing your CV for the applicant tracking system. Impress them with your achievements. But keep the applicant tracking system in mind when writing your CV for the recruiters. Make sure you have those right keywords. Now, there's also ways we can personally brand ourselves again to give us that edge. You could include your LinkedIn public URL at the top of your CV. More than 80% of recruiters will look at you there first. Have a powerful professional summary. Include languages for those of you looking to get into the international ranks. Highlights from your academic or professional career. Core competencies, summary of skills, and we'll talk in a moment about the key skills that recruiters are looking for. Leadership experience, relevant experience, international organizations, honors, affiliations, languages. These can all be separate sections on your CV, and very important, show specific examples from your experience to support your statements. And it's also well known that more than 70 to 80% of opportunities don't even make it to an online job board. You find out about these opportunities in the hidden market. So networking is critical. Change the focus. Don't be frustrated by networking, thinking what's in it for me, but what's interesting about the person I have in front of me. Build that strong base of relationships before you even need them. And remember, network with compassion, kindness, and grace, because often the people that we're reaching out to are very busy individuals themselves. So a final question that I had from the audience was about the skills. So what skills are in demand in the post-COVID world? Well, they tend to be quite similar to the skills that we had just even before when we were asking the recruiters. And I want to share just some highlights from this great report that we did, our organization, EFMD Global, in collaboration with the Graduate Management Admission Council and a firm called Carrington Christ, where we surveyed students, faculty, professional staff, and employers to ask them about the trends in the future. So I want to highlight here what it is that graduates, that employers are looking for in their graduates in the future. And if I would just to summarize what you're seeing over here on the right, it's more than 80% of employers agree that graduates will need stronger social and emotional skills and more advanced cognitive capabilities, such as the logical reasoning, creativity, as well as the need to be prepared to continuously upskill and reskill throughout our lives. And this is also what we're seeing in the World Economic Forum's future of work, future of jobs. So it's all about that continuous upskilling and reskilling. And then when we asked the employers about all these skills that you see here on the right, and you can see what percentage they attributed to each, the key skills that they say would help to ensure career success are, again, creativity, leadership, communication skills, self-confidence, and adaptability. So we ask which of these elements are most important to you in your future employees. And I highlight here again that international perspective. I highlight have spent time studying overseas, have an understanding of more than one language, have spent time working abroad, are open to work in a multinational and a multicultural environment. And I thought this would be interesting to include as well. When we asked the employers what topics would be most valuable for a prospective employee to study in the next 5 years, here you have it. And just highlighting a few: social impact, managing across cultures, digital transformation, technology management, innovation, creativity, once again, and design thinking, to name a few. So I will finalize my talk there on the future of recruiting and development post-COVID. I hope I've opened your eyes to some new topics that maybe you were not so familiar with. We have a close collaboration with Marcos at Hired at EFMD. I'm including the direct link right here to your Get Hired access, completely complimentary. You have thousands of internships, graduate, full-time opportunities. For those of you already working, you have our masterclass series, an online assessment like I was talking about available to you, country guide. So please do make the most. And I just want to finalize with this life career lesson from one of my favorite authors here in Spain, Maria Dueñas, who is the author of a book called El Tiempo entre Costuras. And the translation is that our destiny is the sum of all the decisions we make in our life, including those which at the time appear to be insignificant. So that is why it is very important to plan, because even though we don't realize it, it's incredible the successful individuals that I meet, and they say how their career changed just by attending a certain event or raising their hand to ask a question to a speaker. So my advice to you, be that person who raises their hand, speak up, get out there, network, never miss an opportunity to speak in public. With that, I will finalize my presentation here. You have my contact details. I'm of course active on LinkedIn as well as Twitter, Instagram at Wigmar Alvarez, and you have the direct link here to our masterclass channel. So please feel free to subscribe, and I wish you all the very best. Thank you once again for the invitation to be a part of your fantastic event. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Amber. When you're watching this, on behalf of all the participants and everyone watching from home, I'm sure I speak for everyone to say how useful and how grateful we are for that presentation. With COVID taking the world by a storm and many people having lost jobs or entire sectors being restructured, your presentation really helped us align ourselves with what's expected from us out there for people wanting to change their careers or students wanting to start their careers. And we really appreciate you taking the time to dive deep into our questions and resolve them. Thank you so much. The next partner university to join us is the University of Pittsburgh. Professor Jennifer Murtajafli, the director of the Center for Governance and Markets, will speak on the topic of public administration, local to global perspectives. Unfortunately, because of the time difference, Professor Jennifer has sent in a short video to convey her comments on the topic. Anel, could you please start the video? In the meanwhile, while Anel is arranging for the video to be played, we are very proud to announce that Narhos University, in collaboration with the University of Pittsburgh, won an American Council grant last year for $20,000 to further develop public administration education in Kazakhstan. So with that grant, we not only, we at Narhos, the students, the faculty, and the entire School of Law, Public Policy, and Social Science, in specific, the School of Public Policy, gets the opportunity to work with some of the greatest minds in public administration from the United States, working at the University of Pittsburgh. And we get to develop curriculum, we get to work on research projects. So if that's something you're interested in, please get in touch with the School of Law, Public Policy, and Social Sciences to figure out how you too can be a part of that. Anel? Let's just wait for...
Okay, should I start?
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Murtazashvili, and I'm the director of the Center for Governance and Markets and an associate professor at the School of Public and International Affairs at the University of Pittsburgh. It is an enormous honor to speak with all of you this week as Narhos University celebrates Global Week. For the past year, we've been working with your colleagues in the public administration program at Narhos to build partnerships and to strengthen the relationships and to bring cutting-edge public administration knowledge to the people of Kazakhstan. On the one hand, we've tried to bring curriculum and ideas from the US to Kazakhstan, but we've also been enormously enriched by the ideas, the passion, the research, and the many creative ideas that are coming from faculty in Narhos. So public administration isn't just an American topic, it's not a European topic, it's a global topic. And all of us together are struggling to learn the best way to overcome challenges that all of us are facing right now. The past year has presented enormous challenges to all of us as the globe faces the COVID-19 pandemic. And nowhere have those challenges been faced more acutely than in the public sector. And it has been up to the public sector to try to figure out solutions to the many challenges that we've seen. And we've seen even countries like the United States struggle mightily. So it has been a great time for all of us to look around the world and see what lessons can we learn from this global pandemic for the future of public administration. One of the lessons that we've learned is the importance of trust. Trust in governance, trust in officials, trust in vaccines, trust in medication, trust that citizens are being given the best advice they can be given. We've seen many countries around the world struggle with this. Some countries denied that there was ever a pandemic. Some countries have failed to implement basic techniques like masking that we know help fight this pandemic. And across the world, now we have seen great comparisons that can be made about public administration. So this global exercise has been a valuable lesson for all of us to understand the future of this field. So together with NARJOS, with other global partners, the University of Pittsburgh is really working to understand what are the sources of trust in governance? How can countries and the public sectors gain public trust to really lead solutions for the 21st century and to steer us all out of this pandemic? I know that you are all working on the Sustainable Development Goals, and a crucial part of Sustainable Development Goals is planning. And plans help set the course and the trajectory for the future. And you're going to learn a lot about each of the Sustainable Development Goals that are set forth by the United Nations. But something I want to challenge all of you to think about is to step outside these SDGs for a second, to step outside the notion of plans. COVID-19 came to all of us completely unplanned. It seemed like something none of us could prepare for. What are the lessons that we can all learn from this? What lessons can you bring to your own country? How would you improve the response of your own authorities to this? In the United States, we have a system, a very interesting and robust system of federalism, where we have 50 states who have responded in very different ways to this pandemic. And the results have been very surprising to us. So we have a laboratory even within our own country where we can see how different approaches to public administration based on local preferences and local ideas yield different outcomes. And our assessment of this has really changed over time. Things that we saw at the very beginning of the pandemic, parts of the country that looked like they were not doing such a good job in the very beginning, over the course of a year seem to be the ones that are now thriving. So that's another big lesson that we have taken from this, is time really matters. And so the time to craft and to create policies is something that every public administration program should be teaching its students. Pittsburgh is a vibrant city. I hope that all of you can visit us one day. We're really looking forward to working with our colleagues at NARJOS to strengthen public administration program in Kazakhstan, to make it the premier public administration program in all of Central Asia. This is a really important area that does not get a lot of attention, and it's wonderful to work with NARJOS that is really on the cutting edge of practice and the cutting edge of research. It's wonderful to be included among this list of such prestigious universities that you're working with around the world. And the University of Pittsburgh is so proud to be a partner of NARJOS in all of its endeavors. So we wish you all the best. Please stay in touch with us. We hope to see you all in real life very, very soon. Wishing you all the best on this wonderful global week.
Thank you so much, Jennifer, for sending in that very informative and encouraging video. We too look forward to welcoming you in Almaty, Kazakhstan, as soon as all the COVID mayhem settles. So another part of Global Week that we want to focus on is the amazing partnerships that we have created throughout the years, throughout NARJOS's work as a premier higher education institution. And one of the proud achievements of our internationalization goals is that we set up a couple of dual degrees with some of our impressive partner universities from various parts of the world. And it would, Global Partnership Day would be the perfect opportunity to share some of these programs with the participants of this conference, as we feel that it would really help you broaden your career perspectives as well as your educational goals. So I'm going to very quickly share some dual degree information and the programs that we currently have at Narcos. Feel free to drop in any questions that you may have, either on the YouTube chat or on the Zoom chat, and I will be very happy to answer any of them and all of them. All right. So Narcos University, for those who haven't really visited the campus before, as you can see, the point of putting this photo in this slide was to show you its beautiful campus. Narcos University not only has a very good academic infrastructure in terms of classrooms and world-renowned infrastructure with regards to football fields and computer rooms and basketball fields and gymnasiums, etc. But we also have the privilege and the beauty of being surrounded by the gorgeous Altai mountain ranges. Kazakhstan's natural resources are unparalleled in the world, and another reason for you to visit and be a part of our academic community is the location of the beautiful university. All right. So we are so proud to announce 4 new dual degree programs with our partner university. We have a dual degree program in business administration, in law, in tourism and hospitality management. And we also have a graduate dual degree program in European business law. So why choose one of our double degree programs? So by choosing one of our double degree programs, you get the full support of a community that wants to help you reach your career goals. As most of you all know, applying to schools can be really tiresome and confusing. So by joining one of our dual degree programs, we try to work with students to help them get over these hurdles of any questions that they may have with regards to tuition, scholarships, getting acclimatized to a new country, starting a new program, right? So you get that not only from Narcos, but also from our partner universities. Also financial benefit. As you know, studying abroad can be really tiresome on your financials, right? So by doing one of our dual degree programs, you get to save so much because you pay a quarter of the fees you would actually pay if you were to, say, study abroad in the UK or the US. So you would get that degree, the UK-US degree, European degree, but you will pay for it at local Kazakh standards, you know? Also convenience. Studying can take a lot of time, a lot of years of your life. So instead of you studying, say, 8 years and getting 2 degrees from different countries, you would club that all together, and in 4 years, you could get those 2 degrees. Another wonderful feature of our dual degree programs is that you get the best of both worlds. So you get to not only have that educational experience, but you also get the opportunity to network with your professors, with professionals in your field, not only from Kazakhstan, but also from our partner university countries. So our first dual degree partner is with Coventry University. And with Coventry University, we have 2 dual degree programs. One is in business administration and one is in law. So a little background about Coventry University. It is one of the top 15 best universities in the UK. They have received 5 QS stars for excellence, and they have been awarded gold for outstanding and teaching learning experiences by the Teaching Excellence Framework 2017. So how does the Narcos Coventry dual degree program works? Students get the opportunity to earn 2 degrees in a short period of time. So in following our 3+1 model, where students will spend their first 3 years at Narcos and their last year, final year at Coventry, students get the best of both worlds by studying in Kazakhstan, the beautiful country of Kazakhstan, as well as getting their first-hand experience studying in the UK. Our business administration program covers a variety of specializations, as you can see: international accounting, finance and data analytics, social entrepreneurship, PR and marketing management, technology and innovation management. So whatever your career goal is especially with regards to business administration, we believe that you will find your perfect fit at this program. So what are some of the unique benefits of doing this dual degree business administration program with us? So in 4 years, you will learn 2 degrees, which would normally take students 7 years to complete. You would also get the option to gain an ACCA certification. The Bloomberg BMC certificate is also embedded into this program. Students have the opportunity to go to Coventry for their summer semester abroad program. You will also, one of the best parts about this program is not only do you get the education, but students, once they graduate, will have the opportunity to get international work experience as part of their the program, because the UK now encourages graduates and allows graduates to stay in the UK and work for 2 years post-graduation. Students will also receive very high quality international education at comparatively low prices. Now, moving on to the Coventry dual law specialization options. So we have business law, we have trade and finance law, you have international law, criminal law and justice, social justice, and general law. These specializations cover a wide variety of career goals that you might have when you envision yourself as being a lawyer. The best part about this program is that you get a background of both common law and civil law, which is a very good benefit for you if you plan to, get into the international legal field. The unique benefits of the program, which are quite similar to the BBA, is that you learn 2 degrees, which would normally take students 7 years. The very beautiful part about this program is that you would be able to sit for the UK solicitors qualifying exam. So you would be able to practice in the UK, which automatically, once you get that accreditation, would improve your career prospects. Students also have the opportunity to work in the UK, just like in the BBA program. You will also have the opportunity to do and complete a LLM, your master's in law, at discounted prices because you are a part of this program. Another proud partner of ours is La Rochelle. And so if you're into tourism and hospitality, this program that we have with La Rochelle is definitely something you should look into. The La Rochelle Tourism and Hospitality School is one of the best schools recognized by the United Nations World Tourism Organization. And so you'd know you're going to the best of the best. Like with the Coventry program, students will have the opportunity to study 3 years at Narhos and 1 year in France. So you would definitely have a very wide experience in terms of education, networking, and just an overall career growth experience. So some of the unique benefits of the program, in addition to earning 2 degrees in a short period of time, you'll also have the opportunity to expand your language skills. So being in Europe, you'd not only get a chance to improve your French, but depending on your internships that you elect to do, you can also work on your Spanish or your Portuguese, etc. The world is your oyster. The La Rochelle mentorship program works in such a way that every student is assigned their mentor, and throughout your program, you will have someone to look up to get in touch with, to discuss your future with, and that really, as a student, I know that really helps you in your career goals. As part of this program, you would also have the opportunity to work in France or anywhere in Europe for 6 months. So in addition to getting an educational degree, you'd also get that work experience. Another proud partner of ours who unfortunately wasn't available to join in today is Miklos Romeris University. This university is situated in Lithuania, and one of our very proud partners. They collaborate with us on numerous and multiple events. So we are very proud to share with you a graduate dual degree opportunity, should you be interested. So this graduate dual degree model works on a 1+1 scale, where you'd spend your first year at Narhos and your last year in Lithuania. So the unique benefits of this program is that because Miklos Romeris is one of the most research-based universities in Europe, they also apply for a lot of Erasmus Plus grants and have won multiple grants because of their excellence in higher education. And because of that, students, while being a part of this program, would have the opportunity to do a 6-month fully paid internship in Europe. So you'd be financed completely with a stipend, your stay would be covered, et cetera, and you will be able to get that work experience that really does matter when you are stepping out into the world. Also, all your classes are conducted by professionals, people who are practicing law in Europe and around the world. And you will receive a quality international education at comparatively affordable prices. So should you want to learn more about our dual degree programs and our partners, please feel free to visit our dual degree website that's mentioned on the screen and get in touch with the admissions office because we would love to hear from you. All right, so let me just stop sharing my screen. Okay. So should you have any questions, please feel free to drop them in the chat box. I would be more than happy to answer them. Okay, so now we're going to be moving forward with some of, so in addition to just the dual degree programs, for all our international participants joining in from different parts of the world, we would like to show you a little glimpse into our university and our beautiful city of Almaty. So I'm going to ask my colleague Anel to share her screen and share with us some of the amazing videos that the university has made. Yeah, Anel?
I'm sorry, just a second.
I think we're having some kind of technical problems. So yeah, okay, it's working. Thank you. Thank you, Anel. Let's move forward with the next segment of today's conference. The next partner university to join us is the Ventspils University of Applied Sciences from Latvia. Dr. Carlis Krellins, director of the university, will speak on the topic of the importance of international cooperation in higher education. As taking into account the time difference again, the director wasn't able to join us live, but has sent us a short video clip about the contents of his speech. So we look forward to hearing it. Anel, whenever you're ready.
Hello, dear colleagues. The warmest greetings from Ventspils University of Applied Sciences. And let me put some highlights on sharing experience on academic and research activities around the globe. And of course also reflecting on the example of Latvia and also our university. And I can see four lines for this international cooperation. First of all, let me stress that internationalization, it's the motto and priority of European Union and of course also of our country in the very, very global sense. Of course also its priority, I'm 100% sure for Central Asian countries, for United States, for Australia, all over the world. but I would like to stress that it's also for us and for our country. That's number one. And what does it mean? If you are talking about academia, and if you are talking about study process and study programs, then those are joint study programs, of course, with international students. And I can mention one of the program we are running. It's with Krems University of Applied Sciences in Austria. It's international business and export management, when joint forces of both faculties and even broader professors from Latvia and Austria and other countries are running this program. And of course, we are also having multicultural students in this program, along with national Latvian students from Central Asian countries, also from Asian countries as India and African countries, and of course also Europe. I think it's very important that we share this experience through such programs. The program is very popular and the popularity is growing. This would be the one direction. Another direction is related to research. And Ventspils University is well known with its International Radioastronomy Center. We are having the only country among Baltic region, Baltic countries, who are having 3 telescopes, radio telescope with 16 and 32 meter diameter, and the LOFAR station, which is again, it's the only one in Baltic countries. So of course, one thing is infrastructure, another is how to use this unique infrastructure. And this is again cooperation with West, with East. We're having researchers, young doctoral students from Europe, from Netherlands, Germany, also from Russia, from Ukraine and other countries in the world. The same as I mentioned about the students as well. And another sort of sharing experience, global experience in research, it's different projects, research projects. Horizon Marie Curie cross-border project, so Interreg, and this is also showing, you know, cooperation. And for us, and I guess for each and other university, it's must to pull people resources together in order to make great achievements, achievements in research, and of course also in academia as well. And another dimension, where I can see this sharing of experience, sharing of cooperations, it's of course through Erasmus and Erasmus Plus activities, where we are heavily involved. Yeah, we are having actually exchange with almost all European countries, and also it's not only student exchange, it's of course also staff exchange, our exchange of our professors, and that's also helps us to be a more global player, not only on national level. And then another important source for cooperation, of course, it's finance. And we are very happy that thanks to EU funding for specific target, we are able to attract international professors, again, from all over the world in our study programs, and vice versa. We can send our professors also to deliver lectures, to deliver courses abroad. And this will, of course, be more intense in the future. And of course, we will be very happy to involve academia, researchers from Central Asia, particularly from Kazakhstan. And therefore, I'm looking forward for cooperation with Narhoz University in Kazakhstan in all levels. I guess that we will find some common trends in research directions. We are running, I mentioned already, it's radio astronomy, astrophysics, it's also remote sensing, it's also high-speed computing, all these things which are related to STEM direction. Of course, our priority is also satellite technologies and space technologies as well, both on academic level as study programs, joint study programs, and also research projects as well. So, and of course, I'm also looking forward for having joint academic programs with your universities, with other universities in the region, because I also see great potential. And again, it's very important that such agreement is not put on a shelf and not covered by dust, you know, but it's actually involved in a practice, yeah, in the practical activities. So, which is also very, very important for us. So, which means that colleagues, yeah, from your university, from Narhoz University, students from your university come to our university, to Latvia, and vice versa as well. So I think that it's a great opportunity for sharing our experience, yeah. And of course, yeah, I was all the time stressing this one direction, STEM direction. Of course, we are also very keen to develop together with our faculty of translation studies, everything related to linguistics, yeah, terminology, and related fields, as well as business, regional development, and innovations, as we are also having the Center of Technology Transfer and Innovations. So this is short summary where what I see, you know, how the internationalization can spread out globally and develop, of course. And in your great event, in your jubilee, in your anniversary, please accept my warmest greetings from me, my colleagues, students, in Ventspils University of Applied Sciences in Latvia. And of course, you're very welcome to come over to our country, to our beautiful city, and to discuss all these themes and topics in detail face to face. Again, have a great celebration and goodbye. I'm looking forward to meet you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Crescent. We loved hearing from you, and we do look forward to visiting and welcoming you also to Almaty in the near future. So moving forward, my colleague Anel will now share a couple of videos with you from some of our global professors, some of the international professors working in our school and with our departments, just to give you an insight on life in Narhos, life in Almaty, life in Kazakhstan. And I hope you enjoy it. Anel, whenever you're ready.
Lenora, should I show a video, the promo videos of the Global Week?
Of the Global Week. But before that, sorry, my mistake. Could you please share the video, the promo video of Ventspils University? They sent a lovely YouTube link, I'm guessing, of the wonderful work that they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Thank you, Anel. Wandsbill looks amazing. If you could now share some of the videos for Narhos, displaying Narhos's international faculty and some of the projects that we're working on. Thank you. Anel, I think the video on Zoom is, your audio on Zoom is muted, so we can't hear the video. So while we're waiting for the videos to start up.
Climate change is a
Good.
real
Okay.
and undeniable threat to our entire civilization. The effects are already visible and will be catastrophic unless we act now. Through education, innovation, and adherence to our climate commitments, we can make the necessary changes to protect the planet. These changes also provide us with huge opportunities to modernize our infrastructure, which will create new jobs and promote greater social and environmental prosperity across the globe. In 2015, governments from around the world passed the Sustainable Development Goals that set a comprehensive set of goals and targets to achieving social and environmental sustainability by 2030 and beyond. Goal 13, Climate Action, highlights the need to take urgent action to address climate change. The Global Solve Climate by 2030 project, led by Bard College and the Central European University, seeks to address this by engaging countries from all over the world to discuss what measures can be taken on a national level in their respective countries to help implement this goal. Narhos University, in partnership with the EU representation to Kazakhstan, the Austrian Embassy, and the Central Asian Regional Environmental Center and the United Nations Environment Program, have taken the lead to engage national stakeholders right here in Kazakhstan to discuss something of critical importance: our common future. How to address climate change in the lead up to COP26 climate change negotiations in Glasgow, Scotland, which will take place in November 2021. Students and youth will suffer the most extreme consequences of climate change in the decades to follow. So we asked our students one important question: what does climate action mean to you? The responses are telling.
Сейчас по всему миру актуальна пропаганда защиты экологии, и повсеместно проводится большое количество мероприятий для борьбы с изменениями климата. Я лично воспринимаю эти действия как призыв к тому, чтобы каждый из нас открыл глаза и увидел реальность и начал действовать во имя спасения нашей планеты и счастливой жизни будущего поколения.
В первую очередь, изменения климата влекут за собой большие сомнения в нашем сознании относительно нашего будущего. И именно эти сомнения вместе с действиями по борьбе с изменением климата придают нам чувство ответственности за то, какой мир мы оставим будущему поколению.
На данный момент в большинстве развитых и развивающихся странах ведется полномасштабная пропаганда культуры экологически и климатически дружелюбного поведения. На молодежь данное явление влияет неоднозначно. Мы можем предпринимать действия для улучшения экологической ситуации, но что мы можем сделать для борьбы с изменением климата? Единственные действия по борьбе с изменением климата, которые влияют на молодежь, всеобщая пропаганда климатически дружелюбной культуры.
Согласно результатам научных исследований, изменение климата неопровержимо. Но мы, молодежь, можем положить конец данной тенденции. Для этого потребуются глобальные изменения во всех аспектах жизни общества, методах выращивания продовольственных культур, использования земли, транспортировки товаров и производства энергии в наших странах.
Сегодня формируется новое поколение, которое способно воздействовать на глобальные проблемы, одним из которых является то, о чем мы сейчас с вами разговариваем. Считаю, что именно молодые могут больше преуспеть в экосфере благодаря новейшим знаниям, современным инструментам, методам, открытости и готовности к сотрудничеству на разных уровнях. как на региональных, так и глобальных.
Борьба с изменениями климата – это гонка, из которой мы все еще можем выйти победителями. Чем чаще пропагандируется защита окружающей среды, тем все больше людей становятся осознанными. Ежедневно я принимаю ряд решений, которые помогут в борьбе с глобальными проблемами. Отказ от транспорта в пользу ходьбы, отключение от сети электроприборов, которыми не пользуюсь, утилизация отходов и сортировка мусора. Я понимаю, что необходимо начать с себя, начать с мелочей.
Be part of the solution and join our Solve Climate by 2030 event, which will take place on Earth Day, April 22nd, from 9:30 a.m. till 11:35 a.m. The future is ours to make.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dupree. So Brendan has been working with the Sustainable Kazakhstan Research Institute. He actually founded it to help bring about consciousness and awareness for protecting the environment and the climate and the world that we live in, right? And the best part about Narhos is that we get our faculty handpicked from all over the world. And by working with such internationally recognized faculty, and partnering, and those faculty and Narhos University partnering with organizations from around the world, like the UN, we get the support to help amplify the voice of the programs that we start, of the initiatives that we begin. And hence, and it's very befitting that we mentioned this today on Global Partnership Day, is that because without these partnerships, the amount of people that we reach, the communities that we reach, the width of the research that is completed would not have been possible. So it is to create an internationally recognized university and research organs. It is very important that we work well with international counterparts from all over the world. And that is what Narhos University is doing and will continue to do. So Anel, could you play some other videos from Jelagul, etc.? Thank you.
Dear partners, alumni, and friends of Narhos University, dear students and colleagues, we're inviting you to participate in the online Global Week that will start 20th of April and will last till 22nd of April. We are going to talk about how Narhos University and their partners implement 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Уважаемые коллеги, друзья, наши партнеры, выпускники университета Нархос, приглашаем вас принять участие в онлайн-глобальной неделе, которая пройдет с 20 апреля по 22 апреля. Регистрация в шапке профиля. Ждем вас, присоединяйтесь.
That was the Narhos Global Office Head, Jelagul Sagindakova, who has done remarkable work in working on Narhos's internationalization strategy. Anel, could you please play the videos with Aijirim and Andre Shannon as well? Thank you.
Главное – задавать правильные вопросы и знать, к какому источнику обратиться. Именно этим мы и будем заниматься на конференции «Рыскулские чтения-2021» в университете Нархос с 15 по 19 апреля. Мы приглашаем всех, кто достаточно смел, чтобы задать правильные вопросы, и достаточно мудр, чтобы принять правильные ответы. Ждем вас всех с 15 по 19 апреля на университет Нархос в онлайн-формате. Ссылочки в описании.
Уважаемые коллеги, студенты, эксперты, Друзья, мы приглашаем всех на международную научную конференцию «Рыскуловские чтения 2021», которая пройдет 15, 16, 19 апреля в формате онлайн на базе университета Нархоз. Для вас выступят ведущие эксперты из международных, региональных и национальных вузов, организаций. Всех ждем! Зарегистрироваться сможете по ссылке ниже в описании. Dear colleagues, we're inviting everyone to participate in our research conference with School of Readings 2021. We're hoping to see you all there.
Thank you so much, Nell. And as you can see, there's so much going on at Narhos University, and we would love for you to be a part of it. So please go visit the university website and sign up and register. Best part about the world, the bright side about COVID-19 is that we all get to connect and be a part of a bigger plan where the world has gotten so much smaller thanks to Zoom and other platforms like it. So feel free to join in, to register, as we would love to have you be a part of our initiatives. Okay, so moving forward, now we're going to go into the segment of Narhos Global Volunteers. One of the international strategic points at Narhos University is to not only hire international faculty and management and create an international environment for our students and the university as a whole, but to also encourage students, recent graduates, and people from around the world who would want to be a part of the work that we do at Narhos. And one of those, and in lieu of that, the Narhos Global Volunteer Program is a great initiative where people from all around the world get to work with their own experiences and professional, educational, and personal experiences, get to come to Almaty and work with our colleagues and make a difference in everything that they do. So in this segment, we will hear from some of our Narhos Global Volunteers, Miriam Hinton and Sumaya Vasit. So Miriam came to us as part of a Princeton in Asia program, and in her short time at Narhos, contributed significantly to our internationalization goals. Because of the time difference between the States and Kazakhstan, Miriam sent in a short video about her experience and a little bit about what she wants to convey to you all today will be played in a bit. Anel, thank you.
All right, let's get this started. Hi, everyone. My name is Miriam Hinthorn, and I'm a strategy consultant currently pursuing a master's in data economics and development policy through an MIT program. I'm going to take a few minutes today to talk about my experience volunteering at Narhos as a Princeton in Asia alumni, as well as sort of what I learned there, and a bit about the Princeton in Asia program, just in case it's of interest to anyone. So first, I guess, a bit about me. I studied comparative politics at Brown University for my undergraduate degree, and having taken a couple of courses actually on Central Asian countries, as well as kind of countries in the post-Soviet space, I was really interested in what life is like in Kazakhstan, what it's like to manage a business or a university there, and sort of what are the prospects for Kazakh youth, sort of how do they compare to the prospects that are there for people of other countries. So I've wanted to go there for a long time. And there weren't really a lot of opportunities to go to Central Asia. Not so surprisingly, it's not really high on everyone's list for wanting to go there. Or maybe it would be if they knew more, but it wasn't really kind of a target area for our study abroad programs at Brown or anything like that. So after I graduated, I went to work in consulting. I worked in the kind of aerospace and governance sector for 2.5 years, depending on how you count it, in Washington, D.C. And then when I found out about Princeton in Asia, a program where you can fly, and if you're selected, end up getting sent to almost any country in Asia, working for a wide variety of organizations. I thought, oh my gosh, this is my chance to go to Central Asia. So I applied, and I put Kazakhstan as kind of the #1 country that I wanted to be sent to. And then I think the second one was like Kyrgyzstan, and then I think I just wrote China as my third. But unfortunately, fortunately, unfortunately, while I was selected, they didn't have any more openings in Kazakhstan. So actually, I went to Cambodia for my first year, which was an amazing experience in and of itself. Definitely not expected, but learned a lot. And then sort of when it came time to decide what to do for a second year, they offered me an alumni role at Narhos University, one of their newest partners. So I was really excited to be the guinea pig in this experiment. I was the first Princeton in Asia volunteer at Narhos University, but I certainly hope that I won't be the last. So a tiny little bit more about Princeton in Asia. Their mission is to promote goodwill and understanding between the East and the West. And since 1898, that's like, 120 plus years ago, they've been sending young professionals to volunteer in educational and nonprofit organizations all over Asia. And although the program is really selective, you have to write a very strong statement, you have to do well on your interviews. I think they look at kind of grades and letters of reference and stuff like that. There aren't any country qualifications. So that means you, as if you're listening as a student and you're from Kazakhstan, you could actually apply to this program and be sent to another Asian country such as Japan or Korea or Cambodia. So definitely, if you're looking to get a little bit more global exposure, especially if you're in your final year of university, I would really recommend you checking it out. You can find out more at piaweb.princeton.edu. Or just by Googling Princeton in Asia, and I'm sure it will be the first thing that comes up. So yeah, that's my little commercial about Princeton in Asia, but more about what I did at Narhos. I was working in the Office of International and Alumni Affairs. I think they've changed their name since then, but that's what it was called when I was there. And the cool thing about this office was it kind of really sat or sits at the juxtaposition of so many things. So I got to work on different educational initiatives. I got to work with kind of the dean's office. I got to work with the admissions office and travel to places like Shymkent and Kizlyurda, which was really, really cool, and just talk to prospective students about what Narhos is like and sort of how to plan their life and their career and stuff like that. So really, really fantastic experience. I think probably a few highlights for me were helping writing proposals for grants. That was something I had wanted to get good at as a young professional interested in international development, and Narhos did not disappoint in that department. I got to do some translations, especially after the pandemic broke out and a lot of documentation was needed. And I got to work with my colleagues on standardizing the process for onboarding both international students and international faculty, and just kind of documenting that in a way that the process can be very smooth for students coming from different countries, or professors or faculty members of other sorts coming from different countries. So that was a really interesting exposure to sort of the ins and outs of higher education management in Kazakhstan. And another favorite kind of memory of mine was helping develop the Narhos Global Student Embassy, which is an organization that kind of designates students as representatives of the university and empowers them to organize events and initiatives, typically related to things like career development or international relations or sustainability. But the students are given a lot of autonomy in deciding what they want to focus on. So I got to meet some really fantastic students as a result of that, and other things. I got to meet so many really wonderful student volunteers. And I guess apart from the office bit, it was really nice to get to know my colleagues and their families and friends outside of the office as well. So I made a lot of really great memories doing things like going hiking. Still cannot get over how beautiful Big Almaty Lake is. Things like going to the banya, ice skating, going to Shimbolak, and of course along the way discovering lots and lots of delicious Kazakh foods. And I still talk to my Narhos colleagues to this day. and really, really hope that I'll have the chance to go back to Kazakhstan after the pandemic ends, because there's still so much that I want to do there. And I would have gladly stayed much longer at Narhos if things hadn't gotten a bit crazy in 2020. So that's kind of my Narhos experience in a nutshell. I guess kind of I'll wrap up with sort of some valuable lessons that I learned in my time at Narhos, and then sort of some final thoughts for you as students or teachers or partners. So volunteering at Narhos, it taught me a lot of lessons in how to lead, innovate, and manage logistics in a really dynamic and unique environment. I think especially as someone that's interested in international development, in fact, in my master's program right now, we have a lot of lessons on how important it is as a foreigner. If you're working in international development, you're not necessarily a foreigner, but you very often are in another country. You're looking to kind of provide something that maybe isn't necessarily lacking, but you're looking to bring something unique to the table, and kind of fill some tiny gap in this big puzzle of how things are going to come together, and people are going to move forward with their economy or with recovering from a disaster or something of that nature. And I think as a foreigner, you train so much for this sort of thing. Many posts require a master's, so you've studied at least 6 years. But it's very easy to lose sight of just how much expertise the local population has, that you as a foreigner will either never or over a very long period of time will have to slowly and painfully acquire. So just an example, something as simple as getting a working visa in Kazakhstan. There is a lot of paperwork and many complicated steps and trips to different administrative offices and documentation that you need to bring and you need to participate in and so forth. And sort of one false move and you can be set back months because of how bureaucratic the process is. I have no doubt that it's the same in America. Actually, it's possibly quite a bit harder in America. So this is not bashing Kazakh bureaucracy in any way, shape, or form. However, I could not have navigated that as a native English speaker. I speak Russian, but not quite fluently enough, I think, to ensure that I make absolutely no errors and don't have any kind of delays. And so working with my Kazakh colleagues to get things like a worker or volunteer visa, it just really showed me like how impossible it would be to come into a country and try to develop a whole program and do it autonomously as someone that's not connected. I guess along those lines, something much bigger, I don't know, maybe an agricultural program or sustainability program or something like that. Whenever you're going in and developing these things, you really need to have local partners who have worked in whatever field that you're working in for a long time, because there will be so many surprises that you just absolutely, things that you could not anticipate that will set you back if you don't have that local partnership. So that really, my time at Narhos really made me appreciate that so much more. The other thing that it taught me was it taught me to have greater appreciation for the value of education and opening doors for people. I think, at least in the US, possibly in other countries too, we've started to take higher education for granted. I think there's a lot of talk about phasing out the university and just kind of being self-taught, and a lot of entrepreneurs like Bill Gates, Mark Zuckerberg, and so forth, like drop out of college and start their businesses and stuff like that. I think what I learned at Narhos is that things as simple as having the opportunity to study abroad, or having a really good teacher in a business course or something like that, or having good language classes or having electives, for instance. Like, these are things that can really make a big difference in people's lives. And I think seeing it anew from a student's perspective, especially when I was in Shymkent and Kizlyar, it really taught me sort of that, okay, don't take these things for granted, like really work to deliver these at the highest standard, to make sure that kids are given the best opportunities possible. So if you're at Narhos, considering studying at Narhos, working at Narhos, students, don't take it for granted. It's really kind of a once in a lifetime opportunity to study. Programs is great. In programs as great as the ones that Narhos develops. Teachers, faculty members, please continue trying to deliver to the highest standard you possibly can. And prospective partners, Narhos is a great university to work with. So thanks for the opportunity to share my experience, and I hope you enjoy the rest of this program.
Thank you, Miriam. And I know you're going to be watching this at some point. Your words really are inspirational and very encouraging for prospective Narhos global volunteers, as well as encouraging to our students to make the most of everything that they have. And yeah, to remind us to enjoy and make use of every single day, right? Thank you so much for your presentation. We really enjoyed it. So our next global volunteer that will be joining us in today is Samaya Vasit. Samaya Vasit is a current Narhos global volunteer and is currently working on projects to strengthen Narhos University ties with schools and institutions in Afghanistan, amongst many other projects. So without further ado, Samaya, whenever you're ready, please feel free to begin. Thank you.
Hi, Lenora. I hope you're fine. Let me share my screen.
So Maya, if you need any help or assistance, just let us know, okay?
Samaya is having a little problem connecting. Please give us 2 more minutes to fix this. Thank you. Samaya is having a little bit of an internet connection problem, though the internet has been very useful in bringing the world together in times like this. Unfortunately, it does play around sometime. So in the meanwhile, while she's setting things up, feel free to send in your messages about any questions that you may have, any comments that you may have regarding how you as a faculty or you as a student could, contribute, or what more can the Narhos Global Office do to assist you in your career path or in your student goals. In addition to that, any messages you have for our partners, any thoughts that you might have about Narhos's internationalization strategy, and we would love to hear how you feel, what you think, and how much better, what else we can do to help you while you are working or studying with us at Narhos. Okay, I think Somaya's internet seems to have lost internet connection completely. So in the meanwhile, while we wait for Somaya to reconnect again, we're going to move on to the next segment of today's presentation. And the next partner university to join us is the Financial Economic University from Mongolia. We will be joined in by Dr. Munk Bayar, the president of the university, and Dr. Bat Bayar, the director of the university's Innovation and Development Office, who will shed light on a platform-based future development concept. So let me just share my screen.
And also, dear distinguished guests and friends, I'm greeting from University of Finance and Economics, Mongolia. And also, I would like to express my appreciation to Narhoz University of Kazakhstan for organizing this wonderful event. Our university is very first educational institution that was established in 1924. Since that time until this day, our university performed its historical tasks in the prosperity and development of Mongolia by educating the workforce with capability to overcome any challenge faced in society and economics, and also conducting academic and research works. We are proud of our almost 40,000 alumni, including influential politicians, economists, bankers, and businessmen of Mongolia. And especially, our graduates are nowadays making progressive contribution to the economic development and national advancement of this country. Now we
Lenora, can you please switch on your microphone because the sound of the video is off?
Oh, I am very sorry that happened. Okay, I'm just going to rewind just a little bit. Sorry. Thank you, Anal.
Nowadays, making progressive contribution to the economic development and national advancement of this country. Now we are all challenging to survive and lead in the fourth industrial revolution caused by rapid technology achievements. This challenge has been completely changing the education services around the world. In doing so, we are aiming to entrepreneur university, which is tasked to create shared value at the national level and to intensify creative partnership at the regional level. For this mission, we are working as an open platform for talents and high-impact entrepreneurs in order to encourage the talent growth. Accordingly, I'm so appreciating this Global Week 2021 at Narhoz University as a special opportunity to extend international visibility and establish further cooperation with universities participating in this event. I hope that the future may bring more close ties between us and the opportunity to develop together. Thank you and wish great success. Төрөлтөөхийнхаа туршидал яг л тухайн үед ямар нэгэн эдийн засгийн одоо сорилт бол гарч байна. Тэрнийг давах одоо тийм чадвар бүхэл мэрэгчлэтнүүдийг бэлтгэж ирсэн байна л да. Одоо өнөөдөр бол бид нар мэрэгчлэлтэн бэлтгэхээс гадна 3 дугаар үеийн их сургууль гэдэг утгаараа нийгэмдээ тодорхой үндэснийг бүтээдэг, тодорхой асуудлыг шийддэг, шийдлээ хэрэгжүүлдэг тийм их сургууль болно гэдэг.
Санхүү эдийн засгийн их сургууль өнөөдөр санхүү, эдийн засаг, бизнесийн удирдлага, нэгтлэн бодох бүртгэл, банк, эрх зүй, маркетинг, мэдээллийн систем, зочлох үйлчилгээ, аялал жуулчлалын менежмент гэсэн 10 мэргэжлэр бакалаврын сургалт явуулж байна.
Өнөөдөр бид 10-аад мэргэжлийн чиглэлийг хөтөлбөрийг хэрэгжүүлж байна. За энэ хүрээндээ бид нар үндэсний дээд боловсролын шалгуур, чанарын шалгуур шаардлагыг хангахаас гадна олон улсын чанарын шаардлага стандартад нийцсэн сургалтын үйл ажиллагаа явуулахыг зорж ажилладаг л да. 2012 онд Монгол улсад анх удаага олон улсын магадлалын эт хэмжлэлд урьдчилсан байдлаар орж исэн бол бид нар 2018 онд олон улсын магадлалын эт хэмжлэлийг бүрэн хийлгэсэн ийм их сургууль болсон байна.
Энэ сургуулийг бусдаас ялгаруулдаг нэг онцолж одоо хийж болохоор зүйл бол тэр шинийг эрэл хийх. Тасралтгүй шинийг эрэл хийдэг. Хаана шин соргог юм байна. Байнгын шинийг нэг гаргаж ирэл хэрэгжүүлэл урагшлуулаад яваад идэг нь бол одоо бас энэ сургуулийн нэг онцлог юм а гэж.
Санхүү эдийн засгийн сургууль судалгааны хэрэгжүүлэх одоо чиглэлүүдийн хүрээнд улс орныхоо стратегийн одоо салбаруудын хөгжлийн загварыг боловсруулах энэ ажлыг эхлүүлээд байна. Энэ хүрээндээ бол баруун одоо бүсийн аймагуудын хөдөө аж ахуйн болон аялал жуулчлалын одоо хөгжлийн загварыг боловсруулах төслийг санаачлаад ажилдаа ороод байна. Энэ жил бид нар бас нэг юм төсөл хэрэгжүүлж байгаа л да. Тэрний юу гэхээр шилдэг оюутнуудаас бүрдсэн entrepreneur хөтөлбөр гэдэг хөтөлбөрийг шинээр эхлүүлж байгаа. Энэ хөтөлбөрийн хүрээнд оюутнууд маань өөрсдийн одоо санаа шийдлийг одоо боловсруулаад энэ шийдлээ бол төгсөгч нартай танилцуулна. Төгсөгч нар маань энэ одоо бизнес одоо тодорхой шийдлүүдээр анхны хөрөнгө оруулалтыг хийх ийм байдлаар анхны суурийг бол тавьж байгаа. Явандаа энэ маань төгсөгч маань оюутнуудаараа буюу хойч үеэрээ дамжуулаад нэгнийхээ тодорхой асуудлуудыг шийддэг тийм стартап экосистем бүрднэ гэж бид нар харж байгаа.
Санхүү эдийн засгийн их сургууль нь олон улсын томоохон хөтөлбөрүүдийн эрхийг авч нутагшуулснаар Монгол улсын дээд боловсролын системд үнэлж баршгүй хувь нэмрийг оруулаад зогсохгүй дэлхийд хүлээн зөвшөөрөгдөх мэргэжилтүүдийг бэлтгэн гаргаж байна. ACCA, CGMA, CFA хөтөлбөрүүдийг дүүргэсэн төгсөгчид олон улсад өрсөлдөх чадварлаг мэргэжилтнүүд хэмээн бүс нутагтаа төдийгүй дэлхийд хүлээн зөвшөөрөгдөж байгаа юм.
Бид бүхэн бол их тодорхой зүйлийг харж байгаа. Тэр нь юу гэхээр Монгол улсыг энэ дижитал шилжилтэд манлайлагчдыг л бид нар төрүүлнэ. Олон улсын одоо тэр шилдэг туршлагуудыг улс орнондоо нутагшуулах хэмжээний мэргэжилтнүүдийг бид нар төрүүлнэ гэж харж байна.
Hello, I'm greeting from Ulaanbaatar, Mongolia. My name is Dr. Sarach, and I'm working as Director for Innovation and Development Office of the University of Finance and Economics. But first, I would like to express my appreciation for my participation in this event. Today, I will present about the platform-based development concept that is applied in our new strategic plan, expected to be implemented until 2031. First of all, I want to share brief information regarding our university for your information. As mentioned in previous videos, the University of Finance and Economics is the oldest education institution that was founded in 1924 after the People's Revolution and proclaimed national independence in early 1920s. During that past history, our university has been developed from vocational school until the national primary university that plays influential role in the higher education sector of Mongolia. Many social and economic figures, including 3 prime ministers of Mongolia, were hosted by our university. Each this day, we are working with more than 300 faculty members and staff and educating more than 6,000 students. In addition, the university is offering joint degree programs with the international universities in China, Taiwan, Korea, the United States, Russia, and United Kingdom. Also, we are so proud of our alumni that is acclaimed in the labor market of Mongolia as well as international level. Recently, our university has endorsed the strategic plan to be implemented 2021 to 31. According to this long-term policy, we have announced our mission to be an entrepreneurial university that is expected to encourage the digital transformation with the national higher education sector and aiming to be internationally recognized through the academic and research provisions. And in order to develop this strategic plan, we have made several researches, including global perspectives of tertiary education and current situation of national higher education sector, as well as institutional analysis. For these international trends and future opportunities and challenges, some basic features are observed. At first, universities have to be an open networking or aiming to be connected with the other regional and furthermore international networks. For this reason, we have considered to harmonize the system due to international standards, regularize the academic activities, open the gates for excellent and talented researchers and teaching staff from other universities as well as business persons to be mentor or guest speakers, etc. Regarding this goal, our university has founded the interdisciplinary department very first time in Mongolia and invite the recognized researchers and professors from each discipline. The team is expected to conduct the collaborative teaching and research activities for entrepreneurship in association with the business, governmental organizations, and professional associations. Second main consideration regarding the global perspective is future necessity that universities should serve for national or regional mission. It means that university has to create values in society and economics, as well as environment. For this reason, our university have created a platform for agricultural, engineering, and technology researchers and experts in order to commercialize their long-term research outputs into the market. Regarding this goal, our university has defined the entrepreneurship and innovation ecosystem model that links local community, government, and research. The University of Finance and Economics is expected to work as main coordinator and articulator for those stakeholders. Just one example of this initiative is that our university is piloting the biochar project. The university has created innovation platform. The researchers are transferring the knowledge and technology to the local people, while local people are producing their biochar products by using the organic wastes like woods and farmstead through this platform. On another side, the mining and agricultural companies are purchasing end products for natural remediation and fertilizing. Last main consideration is international visibility and active engagement in the regional or international network. In order to seek for international recognition, we have piloting the international benchmark programs of English language that is offered by the Oxford University called as English for Academic Purpose. And also, we are aiming to extend our international cooperation. Now we are working to develop joint degree programs with the regional and international universities. We are aiming to broaden the possibilities of the students and intensify exchange programs of faculty members and the staff in order to support the capacity building. Besides the global perspective, I want to share some brief information regarding Mongolian higher education sector's current situation. Now, 95 higher education institutions are operated in total. Out there, about 140,000 students are studying undergraduate and graduate degree levels. Even though deployment of the higher education sector is acceptable according to the statistics of Ministry of Education, but employment rate of graduates is so low because the supply in the labor market is exceeding. That is main reason. Another concern is many income source of higher education institutions is just tuition fee. It limits the competitiveness of the given higher education institutions and also cause the quality of education operations. In addition, the gap between labor demands and university operation is in existence. For this reason, we all need to implement outcome-based education principles that considers demands of the labor and society and reflect stakeholders' feedback into the program curriculum and syllabus. In doing so, Mongolian universities have to link the academic and research functions with the national policy and statements complying in the education sector. In order to realize this goal, we have to make excellent internal quality assurance system by putting the international standards in place. Finally, I'm giving some clarification regarding our university's new strategy based on above-mentioned challenges and problems. We are conceptualizing our policy as well. Our vision is to educate entrepreneurial leaders who are capable to make their own contribution to the sustainable development and competitiveness of their homeland. The mission is to develop as internationalized digital and entrepreneurial university. We are raising core values as excellence in research and education collaborations, academic freedom and entrepreneurial mindset, creative partnership, future-oriented personnel, good governance. We also have determined strategic priorities. The first one is internationalization. University of Finance and Economics will be open platform for talented and gifted creators and connectors of partnership ecosystem. Also, the university will be ranked by Times Higher Education Impact ranking due to its social innovation. The second is digitalization. University of Finance and Economics will be national role model university in the higher education sector as for its technology-based entrepreneurial educational collaborations and research service. Our university is aiming to be a learning institution which is adaptable to the changing environment and prepare flexible policy and continuous improvement. Last one is entrepreneurship. University of Finance and Economics will be a collaboration and development platform dedicated to leaders, innovation developers, and entrepreneurial thinkers who will be able to solve the problems and constraints in society, economics, and environment. Okay, that is my presentation about our development concept that is based on the engagement of all stakeholders and open platform principles. Thank you and wish you all success.
Thank you so much for that amazing video. We really did learn a lot about the work that y'all do there, y'all do in your university, the wonderful work that y'all do, and your strategy, and we hope to be a part of that. And thank you so much for that amazing video. I am hoping that Somaya's internet is now connected better. Somaya, are you here? Let's give her about 2 minutes to join in.
Dear guests, I suggest to give some couple of minutes to Samaya because she's trying to manage with her internet connection. So she said that she will be able to join soon. So sorry for this short break, and I really appreciate your patience.
In the meanwhile, while we're waiting for Samaya to join in, feel free again to put in any questions that you all might have. If our university partners are not available at the moment, they will, because of the time differences, I'm sure they would love to respond to your queries and questions at a later point. Also, it seems that Samaya has connected. Samaya, have you connected?
Yes.
Okay. Before we move on to
Can you hear
Samaya's presentation, wonderful. Great to have you on board, Samaya. Before we move on to Samaya's presentation, I just wanted to also give a great big thank you to Dr. Batbayar from the Financial Economic University of Mongolia for for being such an important part of this presentation and conference, and for working with the team to build on this partnership day and the amazing work that the Financial Economic University of Mongolia is currently doing. All right. Thank you so much for tuning in. And Samaya, the floor is all yours. Just a quick recap. Samaya Vasid is a current Narhos Global Volunteer and is currently working on projects to strengthen Narhos University ties with schools and institutions in Afghanistan, among many other projects. So the floor is yours, Samaya, and thank you for all you do.
Thanks a lot. First of all, I'm really sorry. My apology for kind of the problem that I had with my internet connection. And yes, this is Sumaya Wasid. I am from Afghanistan, a student from Afghanistan. And today I want to take a few moments and talk about my journey to Kazakhstan and my experience of being a volunteer at Narhos University. So my journey starts from winning a scholarship of a UNDP project supported by European Union in 2019. I was a lucky person to win this scholarship, and the scholarship was announced in 2019, and more than 500 women participated in this scholarship, and among those women, only 30 women were selected for this scholarship. Now I'm pursuing my master's degree in finance in Kazakh British Technical University. So the main goal for this scholarship is empowering Afghan women, and empowering women of a country is possible through education. So UNDP and project and European Union took a decision to support these women in specific areas like applied statistics, agriculture, and mining, because we lack expert women in these areas. So they find out about the problems of these areas and try to support women who are interested in these fields of study in order to pursue their postgraduate studies here in Kazakhstan, Almaty, Kazakhstan. So the project will starts from 2019 and will continue till 2025 with the same amount of students and with the same fields of study. What I have achieved during this terms of doing my master degree and being in this project is launching my own business in Afghanistan, in my own country, named by Mom Cookies, and it's related to food industry, of course. And I was able to start my business only because of the motivation that I got from the women of Kazakhstan. I had the idea from many years in my mind, but I never had the courage of starting my own business. But when I came to Kazakhstan in Almaty, I saw many women's, or I can say majority of the women, I saw that they are working as an entrepreneur and they're working in business areas. So I got the motivation that, okay, why not? If the women of this country are able to start their own business, so why not? Why I can't start my own business, and forgetting about these problems that we have in our own country regarding the society judgment and many other things. So I can say that starting my own business is one of the biggest achievements that I have had during this project. Now, coming to Narcos University and how I become a volunteer of this university is also, I can refer to the last year after launching my own business and coming back to Almaty from summer holidays. I was curious about the job markets of Almaty and Kazakhstan, that how it works, how international students and international people can join this market and be a volunteer or maybe have a job opportunity in this country. So luckily I referred to Narcos University and they accepted me, and I'm working with the most talented and active team of Narcos University, which is International Development and Partnership Office. You can see their faces in this picture. Only Lenora's picture is not here, because Lenora is the first person that I started working with her, and they all are very powerful women, and they are all supportive. They have supported me in order to complete the task and bring unique things in the table to this university. And I'm so happy that I have the opportunity to work as a volunteer in Narcos University. Now I want to just highlight some special events that I was involved in it. And I mean, beside the other tasks that I have done being as a volunteer in Narcos University. So the very first event that I was involved was an online webinar about global education opportunities. And in this webinar, my task was to search about international scholarships for international students all over the world, and how they can find reliable sources and reliable funds and organizations for pursuing their postgraduate studies and graduate studies, and also in order to find out how students can find some grant and funds, especially in Kazakhstan as well. Because since I'm living right now in Kazakhstan and studying in Kazakhstan, I had to search for the Kazakhstan as well. So this was the very first event that I was involved, and we all have done it successfully. The next event that I was involved was a live session with the NGS Embassy, and it was a global student podcast. The podcast was all about the new picture or the new side of Afghanistan, because since our country is unfortunately, I can say that, have the fame or the reputation of very bad things, unfortunately, especially about the war in Afghanistan. So everyone has a bad picture from Afghanistan, which is every day is showing through the social medias. But social media never showed to the people the real face of Afghanistan. I mean, some areas that Afghanistan has promotion on it, and also some achievements that they have had during this time after ending of the war. So in this live session, I had the opportunity to show for all the students and people who were following NGS Embassy the new picture of Afghanistan, the new picture of people of Afghanistan, how women and the rights of women are implemented in this country. How is this possible for a woman like me, for any other students in Afghanistan as a girl to be able to travel abroad without the help of any men or many other things. And also here we discussed about the export and imports of Afghanistan, how the economy of Afghanistan was changed steadily after ending of the 3 decades of war. So the whole session was about the new sides of Afghanistan and new picture of Afghanistan. And I was doing this live session with Miss Arjan, that I'm really thankful for her that she gave me this opportunity to present a new face of Afghanistan. And kind of, I tried my best to get rid of the bad picture of Afghanistan, but yet we will have some kind of bad perceptions about Afghanistan or about the people of Afghanistan. But if I want to continue, now I'm working on academic mobility. It's a new task for me. I'm working on academic mobility between Narcos and Kordon universities. Kordon University is a famous university in Afghanistan, and they're working the same on specific areas like economy and law, and as the Narcos University is doing. So this university has a good reputation in Afghanistan. The students of this university has the highest value in our own country. This country, this university is supporting students in many other areas. The Kordon University tries their best in order to pave the way for students of Afghanistan to have the ability to go abroad, study abroad, and they are supporting their students in order to find out about the scholarships and many other things. Yet we don't have in Afghanistan many other opportunities to for exchange program, specifically for exchange program. So luckily, Narcos University is supporting this kind of relationship between Narcos and Kordon University, and they gave me the opportunity to build this relationship in order to put a unique things in the table for both Kordon University in my own country in Kabul and for Narcos University. And I'm sure this is also one of the biggest achievements that I will have during being a volunteer of Narcos University, because this would be, I can say that a privilege for me to do this and to complete this task in order to build the academic mobility between Narcos and Kordon University, because I am sure that many students will be eager to study in Narcos University, since they will all know about how Narcos University is a unique university and is a very reliable source for studying in Almaty or Kazakhstan, in order to have a very good quality or a standard quality of studying. And beside that, I'm also working on academic mobility of between Kordon School and Narcos University as well. So the main task of that project is the promotion of Narcos University for Kordon school students, so that they can find out about Narcos University and pursue their studies after graduating from the school and Narcos University. And also, one of the tasks that I have, I got to complete it before ending my contracts, is translating Narcos global page to my own language, which is Dari, and the national language of Afghanistan is Dari and Pashto, but specifically most of the people of Afghanistan are speaking in Dari. So my task will be to translate this page to Dari in order to pave the way for students of Afghanistan to know more about Narcos in their own language, and find out about best opportunities and best studies of Narcos University through reading the webpage with their own language. Now, beside the things that I have done here at Narcos University and the formalities, I just want to mention some kind of things that I faced here in Kazakhstan when I came, and my experiences of living in Kazakhstan and how was my life in Kazakhstan. At first, I want to mention about expectation versus realities. One of the expectations that I have had from Kazakhstan was that this country will speak in English. I mean, the people of this country will be the speaker of English. But unfortunately, since I didn't search about it, I was a little bit disappointed. But when I came here, I saw that, okay, the people of Kazakhstan, they are speaking in Russian, and Russian is also a known language all over the world, that most of the countries located in Central Asia, they are speaking in Russian. So this would be a good opportunity for me to learn Russian language as well. So why not? And after that, I was a little bit satisfied that, okay, I have another opportunity to read about it. And one thing else that I didn't, I wasn't expected about Kazakhstan was the nature of Kazakhstan. I never thought that the nature of Kazakhstan would be this much green, and the climate would be this much kind of soft and beautiful. But when I came to Kazakhstan, I saw that, okay, Almaty, especially Almaty, is very green. It has a green nature, the environment, and the weather of Almaty is so beautiful. I was always thinking that Swiss or Switzerland is the only place that would be like the heaven, but I can say that after coming to Kazakhstan, especially Almaty, I saw that no, there is another city, there is another country that has the same green nature as Swiss. So I was so happy, and I am happy that I'm living in a green country. And I'm sure that, and I can see that the people of Kazakhstan are enjoying from the nature and the environment of their own country. Famous places that I have been is Big Almaty Lake, Koktobi, and also one of the famous church and historical church of here in Kazakhstan, and many other famous historical buildings located in Almaty. This place is really beautiful. These places are really beautiful, and I'm enjoying from being every moment in Kazakhstan. And since I'm a person and who loves who loves the winter a lot, so I had the opportunity here to experience things that I have never experienced it in my life, especially about ice skating, especially about ski and many other things. Many other winter games. And I was able to go to these places and enjoy from being in the winter here in Almaty. This was, I'm saying that Almaty and Kazakhstan is my first experience of being abroad, because I have never been to any other country in my whole life, and Kazakhstan is the first place. So I can say that we have a quote that that the first impression is the last impression. I have had an amazing impression from Kazakhstan, an amazing picture from Kazakhstan that I will never forget it in my whole life up until that I'm alive. And I would remind myself that how amazing this was being in Almaty, how amazing it was to be a volunteer of Narkovsk University, because the people of this country give me this opportunity to be more active and to do my best in order to be an active student besides being an active woman from Afghanistan. So I'm really, really happy and thankful for all of them. And here I want to thank from Narkovsk University as well for giving me this chance to be their volunteer. And I'm sure after me, and whoever wants to be a volunteer of Narkovsk, they will definitely enjoy it. Thanks a lot, Lenora. That's it. Lenora, can you hear me?
Thank you. Yes, thank you so much, Samaya, for your pure experience. Talking about your experience on behalf of Narkovsk University has been such a pleasure to work with you. We learn from each other every day, and we really wish you all the best in all your future endeavors. The sky is the limit. That's something you've shown us with your work ethic and all that you do. If you don't mind, Samaya, we've got a couple of questions from our YouTube viewing. So if you don't mind answering it. So from Yekaterina Kalugina, she asked, Dear Samaya, was it challenging for a woman to start her business in Afghanistan?
Well, I have to admit that starting a business in Afghanistan for a woman or for a girl is not that much easy as it is easy here in Kazakhstan, because you have you will face a lot of challenges to solve it. First of all, you have to satisfy and convince everyone that okay, if you are a girl, you can start your own business here in Afghanistan. Although it's not that much tough to start it, but the main problem or the main issue regarding starting a business is the judgment of society, or the society judgment that they will judge about you, that whether you are a good girl or not, why you want to start a business, what is the necessity for you to start a business. If you are a woman, you have to sit in your house. But despite these things, families and friends and people who are supporting women these days, and we have many entrepreneurs, we have many women and girls who start their startups, although they have small and big businesses, but yet we can see a new face of Afghanistan that they support women in order to start their business. And yes, of course, it was very challenging and difficult for me, especially searching and looking for the products that I wanted for my business, and it was really tough because we are living in a male-dominated country, and everything is kind of very tough to deal with these kinds of community when you are in.
Thank you so much for that. And it just to highlight the point that you're bringing about is that women can do anything, especially if they set their mind to it, and you are a walking example of that. And we are so glad that we had an opportunity to be a part of your career growth. Thank you for answering that question. We have another question. Dear Samaya, how do you feel your experience as a Narhos Global Volunteer will build upon your career?
Well, actually, I am so happy, and this is an honor for me to have the opportunity working as a volunteer at Narhos University. And first of all, it will have two impact in my career, in my lessons as well. First of all, the first impact is that, as you said, that the world is not limit, and it gave me the idea that if you travel in another country, even if it is your first experience, you will have the opportunity to work with them. No one will kind of judge you, or no one will kind of put you in a situation that no, you are not from this country and you don't have this opportunity to work. So definitely I saw this one, and it will affect my level of confidence to be more confident that if I go and travel in another country, I will definitely have the opportunity as I had in Kazakhstan, since it was my first travel. And regarding my career, how it will affect, since I am doing my master degree in finance, although it's not that much kind of related, but why not? As a student, as a master's degree student, I'm doing a lot for my country, especially if we kind of agree to sign the contract with regarding academic mobility with Narhos and Kardan University. This way I'm gaining a big achievement in my life in order to support at least one part of my responsibility regarding the students of Afghanistan. This will pave the way for students of Afghanistan to study 1 semester or 2 semesters abroad and go back to their own country. And it will, again, I'm saying it will level up my confidence in order to do more, in order to be more active as a young woman of Afghanistan here in another country or in my own country. So it will definitely expand my career to work more on the education side as well.
That's wonderful. And we wish you all the best in that, Samaya. We truly foresee great things coming from you, and we would always be here to assist you in any way that we can. A last question before we let you go is, what advice would you have for Narhos, for prospective Narhos Global Volunteers in regards to your experience with us so far? What would you advise them to get into? What areas to focus on? areas that they can think about, how they could contribute to before they apply, and how to just, in general, how to go about it?
I think my advice would be that if you apply to be a volunteer at Narcos University, first of all, you will have the opportunity to be your own self, to be a kind of an independent person, and bring new ideas to the university, or bring new ideas in order to kind of brainstorm with the team of that, with the team that you are working. So my advice would be kind of to be very curious, be very kind of a person to search more, or to look forward for a new opportunities that the university team will give you, because this way you will find out, because the team will support you in order to find out some solution, or for the problems that you have maybe in your own country, or maybe kind of the gaps that you can, or you are able to fill it. So I think this is one of the biggest chance for a person, or I can say this is the biggest opportunity for a person in order to be a volunteer at Narcos University. So my advice would be, in order to be more curious, to be more active. As much as you are active, this team will definitely support you as long as you are working here at Narcos University. So look forward and search for the new ideas, for the new gaps that you are able to complete it or accomplish it through being a volunteer of Narcos University.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Samaya. Thank you for all that you do and for being a part of this conference. To all prospective Narcos Global volunteers, to all, and that could be anyone, that could be you who's sitting somewhere in the States, or in Europe, or in India, or in Southeast Asia, or in Africa, or in the Middle East. We look forward to having you join our team. We look forward to having you be a part of the bigger plan of internationalization. And we believe that every single person can do their bit. Every single person's experience can build upon our dreams into making Narcos, into sustaining Narcos' internationalization dream. So thank you so much for your time, Samaya, and good luck. Before we sign off for today's morning session, I wanted to bring aboard Anel Amritova to talk a little bit more about the Narcos Global Office's work and some of their initiatives. So Anel, the floor is all yours.
Many thanks to my colleague Lenora Krylov for the excellent moderation, and greetings to our dear speakers. Thank you so much, Lenora. It was really very interesting, and I hope all the guests and participants will enjoyed our morning session. Good afternoon, dear friends, guests and speakers. We are very glad and proud to welcome you today on our Global Partnership Day. Thank you for your time, and starting from this moment, I will lead the moderation with our dearest partners further. Let me first share our global email, so you can address all your inquiries, your questions to our speakers and moderators, and we will definitely send your questions to our speakers and experts and get the answers ASAP. So here is our email. We will be waiting for your questions. In accordance with the program of the Global Partnership Day, we welcome speakers from sunny Pakistan. Lahore University of Management Sciences is a private research university located in Lahore, Punjab, in Pakistan. LUMS, which is shortly, is our partner university since 2020, and I would like to give the floor to Dr. Farooq Khan, who is an associate professor of post-colonial studies in the Department of Humanities and Social Sciences, and currently he's serving as the director, Office of International Affairs at Lahore University of Management Sciences. And the topic of today's talk will be looking east, exploring the new horizons through internationalization. So please, Dr. Han, the floor is yours. Can you hear us and see us?
Yes, I can. Thank you very much. I'm just sharing my my presentation. Can you see my presentation?
Yes. Yes, sure.
Okay.
Thank you.
Somehow I can't seem to be able to see my presentation, which is that's a bit strange. Okay. I have no idea why this resized. Share someone optimize. This has never happened, so I have no idea why it's happening now. Maybe should I just
Global Week presentation, which is the last on the right side of the screen, isn't it?
Yeah.
So there is the problem of screen. Ah, okay.
You're able to see it now? Yeah.
Yes, yes, we can see it now.
Okay. All right. And let me just go to the presentation mode. All right. Thank you very much. This is indeed a pleasure. And again, I wish it wasn't pandemic that one was actually able to meet and interact with people face to face. But this is where we are. So I guess we'll just try to work with that. But this is a great opportunity, and I'm very happy to be here. So this is the topic that I've chosen: looking east, exploring new horizons through internationalization, and this is why I feel that this is something which is important. I feel that Pakistan has had historic links with Central Asian republics, Kazakhstan being one, and many of these are kind of connections which predate the formation of a nation state, which is how we operate in the last, or which is how we've operated in the last 200 or so years. But I think, like Pakistan's links, we need to be aware of the time in which one measures connections, not necessarily in the way that they are perceived right now. And again, as far as Kazakhstan is concerned, Pakistan was one of the countries, one of the first countries which recognized Kazakhstan once it gained independence. COVID, as we all know, it has upturned many conventional paradigms through which the world and the existing inbuilt-in systems are perceived. What do I mean by that? What I mean by that is that before the onset of pandemic, there were certain things which one just assumed that that's what they were, which is that, again, as far as the quote-unquote advanced or Western countries were concerned, these were people who had the best health and educational systems, best at everything. Okay, that these were the things which were most advanced. All it took was less than few months of COVID, that the health systems, so many other things were kind of turned on their head. So I think what the pandemic has done is that things that which we believed were to be true, these things have one needs to kind of re-examine some of these notions. And again, since I work as an academic at an academic institution, for me, I think like one of the things that one has felt necessary once the pandemic is over is that we need to have a greater understanding or a greater opportunity where the collaboration which is carried out not just between nations but between educational institutions is not entirely just based on economics and the notions of development. Okay, and that kind of leads to my second point, which is that one feels that there are almost inbuilt biases which exist if one is talking about the quote unquote the well-developed nations and other developing nations. I think that is something where one is not saying that one should do away with those with those collaborations, but what one is saying is that I think the newer collaborations need to be established where both the parties are at par with one another. There are things which are more important than economics and development, which determine what it is that one is planning to kind of look at. Okay. So again, as far as Pakistan is concerned, as far as LUMS is concerned, we have LUMS houses, what is Mehboob Haq Research Center at LUMS, which was for the last 30 years or so, has been kind of coming out with the most comprehensive reports about issues which are related to the UN's SDGs, yeah. And what is it that it does? It does is that, in a sense, this is a flagship center for social science research. It supports international research scholarship teaching on the issues of human development, social exclusion, and inequality in South Asia. And it's divided into 8 clusters, which are listed here. They include firms, cities, technology in society, education, inequality, poverty, social inclusion, energy, environment, which is the new big word, and something that, again, as a world confronts us, public finance, political economy, and governance. And these clusters, one feel that they have considerable overlap with the UN SDGs. With nearly 1/3 of its population within school-going age and 2/3 waiting for higher and further education, Pakistan is an opportune context for strategic and significant investments in educational planning and delivery, and that is something which the successive governments have been doing to meet these goals. Again, some of the research being undertaken. And I'll just share maybe 3 examples or 3 research questions which are posed, which is how does education contribute to intergenerational mobilities, whether socio-economic or value-centered. Another one is how do core components of educational practices such as teaching, learning, governance mediate social change through learning / coherent framework. And the third, I think, which is something very important, and again directly ties in to the sustainable goals, which is development goals, which is that how can education technology improve emergency preparedness in Pakistan, especially for learning loss recovery amongst the school-going, out-of-school children, or due to widespread emergency of school closures, which is something that maybe not just Pakistan, but most of the world is faced at this particular time. There is, again, a question of the energy, environment, and public health cluster at Mehboob Haq, which weaves together knowledge from natural and social sciences to create intertransdisciplinary scholarship that transforms policies in these particular fields. And Pakistan, just like I think most of the other countries, faces various interlinked challenges related to environment and energy and public health. And currently, some of the topics which are being covered here include employing a mixed method, including causal inference, dynamic optimization, and cost-benefit analysis in research work, working on randomized control trials investigating the behavioral consequences of short-term exposure to air pollution and public dissemination of firms' emissions data, etc. Understanding the social and physiological factors associated with increase in fertility rate and its impact on maternal and child health. The last, and again, these are just some of the things which are being undertaken, studying to what extent use of off-grid and distributed renewable systems such as solar and wind can play a role in bridging the energy access gap. So a little bit about LUMS to the friends here who wouldn't necessarily be aware of our university. LUMS was a university, a not-for-profit university, which was started in 1985. Again, as far as the rankings, we are a young university, but in a short span of time, we've been able to kind of make an impression, not just on the region, but I think like on an international scale, and that one is able to say so because there are very few academic institutions of excellence which does not have students from LUMS participating and doing extremely well there. As far as the rankings are concerned, we are 95 in the QS Asia University rankings. Our business school is the first AA CSB internationally accredited business school in Pakistan. We are amongst the top 250 universities in the QS graduate employability rankings, and amongst the top 50 in similar rankings for Asia. So, and these are just some of the kind of acknowledgements that LUMS has acquired in such a short span of time. As far as our student body is concerned, we have about 4,500 students, and say maybe around 300 of these would be graduate students, and these are in different fields, including MBA or in engineering, and there are different types of engineering and computer science degrees which are offered at LUMS. In total, we have 5 schools. Suleiman Daud School of Business. This is the oldest school. Mushtaq Ahmad Gurmani School of Humanities, where I teach. This is the largest school. Sayyid Babar Ali School of Science and Engineering. Sheikh Ahmad Hassan School of Law. And Sayyid Hassan and Maratib Ali School of Education, which is the newest school that we have. The undergraduate programs induct students through SATs, and we are the only university where this is mandatory as far as Pakistan is concerned, and students in graduate programs are admitted through the GRE and GMAT. So these are again internationally acknowledged entrance requirements. What are the key strengths of LUMS? Medium of instruction is entirely in English. Our 95% of our faculty is trained from abroad, and they come from highly ranked universities such as Oxford, Cambridge, Yale, Princeton, Harvard, to name but a few. And these are people mostly of Pakistani origin, but we do have some faculty from Germany, Italy, Spain, US, and few other places who teach here as well. LUMS offers a wide range of courses for all inbound exchange students. So as far as we are concerned, there are no courses which are out of bounds for them. The students who are coming in from outside, they're welcome to take all of the courses which are offered to LUMS students. It has a safe and secure campus, over 100 acres, offering on-campus housing, dining, sports, and recreational facilities. And to encourage exchange programs at LUMS, we offer subsidized accommodation, allocation of a student buddy. These are again for people who are coming in and so that they fit in well. There are like one or more students who are assigned to that particular person for a certain amount of time, and they help them explore the city, the university, and maybe meet up with people from here. And they are welcome for the student organized and subsidized tours of historical, cultural, and adventure sites in Lahore, which again, it's one of the historic cities of South Asia, more than 2,000 year old city, and the adjoining cities as far as Pakistan is concerned. And again, I have recently taken over as the director of the Office of International Affairs. And again, I have two colleagues who are also here, Zanab Masood and Gulmina. And I am kind of learning the ropes, so to speak, from them. And these are some of the things that we feel that our team here does, which is the mission is to give strategic and operational direction to LUMS's continuing internationalization. This is something I think in the last decade or so, it is something which has gained a considerable currency, that one needs to kind of step out, one needs to have these sites of interaction. And as far as Pakistan and LUMS is concerned, we have had people who've gone from here to the best universities in the world. But the last 15 years or so, due to regional and security issues, and there were certain difficulties that people were facing. But we are hoping that from now onwards, things have become much better, much more conducive for the world to benefit from what LUMS and Pakistan has to offer. So one of the things that we have to do is developing these international linkages to make our footprint in the global place much more prominent. And that is something that we've been doing by sending our students outside, but now we feel that we are open. It's time to bring more students into LUMS as well. It is to the office acts as a liaison between international and national entities, facilitates international collaboration in line with global standards, and serves as a source of international opportunities, information, and resources. One of our aims is again to increase the visibility and impact of LUMS around the world through global engagement. And one hopes, and again, OIA definitely hopes to create global learning opportunities on campus and abroad, bring international resources on campus, cultivate partnerships and connection with global institutions such as NARHAS, and to be kind of engaged continually with some of the best institutions of the world. What is it that LUMS or the office of OIA has been able to do during pandemic is one of the big, I think, missions, one of the big kind of maybe tasks we had was to retain the faculty, staff, and students' engagement and enthusiasm for ongoing internationalization efforts. Again, because I think the pandemic, the COVID, continues to put such pressure on human, societal, and on national levels, that there were certain things we felt that it was just something which required a little bit more effort, and that is something that we have continued to do. Maintaining positive relationships with international partners. And again, this particular presentation or this particular exercise is an example of that now, that even though one is not able to have face-to-face interaction, but we are continuing to engage with existing and hopefully new partners, exploring new avenues and institutions to further build on the internationalization of LUMS. Right now, one of the extremely important and significant programs we are engaged in is called Be International Project. This is under the Erasmus agreement to further strengthen OIA's long-term goals and internationalization strategy. In this, what we have is there are 4 academic institutions from the European Union, and they are paired up with 4 institutions in Pakistan, and the focus is entirely on the internationalization strategies that have been employed by them, and through workshops and interaction, hopefully that knowledge will be transferred to us as well. And again, other things that we have focused on is modality of online instruction. LAMSO was one of the first institutions, and again, which had a fantastic this kind of technological transformation that took place. And the reason we were able to do so smoothly was the existing infrastructure that we had. So again, there were a number of courses which were offered immediately, and so that the faculty could be retrained, and with again certain amount of maybe teething issues, we were able to move to online medium of instruction. We continue to encourage students to apply for foreign exchange programs. Again, most of the interviews which are conducted maybe by Gulmina and Zainab, these are things which are done online, but that's a work which has not really stopped. We continue, again, this being one such example, our communication with our partner institutions and working to accommodate students who have been on exchange during the pandemic. Now, this is something which had caused a significant amount of worry, but one feels that this is something that OIA has been on top of. And LUMS has completely been online since the pandemic started. Again, for anyone who is interested in getting in touch, this is our contact information, and I'll be happy to share this and anything else that people might want to know. And so again, last picture, it's not showing. So otherwise there was another picture that I had, but that's the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for listening, and I'm happy to answer any questions that people may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Han, for your very interesting presentation. I hope everyone was enjoying your presentation. And not taking the time, I would like to shift to the Q&A session. So we have one question on our YouTube channel. So does Lahore University of Management Sciences plan to participate in UI Green Metric ranking and the Times Higher Education Impact ranking?
It does, and again, as I said, that because I'm someone who is new to this particular job, but it is, I think, already a participant in the Times higher ranking. So I don't know, Gulmina or Zainab, if they are here, maybe I don't know whether they are able to answer this question or not. Gulmina, can you answer that, please?
Yes, sure. Hello, everyone. I am Gulmina Robani. I am the Program Officer for the Office of International Affairs at LUMS. So yes, we have been a part of the Times Education, rankings, and so far, I believe we also have those rankings. So yeah, we have been a participant of that. Yes.
Okay, thank you for the answer. So, dear participants, dear guests, if you have further questions to Dr. Han and Ms. Gulmina, so you can ask to drop your questions to the chat box. And if somebody is following us on YouTube on live, so we are also welcome your questions on the chat box there. What kind of facilities do LUMS provide to the international students under this, this situation with pandemic and other things that have changed recently?
Gulmina, can you answer that, please?
Sure. So as a representative of the Office of International Affairs, we have quite a few, facilities that are available on campus. So that includes, dining facilities. So we do have dining facilities, and of course, we also have an on-campus accommodation available. So we have hostels which are available on campus. We have a beautiful 100-acre campus, and it is aesthetically very pleasing to the eye. Apart from that, the LUMS also offers, sports facilities. So on-campus sports facilities, including, there's basketball court, there's a tennis court, there's a swimming pool. So, we have everything covered within that as well. Apart from that, we also have, the 5 schools that are located are within the campus, and all the 5 schools, I can say that with a lot of pride, is that they have, like I said, they have huge classrooms, and the facilities are top notch, and if I might say, they are to the international standard that they meet. So of course, we have all sorts of facilities, including those that are available on campus.
Okay, thank you so much for your answer, and thank you for all the presentation. It was really interesting, and to know how Office of International Affairs runs its national activities under all this under the situation of pandemic. And I would also like to mention that it was very pleased to welcome your delegation of International Office on 2019, I guess. It was a visit of the LUMS colleagues. It was very interesting, and we saw a lot of beautiful, colorful brochures with the photos of campus. It is green and very beautiful, like red bricks buildings. So thank you for such opportunity to get acquainted with the university, and thank you for today's presentation. So if we do not have any further questions to our colleagues, now we have one question more. So can our host students study for free as an exchange students at LUMS, or what's the tuition fee? I think this is the question about, yes, this is about the exchange between our university, like bilateral exchange.
All right. Okay. So how the international exchanges work at LUMS is that as a part of the agreement, the Office of International Affairs at LUMS has, and of course LUMS in itself has stated, and we request that to our partner institutes as well, that any of our students that are going to the host institute or anyone coming into LUMS, so they do not have to pay the tuition fee at the host institute. So the tuition fee at the host institute is waived off, meaning if our student goes to a host institute abroad or any student coming into LUMS, they do not have to pay the fee at LUMS. They have to pay the fee at their host institution, that is the tuition fee. And similarly, if our student goes to the university abroad, so our student has to pay the tuition fee at LUMS and not the host institute. So this is how it works. But of course, apart from that, like it was stated in the presentation as well by Dr. Farooq, we do offer subsidized accommodation, and we do offer any facilities. Apart from that, we also offer pick and drop from the airport, and helping the students along the way and trying to make them as comfortable within LUMS as possible. And LUMS is very accommodative in that regard, and our students are very welcoming to students that have come from any place across the world. So they're very open to that, and we're open to that. And so this is how it works for exchange students.
Okay, thank you so much. So I guess we are done with the question and answer session. So let me express my honor to invite you today to our Global Partnership Day and give a thank for your presentation again. And with your permission, we are switching to our next global speaker. So now, dear friends, I would like to invite to our next partner, which is the Beijing Foreign Studies University. But unfortunately, the speaker would not be able to speak today. But our Chinese colleagues were happy to share a link with their video and also allowed me to tell about their university in my person. But before starting, I would like to again say that you have an opportunity to address all your questions to the Beijing Foreign Studies University right into our global email, which is in the chat box you can see. And I would also like you to follow our social networks, which I'm sharing you right now, also in the chat box. And you can follow all the latest news regarding our global days and etc. on our Facebook and Instagram. So to start, I would like just say a couple of words about the Beijing Foreign Studies Universities, which is in short BFSU. This is the university in the Beijing in China. So BFSU boasts of the oldest language programs in China, offering the largest number of foreign language majors on different educational levels. BFSU is a notable as research university specializing in foreign studies, according to recent collegiate ranking. It is a Chinese Ministry of Education, a double first-class discipline university with a double first-class status in certain disciplines, has been a partner of Northwest University starting from 2020. So to begin the presentation, I would like to share a short video of BFSU. Give me a second, please. Okay.
Life is full of adventures, and one of them is studying abroad. I'm so glad that BFSU gave me the chance to experience a different culture and to learn new things. Although I'll miss my friends, I'm so excited to start my journey in China. I remember on my first day, I was a little nervous, but when I looked around, the people here were new students just like me, and they're so friendly, and I even made some friends. When I first went into my room, I remember thinking, wow, this room is good, and it's going to be my home for the next 4 years. I knew I would miss my family, but I'd make the best of my stay here. Being new to this place, Sam, who lives next door, helped me to settle into the new room, and he would become my best friend for the years to come. And we still keep in contact, even after all this time. Lectures were interesting, and it helped me to understand what we are learning through case studies and discussions. Asking questions helped me clear my doubts, and I benefited from the conversations I had during class, which gave me the initial idea to start up a new business. lessons taught were relevant, which inspired me to solve issues faced by many students in the university. With a group of like-minded individuals, I was able to have fruitful discussions about possible solutions and business ideas. Putting what we learned into practice to help the community of learners was honestly very satisfying and encouraged me to persevere on even though there were times we would get stuck. The lecturers would always spare time to help us, no matter how small the problem may be. BFSU gave us room to network, which is really important when I wanted to learn more from others and improve myself. The people were very helpful and were always thinking about more ways to improve the world we live in.
Look at my friends here!
This may be the end of my university days, but it is the beginning of a new phase in my life. Entering BFSU broadened my horizon to look beyond myself and achieve greater things. What the school has imparted to me, I will do my best to impart to others too.
Okay, thank you for attention. Thank you for watching this video. Now I would like to switch on to the presentation and shortly tell you about this Beijing Foreign Studies University. Let me share my screen. Okay. So I hope everybody can see my screen. Okay. So as I already mentioned before, Beijing Foreign Studies University, this is one of the higher ranked international university, not only in China, but in the whole Asia. And I would like to start with the contents. First of all, I would like to share the information about who is BFSU. Secondly, I would like to tell about their achievements. Thirdly, we will try to discuss the programs of the BFSU. And of course, I will share the contacts for you to address your question and inquiries to the representative of this university. We are starting with the first part of the agenda. The whole university, BFSU has 211 project universities and a cradle of diplomas, over 400 ambassadors alumni. It was founded in 1941, which BFSU celebrate this year the 80th year. And the first foreign studies university in China, as was mentioned earlier. We are partners with the International Business School of BFSU. That is why I will broaden a little bit to the information about the International Business School. It is necessary to say that it is the English taught or Chinese taught business programs coupled with a language study, which I will show you later in the program. And international faculty and Chinese faculty with the international experience. So they have very rich faculty with the international experience and extensive international partnership with 400 universities in more than 80 countries all over the world. And also a business school is ranked #2 in students satisfaction rate by the national survey. The last thing that I would like to mention, that the graduates' first year salary rank among top 3 in China, which is amazing. Here you can see the locations of the BFSU. So you can see 2 locations. Next one, we will tell you about their achievements. So, as was said before, this year is the anniversary celebration, 80 years since foundation of the university, and birthday of the International Business School this year, also the anniversary of 20th year since its foundation. Here we can see how BFSU running their partnership worldwide. In this map, you can see numerous of companies, universities, and other international organizations with whom BFSU is running their partnership. Yes. And towards the accreditation, I would like to say that they are AACSB member as NARHOS also. Also, they have their QS stars rating system, CPA Australia accreditation, and ACBSB accreditation candidate for accreditation. Okay, turning to the research, it is necessary to say that the Research Center for the Internationalization of Companies from Emerging Economics, or ICEE Center, was initiated by the International Business School of BFSU in 2021 in collaboration with their international partners, which you saw before. They are also providing the student case competition, a research center at overseas partner institution, and developing the cooperation with Chinese enterprises in other countries. Some statistical information about alumni. You can see so the the top one is the finance. The top 2 is economics and trade, and top 4 businesses. Okay, and here are some pictures of the new buildings, which looks very amazing. And unfortunately, I was not be able to visit this wonderful university before, but I think I have to plan this visit in the very soon. Here are the dormitories, the new picture, the pictures of the new dormitories, which look very cozy. The third point, we are switching to the programs. So BFSU provides their study programs offline, and APP. Here we can see the instruction languages, which is Mandarin, English, and the requirements for Mandarin by the entry to the program is HSK 5 plus 2 distributional elective courses taught in Chinese. This is about the English instructed, the Chinese instructed, from Mandarin to English, it is HSK examination needed. So what are the programs? Here you can see for the bachelor, the international business schools provide such programs as e-commerce, international finance, Chinese business studies, and in both campuses, there are programs of international marketing, international business, international economics and trade. So for the masters, we can see international business, which provided in both campuses, plus finance and MBA. Also, there is an opportunity to get the certificate in the Chinese business studies and e-commerce in China, both online and offline. And to study the languages, which is Chinese and International Foundation. Here are the entry requirements and tuitions that you can see here. In standard, the bachelor is 4 years, both for English taught and Chinese taught students. As you can see, the tuition fee for bachelor is from 5,000 to 5,700. And the entry requirements are the completion of the high school and the HSK 6.0 or equivalent. This is for English taught bachelors, and for Chinese bachelors, it is HSK 4 or equivalent interview if necessary. Yes, for masters, the same. You can see the tuition fees and the entry requirements for doing this. Your certificate, you will spend just half a year, and the tuition for the certificate program is $3,100 US dollars. And for the preparation in general Chinese, it is from half an hour till the 1 year, and the tuition fees is 1,100 US dollars, and HSK 3 for applying preparation Chinese is needed as well. So online certificate. These are the list of courses that you can bring to get your certificate online. This is the China Culture Business Certificate, the Government and Politics in China, Doing Business in China, Marketing in China, E-commerce in China, Chinese Business Law, Strategic Management in China, Cross-Border E-commerce and International Trade, Internet Marketing, Innovation and Entrepreneurship. Also, our colleagues from the BFSU asked us to note that the courses are available in different semesters, and to be awarded with the certificate, students need to successfully accomplish at least 5 courses within 2 years. The next slide shows us the entry requirements and tuitions for online certificate. Here you can see the study period, which is from half an hour to 2 years, and the tuition fees, as mentioned before, is 3,000 per course. It is about 450 US dollars per course. 10% tuition fees, tuition exemption applies if studies sign up for more than 2 online courses. And 5% tuition exemption applies for the first year if students sign up for degree programs in IBS BFSU. Intakes. So this is the spring semester and the fall semester, and the entry requirement, as we saw before, this is the high school graduates. The second requirement is IELTS 6.0 or TOEFL IBT 79 or equivalent, which will be interviewed if necessary. The roadmap to make your choice. So with sufficient English skills, they provide such like suggestions. Bachelor of Management includes the international business, international marketing, international finance, e-commerce, Chinese business studies, and Bachelor of Economics includes the international economics and trade, and for masters it is the international business. and with sufficient Mandarin skills. Bachelor of Management includes as well as for the English skills all these 4 programs which I mentioned before. The Bachelor of Economics, also the International Economics and Trade, and for Master they offer the International Business and Finance. Both English skills and Mandarin skills includes the Mandarin study and English language study. These studies are included into the curriculum. If you are planning to pursue a degree program but the language proficiency does not satisfy the admission requirements, our dear colleagues suggest the foundation programs, which you can see on the slide. And if you are seeking a study abroad semester or have interest in how to do business in China online or offline, you also can see on this second table. If you are planning to improve the proficiency of Chinese language, also both online and offline, available to see on the third table. Just a brief note. I just wanted to say that if you would need to get this presentation, you can write also to the global email of Narhos University. We will get the permission from our Chinese colleagues if we can distribute this presentation to all of interested persons. So we will send you this presentation. So the next slide are the checklist of the required documents and items. So the first of all, you will have to do your application online on this link, followed by this link. The second, the custody release form, affirmative letter, as well as the copy of photo page of passport, a copy of guardian photo page of passport. This is for those who signed on the custody release form. Sorry, proof of language proficiency. This could be examinations of TOEFL, IELTS, or TOEIC, English instructed program, HSK, Chinese instructed program. Also, you need to provide your transcripts, mark sheets, original or validated copies, diploma or degree certificate, also validated copies are available to admit. A personal statement, a letter or letters of recommendation, the resume, master program applicants only. Application fee CNY is 800. Interview if necessary. So here you can see this checklist. If we go further on this slide, we can see which kind of scholarships for degree programs the Beijing Foreign Studies Universities provides to the applicants. So the Chinese government scholarship, which is Silk Road Scholarship, provincial scholarship by Beijing Municipal Government Scholarship, One Belt One Road Scholarship, and school scholarship also provided by the International Business School Scholarship for outstanding students available to study at the International Business School and the FSU. Scholarship qualifications, degree programs. So the minimum requirements on academic performance This is the average score, 80 out of 100, GPA 3.2 out of 4 or above. Language proficiency meet the entry requirement. So you can, I think, get more information on their website. And recommendation letters from school principal or the head of academic office will be a plus. And activities, excellent performance in other non-academic areas. So it tells that you have to be very active in other spheres instead of your study. I think this is the last slide with the contact, and this is the end of the presentation of the International Business School of Beijing Foreign Studies University. Here are, you can see the QR codes following by which you can get more information and to ask the questions directly from the representative of this university. So this is it. Thank you for your attention. I hope you enjoyed the presentation of our colleagues from the International Business School of Beijing Foreign Studies University. And also I would like to repeat that you can address all your questions to our global email or to write directly to the colleagues from Beijing Foreign Studies University. So what I would like to do next, dear friends, we move forward to the next slot of our Global Partnership Day. I would like to welcome our colleague Alexey Sereda, who is the Deputy Head of International Relations Department in the Financial University under the government of the Russian Federation. So it is worth noting that we are long-term partners since 2019, and thanks to this partnership, we managed to maintain academic mobility among students as well as provide an opportunity to study according to a carefully developed joint educational program between our universities. So dear Alexey, welcome to our Global Partnership Day. It is my pleasure to welcome you, and let me thank you for your time. I will not take your time, yes, and give you the floor, please.
Good morning, good afternoon, dear colleagues. I'm extremely glad to present here today. Unfortunately, I cannot meet you offline due to the well-known circumstances, but still the Global Week is a really good opportunity for all of us to know a little bit more about our project, about our ideas, about our vision on what we are supposed to do in terms of our partnership. So I think I'll need to share some content with you, and that would be my presentation. So I think you should be able to take a look on it. Now I will try to put it somewhere else, just not to interrupt the slides. So before I start, I would like to apologize for my voice. I got a terrible flu several days ago and my nose is still broken. So I need to have something for repair. But still, let me once again introduce myself. I'm Deputy Head of International Relations Department, and also I'm a lecturer of the Department of Legal Regulation of Economic Activities. This is quite a new role for me, so I'm definitely not gonna talk more about the academic matters, but mostly I will give you a brief introduction of what do we actually do in the area of internationalization of higher education research, and maybe show some kind of best practices we are implementing just to maybe give us some kind of an idea what we can do in the nearest future. I think that would be kind of a concept of my presentation for today. Definitely, I'm not going to overload you with the information about our history because we have more than centennial success stories as it goes from the slide. But I would like to point out that we have gone through a really big path, really long path from the Institute of Finance and Economics, which was a really small institute formed straightly after the revolution in Russia to train the high qualified personnel for the financial and economic institution to the financial universities through the financial academy. For example, firstly, personally, I went to this university when it was the academy, and then I looked how we changed our status to the university, and it was definitely one of the biggest events in our history for the last, I think for the last 20 or 30 years. Now we're really proud with our name because we are a financial university, but sometimes still our partners or even our professors who work at our university for more than 20 or 30 years still use the name Financial Academy. Of course, we don't have anything against them, but still it's really, really interesting and really valuable part of history for us. So let's get further because we're still going to talk about the present, not about the past. Just some facts and figures about our university. We have more than 45,000 students, which are studying not only in Moscow, but also at our regional branches. We have 27 regional branches through all Russia, for example, such cities as St. Petersburg, Yaroslavl, Penza, Krasnodar, and many others. So we are delivering the study programs at 9 faculties in Moscow. We'll take a second look on them just on the next slide. We have 10 campuses in Moscow. So for example, I'm now sitting at the central campus. We have the administrative building here, and 2 of our faculties are located here at Leningradsky Prospect, while the others have their own campuses. We believe that it's quite important for the faculty to have it, sometimes to have its own territory and just to have a kind of, well, its own micro world. For example, micro world of law at our faculty of law. It's located in the southern part of our city. And which even more important, we have a kind of a plan that some of the high school pupils or some of the college students who are going to enroll to our higher education programs in the future will take their courses exactly at the same campuses where the faculty will be located, and they will be able to join some kind of events just to feel that atmosphere, feel that academic spirit. And I think it's really interesting in terms of the lifelong concept. We have more than 170 partner universities in more than 50 countries, but we'll definitely focus on it a little bit later. It's just a short introduction of our international cooperation activities. We have 40 teaching and research departments and 40 research institutes. Just for your understanding, teaching and research departments can be also named as, for example, all the professionals from the CIS are getting more acquainted to the chair, as it was called, the chair. Now we have the departments because we merged different chairs which had the similar area of knowledge, similar area of training, just to get more efficient management at this point. That was the main idea. As for the research institute, they conduct only the scientific activities and they are not directly involved to the study process. This is the key point. As for the faculties, we have 9 faculties. You can see now on the slide, and usually I always tell them that in fact, we are not only the financial university, because we're not training only the experts in finance and economics, but also in law. For example, we have our joint program in international economic law with Narcos University, which we are really proud of. We have the IT and big data analysis faculty, which implements also the programs in apply mathematics, for example. We have a really big faculty of social sciences, which includes sociology, political sciences, mass media, PR, philosophy. Since the next academic year, we'll launch our programs in philosophy, and it's something completely new for us. We never had programs in philosophy before. We also have some plans to have linguistics programs and some other kind of stuff. So we are always trying to keep in touch, to keep the line with the leading universities worldwide, and to wider the scope of our training programs. And of course, we have the Faculty of Economics and Business, Faculty of Finance, Faculty of International Economics Relations, which has always been, kind of captain faculty, I think, for our universities through the years. And yeah, we still have it, and it's still developing. So we are trying to value our past, but still build the future, as our motto says. We are also proud of our university training faculty for the international students, for example, for those who are planning to take the bachelor or master degree courses, but they still need to practice their Russian language and to master their skills. So they may take the foundation year at the prior university training faculty, and then proceed to the higher education program. I think that a year in the country, inside the country, inside the culture, the language usage through the whole day long, it's a really great experience for the international students. As for the rankings, just highlighting that we are really improving our position in the QS. For example, 5 years ago, it was quite hard to find our university in the QS, but now we are proud to be represented in 4 university rankings by subjects. These are, the key fields of study for our university, like finance and accounting, economics and econometrics, business and management, and social science and management as a larger group. So now we are working onto being included into the QS Global Universities World Rankings list. I think it's the most important. I think it's the most famous one. So we still have the path to go, but we need to at least be proud of what we have already done. And of course, our partners contributed a lot to this result, with no doubt. As for the national rankings, we are talking about, for example, the national rankings of RAEX. We are ranked 14 out of 100 best Russian universities, and it's a really great achievement because we need to compete with, for example, with the classic model of universities such as Moscow State University, St. Petersburg State University, and world famous technical universities such as Bauman University, Moscow Institute of Physics and Techniques, which I think is a really good benchmark for the whole academic society, because I think when the person is asked about the Soviet higher education, mostly we're talking about the Moscow State and the technical institutes, and they're still really good in this part of training. So we're trying to compete with them, and we are quite good in it. And we are still proud. We are still proud of it. Yeah. Some more information, not going to take much more time focusing on this data, but for example, we're also taking part in the Round University ranking. It's called kind of new ranking, and after the 2020 release, we were placed in the 586th place in the world best universities, and we still have, we still have the space we need to improve, but it was a quite good point to start. Meet our rector, Professor Mikhail Iskendarov, Doctor of Economics, Professor, Honored Scholar of the Russian Federation, member of the Russian Academy of Education, and I think a real leader of our university for more than 15 years. Professor Iskendarov, I think he is a person who personally contributed a lot to our success and to all these reforms and changes which led our universities to what we are now. So we're really proud to have this Professor Iskendarov as our rector. We can also take a look at our alumni. I would just like to figure out that we have both important and trendsetting alumni in the public and private sectors. For example, Mr. Anton Silanov, the acting Minister of Finance of the Russian Federation, is not only the Minister of Finance, he's also Dean of our Faculty of Finance. And this Friday, he's delivering a public lecture at the main campus on the topic of the financial development of our country. And I think it's going to be a really big event, because we are always thinking that we don't have enough empty places in the hall, which is dedicated for more than 3,000 people attending. As for the private sector, possibly you should know Mikhail Prokhorov, our alumni and our biggest friend, because he's always assisting us with different initiatives. For example, his help led to the successful implementation of the idea of Nobel Prize winners at the Financial University, and we hosted 9 Nobel Prize winners for the last 10 years. And just to open up the stage a little bit for the fall period, we're still going to have another one at our International Financial University Forum this November, so possibly it would be interesting to join us. As for the lifelong learning concept, I think it highly contributes to the global strategic development goals, and we still feel that it's kind of the most important things we need to deliver at our activities. So we offer a wide range of programs. Since the high school level, for example, we have our own lyceum for the pupils. Since the in Russia, we have 11 years studies in the high school, so we are taking the most talented pupils at the 9th year of studies at the high school and give them an opportunity to join our lyceum. We also have a wide range of partner schools, not only in Moscow, but throughout Russia and even abroad, which are training the pupils to comply with our standards when they will apply for our higher education program. The number of programs is always changing, so these are the data for the last year. To be honest, this year we have more master programs, but a little bit less bachelor degree programs, as we have a kind of a reform that we'll have the idea that the student may take the 2+2 program. For example, he or she takes the 2 years of basic learning, for example, in the area of economics or in the area of law or in management or something else. And then he might take the kind of a major in the area of this concentration. For example, if he studied law, he may take the international economic law or the domestic economic law, the domestic economic law, I'm sorry. Or for example, if he's studying economics, he may take the corporate finance or international business or economic security or whatever. We also are proud to offer postgraduate and doctoral degree programs, as well as further in business education, such as MBA programs, which are delivered both on campus and in distance learning mode, which is quite a spirit of the modern days. But still, we were really happy when we had an opportunity to come back to the study auditorium, because teaching online is still not the same. Delivering our lectures in presence. As for the research activities, here are some key directions of it. For example, we are doing a lot of in the area of corporate governance business strategies, as well as the globalization and social modernization of the economy. But definitely we should not limit our research activities to this point. For example, now we are working on the highest demand activities, for example, the cryptocurrency, the financial technologies, the blockchain technologies. We have our own blockchain lab for the students to train their skills and to try to do something which would be interesting for the real business enterprises which are working with our university in cooperation. Taking the space, we are going to the business-oriented training idea that most of our study programs should have a partner from the real sector. For example, the Microsoft Corporation is our partner. I mean, the Russian branch of Microsoft Corporation is our partner in the area of IT. Or, for example, Sberbank and Gazprom Bank are our partners in part of the financial markets, banking, and some kind of other programs. We also have the collaborative departments inside our structure. For example, KPMG, Ernst & Young, PricewaterhouseCoopers. I think I don't need to introduce these companies, everyone knows them. Finally, we're going to international cooperation, and we're proud to present more than 170 international partners worldwide, with more than 60 delivering the academic exchange programs. And among them, we are really glad to admit that we have the Narhos University. For this fall, for example, we received yesterday 2 nominations, and 2 students will have an opportunity to take a semester studies at our Faculty of Law, and we are, of course, grateful for our partners for their for this honor to take the active role in the training of their students. We also participate in various network projects such as Erasmus+, First Plus, or keep the close ties with the national academic agencies such as the AAD, Campus France, NUFIC, and so on. We're also now integrated into the global education, global academic and research society. For example, now we're applying for the European University Association membership. And last week, our Faculty of Law became the member of European Law Faculties Association. So we are trying to become more and more integrated to the global community in this part. Here is the partner universities map, just for you to see that almost all the countries are covered through our partner network. And here are some logos of our partner universities. Mostly of them we have as our partners for joint educational program, but some of them are our programs in terms of academic exchange. For example, the university, the Wien Universitet or Sungkyunkwan University in Korea. Just telling a few words about the international part of our curriculum, we have several study programs which are fully taught in English. For example, we have a kind of a full track bachelor and master programs in international finance or in business administration, which are taught entirely in English, and which is a really big achievement for us because the students do not need to learn Russian, which is really important for the foreign students. They may take their Russian language course as Russian is foreign language, but they do not need to, for example, present the B2 Russian language certificate when they're applying to this program. We also have several programs which get the accreditation by international organizations such as European Council for Business Education, ACCA, and various other. As for the exchange students, if they would like to study in Russian, we can offer them all the modules we are delivering. If they would like to study in English, the number is limited, but it's more than 90 course units. And I think that it's definitely a good choice for them to find something really interesting and something really important for their personal study path, taking into account their curriculum at their home institution, just to provide the quality and to provide the recognition of credits, which I think is a really important thing in part of the academic exchange. We also implement 27 joint and double degree programs with leading universities worldwide, both on the bachelor and master degree level. And as for now, we hope that for the next academic year, we'll have 1 or 2 new projects we will be glad to announce on our website. As for international students, we have over 1,500 international students from 64 different countries, and we are really interested in making them accommodated, not only by providing them a place in the dorms, but more culturally accommodated. So we have implemented our own unique system of cultural integration for them, and our colleagues from the special departments working with the international students and international staff members are always trying to deliver special events for them to make them a part of our big family of financial university students. Now I would like to share some best practices in part of the research. Firstly, I'm glad to announce our joint research projects with Worcester Polytechnic Institute of the USA, which delivers a chance to our students and students of WPI to make a team project based on the IT technologies, but aimed at pursuing the goals of the social and economic development. These projects are always led by the professors from both the Financial University and Worcester Polytechnic Institute. So After this project is elaborated, it is presented at our university, and the most successful projects get a chance to be implemented because these technologies may be used by our partners from the real sector. As for now, we have more than 190 participants since 2013, and we believe that after the global pandemic situation will be a little bit better, we'll be able to relaunch this project and to share our opinions and to give the floor to our students to present their ideas. Sometimes they're really brilliant, you know. I'm always wondering why shouldn't I create something like that? Talking about the practice-based learning, we also need to figure out the startup important role in the modern educational system. For example, at our university, as well as some other Russian universities, we'll have a kind of a project initiative due to the state thesis work. It should be replaced with the startup idea in order to make this work more interesting on the one hand to the student, and on the other hand to make it more valuable for the market, because we realize that the students training in the finance, management, economics, law need to have a chance to apply their knowledge even when they are finishing their bachelor degree. So that's why we're taking our chance to create a proper framework for the startup creation, and we are glad to have the University of Turin as our partner. We launched the common contest for the students who need to elaborate their own ideas, and then coming through the selection procedures at their home institution, Financial University and the University of Turin, go to the competition finance. And in the final stage, for example, last year we had it in Italy. Our students are going to the University of Turin and present their idea there before the competent jury of this contest. And the most interesting, the most promising projects also have the kind of reward. And I think it's something really interesting for the students, just to have the kind of real experience, not only working in the halls and in the libraries, but also presenting their ideas to, for example, to the business experts or to the experts from the mass media, such as newspaper La Stampa, or for example, the leading academics from the Italian universities. Finally, talking about the life and infrastructure at our university, we have, I think, everything which would make the students' life here really comfortable one. For example, they may use our sport facilities, and we are now building another one sports center, a really big one with another swimming pool. We also have our own movie theaters. We have the congress halls for different conferences, open lectures, and various events. And we even have the outpatient clinic. So, for example, if our students need some medical help, it would be certainly delivered in the soonest time possible. And we believe that, especially nowadays, it's really important, because we completely understand that the main capital we have is our students, and everything what we need should be done in favor of them. That's all for now. Many thanks for your attention. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask, and contact us via the emails on the screen. Thank you for your invitation, and hope to see you soon in person, both in Moscow or in Kazakhstan. Have a nice day.
Yeah, Alexei, thank you for your presentation. It was very interesting and useful. You mentioned already all the spheres that was very interesting to our audience, especially for students and faculties. And we can turn to the question and answers session. So we have two questions. The first question is, dear Alexei, how do you support student scientific activities? Do you have competitions, Olympiads, and what recent achievements in this area could you voice? So how the involvement of the students to this scientific?
Yes, thanks a lot for this question. Of course we do. Of course we have our own scientific contests for the students. For example, we have the International Research Students Contest, which is held annually. Now it's held online due to the circumstances, but still it also can be held offline as soon as the situation will afford to do this. We also have various contests in particular areas of knowledge, for example, in law, in accounting, in international finance. So if the students are interested, for example, in taking part, most of them are open, but sometimes we have some kind of requirements that, for example, the paper which is submitted or the presentation which should be done should be delivered in, for example, in Russian. And that can be kind of some kind of special rule for them. But we also have the contests which are developed for the English-speaking auditory. So if someone is interested in our project, they may both visit our website. We have both Russian and English versions for your convenience, or contact us directly, and we will send you the contacts either of our structural department, which is in charge of the student research activity. We have a special department, especially for the student R&D matters, or the Student Research Council. And possibly it would be interesting for the students to work jointly on some kind of projects or initiatives. Maybe they will be even easier for them to find a proper way to catch the vibe in their interconnections between the students directly, not involving our assistance on this point. And we will, of course, render the necessary help a little bit later, just as soon as the idea will be somehow finalized and formalized. So yes, of course, we are always inviting the foreign participants to our scientific contest. Please join us. We'll be really glad to have you among our participants.
Okay, thank you for your answer. And the second question is, what are the top countries international students are from at your university?
I think that most of, well, as we have more than 60 partner countries for the international students, it's not quite easy, but I think that the leaders will be China, Mongolia, Vietnam, and the countries from the CIS. This would be Belarus, that will be Kazakhstan, and that will be Azerbaijan and Armenia. We also have a lot of students from Africa, but as for now, for me, it's quite, I need to be quite accurate with the numbers. So I think that this would be the leading countries: China, Vietnam, Mongolia, and the CIS member countries.
Okay, thank you. So I see that we do not have questions more, and I will not take your time because it is already 30 minutes of your performance. Thank you very much, and take care. Yes.
Thanks a lot.
Yes, thank you. And I would like to say that due to the program, we have a 30-minute break till 2 p.m. So I would like to ask you not to leave this conference because a lot of interesting presentations are waiting for you still. So see you in 30 minutes. Okay, dear guests, participants, and speakers. So we come back to our session again, Global Partnership Day, and I hope you refreshed up a little bit and rested and ready for a new batch of the interesting presentations. And taking the opportunity, I would like to remind you that NARHOS continues the Global Week on April 21st and 22nd. And I'm glad to invite all of you to the Global Development Day, which is going to be on the 21st, and the NARHOS Green Day, which will be held on 22nd of April. And please follow our website of the event and do your registration on these days. Learn the information about these days, do your registration, and join tomorrow to our sessions. I think that our next speaker has some problem with joining our Zoom conference. Let me just give me a couple of minutes to manage this issue. Okay, dear Agung, are you here?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, very well. Thank you for joining us. Today is Global Partnership Day, and let me introduce you, dear participants. Our next session will be joined by the Agung Seputra. He's an international academic advisor in the Excelia Group, where he will talk about the university programs and opportunities. So Excelia Group is a French university level institution of higher education created in 1988, and as a group sub de La Rochelle. Am I right?
Yeah,
Yes.
you were right.
It is a non-profit organization linked to the La Rochelle Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and a member of the Conférence des Grandes Écoles. Narcos University and Excelia Group has been partners since 2018 and has successful double degree partnership history. And I'm very glad to welcome you today and give you the floor.
Okay, thank you. Well, anyway, first of all, thank you very much, Anel and Narcos, for having organized this type of session, which is very interesting. We'll be talking SDGs, but today I'll just share you a slide. First of all, my apologies because I had some technical problems in the beginning, so it's on me. So now I would like to explain to you about Excelia, and we have a very specific program at Excelia, which is called Humacité and Climacité, which is really in line with the topic of today's session of SDGs. So I'll just share my screen. I'm not sure if, yeah, share screen, hold on. Anel, can you please tell me if the screen is shared correctly?
Yes, I can see everything. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. So, thank you anyway for Anel for having introduced me and the school in the beginning. Indeed, that we are a school in France, which is called Excelia. We were established first as Groupe Sub de La Rochelle, but we have ever since expanded and also have grown a lot since 1988, because right now we have 5 different expertise, which is in our business school, tourism hospitality school, digital school, academy, and also executive education. Right now we have 4,600 students since our inception, with 40,000 alumni all around the world. So this is a very quick, brief introduction about the school. We are a triple accredited school, so ASCSB, Quiz, AMBA. Anel has mentioned in the beginning that Excelia is also part of the Conférence des Grandes Écoles, which is equivalent towards the Ivy League in the US, but for France. We are also the only school in France who is accredited by UNWTO, so United Nations World Tourism Organization, with a TED-Qual label. So, briefly talking about the internationalization of the school, 1 out of 4 students at Excelia are international students, which are represented by 80 different nationalities. Up to now, we have 3 different study locations in France. So we have a campus in historical campus in La Rochelle. We have another one in Tours, Orléans, and also Parisian side. More than half of our faculty members are international. And we have 183 partner universities across 50 different countries. So today, the way that I would like to tackle the subject on the SDGs and sustainable development is about the students' experience. So while students are studying at Excelia, they will have 360 degrees vision, including humanly speaking, a strong community support, and as well the possibility to do some civic experiences. So, Anel, if you can just tell me, I hope that the sound and the video is working. So this is a video to briefly describe about the Climacité, Humacité, which is the mission that I will be speaking to you.
Agunk, I think that we can't hear the sound of the video.
Hold on. The sound is not working?
Yeah.
My apologies.
Do not switch off your microphone when playing the video. I think it will help. Yes, okay. It's good.
So just to give you a quick overview about Exilia and its commitment towards the sustainable development. Sustainable development, I have to say, it's the DNA of the school, because in which that it is our core expertise, first of all and first and foremost. Why? Because Exilia is one of the pioneers in higher education with the programs developed surrounding about sustainable development. It was established, I think, around 20 years ago. So it was when the beginning, the term of sustainable development has been championed ever since. At Exilia, all of our research works and teaching method are involving in this part of the expertise. We have 3 different expertises, but this is one of the most displayed one at our school. We have also a chair at our school, which is called Institute for Social Responsibility through Innovation. The idea of the presentation today is that I would like to bring you to the mission. You have seen the videos. My apologies, it was in French. The writing was in French. But to give you a quick idea about what is it. So these are the 2 missions which are available at Exilia for all of our students, which are called Humacité and Climacité. This is a very unique experience to Exilia, where students, they are required to do social or humanitarian project during their studies to see the world from the different angle. So the idea of the mission itself, it's done 2 to 3 months time throughout, either if they are doing 2 years of master's, 3 years of bachelor's, or 4 years of bachelor's. It really depends, but normally it's 2 to 3 months mission. And we have been partnering with 300 partner organizations all around the world, because the project itself, 70% of them are carried out abroad normally. So just a quick, if by any chance that you don't speak French and you don't really understand what was in the video, it was practically, the video showed you about which type of missions that our students are doing, can choose. So they can choose about youth development, they can do missions about social support against exclusion, they can do migrant support, they can assist people with disabilities. So there are 7 main missions where our students are involved all around the world. Maybe what Anel didn't tell you in the beginning, that I am the International Academic Advisor at Exilia, but I am also one of its graduates. So I'll tell you a bit about my experiences, what I did when I was a student. So I'm not French, I'm from Bali, Indonesia. And back when I was a student, it was during my first year of the BBA International Program. I did this mission, Humacité in particular. back at home in my home country, in Bali, in Indonesia, where I did 2 to 3 months mission. No, it's 2.5 months during the summer, if I'm not mistaken. No, it's not summer. It's between January to February, where I was involved in an association dedicated for children who are living under the poverty line, and there I helped and I assisted as a volunteer, English teacher and beginner of French, because at that time I didn't really speak French. So this type of experience is really interesting because, of course, as a school itself, we are committed towards responsible management with the UNWTO, with the PRME, which some of you might have known, and also with our core expertise in CSR and sustainable development. But as a higher education institution, we strongly believe that the students is the center of the action. So, which is why Humacité and Climacité is one of the possibilities where the students can take their part in this, in completing one of the SDGs for sure, because that's the mission of everybody, I guess, all around the world. We have to pursue and try to, to accomplish the SDGs. And in which that it was started with Humacité, just to give you a bit of historical timeline of the sustainable development at our school. It started with Humacité since its early beginnings at Excelia. And then starting from last year, we started with something which is called Climacité. So this is an exact, I have to say, an exact model to Humacité, but the main difference is that Humacité it's involving about social humanitarian project, but Climacité it's involving about the climate change. So the idea is a student can engage in 2 to 3 months mission in an association or NGOs where they can volunteer and they can take their part in combating climate change. So that's it about the Climacité. Just to give you the viewers, either maybe university partners or students who are watching this this program. So this is not just like, okay, students, you go for 2-3 months, do your mission, and that's it. No, that's not it. So in Excelia, we prepare our students. So in each of the program, we have the point of contact for Humacité and Climacité. And the students, before they depart on their mission, we will prepare them, with the different databases where we've been working with associations, so they can reach them out and propose if they would be willing to accept their profile in this type of mission. And then secondly, we prepare them as well, to really make sure, because like me, when I did my mission, it was with young children under the poverty line. But some of my friends, they went to, like, for example, to old people's house. They also, some of them, they went to a specific hospice for children with terminal disease. So the preparation is different between one mission to another. So we really prepare our students before departing on this specific mission. And during the mission, Excelia, through its contact point, make sure that all of our students are being followed up. So to make sure that they when they arrive, they do the exact mission that have been agreed upon by Excelia, the student, and the association, making sure that the student is also in their well-being, because sometimes, when you are 20 years old, it could be complicated and could be distressing if you go to a specific mission, meeting children with terminal diseases. So that's the idea. Really, from the beginning, we prepare. During the mission, we make sure we keep in contact with students during each time several weeks to make sure that they are in their doing their mission correctly, and they are in a good shape, and they can do their mission correctly. And then as soon as they get back to France to continue their studies, they're required to do a report where they will be presenting what they have done during the mission and what they have got, what they have learned during this mission. Because first of all, normally students, they would not only learn about being independent abroad, but as well, you know, to see the world from a different angle. And that is one of our objectives, is really to make responsible managers of tomorrow. So that's the idea of this specific mission. And right now, I would like to show you one of the workshops that we do at Exilia related towards climate. So just.
On constate que les travaux du GIEC débouchaient sur des conclusions plutôt, je dirais pas optimistes, mais moins dramatiques que la réalité.
Ce qu'on voudrait, c'est que chacun s'exprime brièvement sur un mot, une expression, une phrase que vous a inspiré ce jeu.
Dessiner une planète qui nous passe un message. Depuis 40 ans, ils tirent la sonnette d'alarme.
So as I have mentioned, that sustainable development is really at the core of our teaching method. It's through this after movie, although it was in French, but just to give you a bit of explanation, Fresque du Climat is an association with the goal of increasing awareness on climate change. And Exilia, we are doing this type of workshops to our students, in addition towards modules in our class, to really increase awareness on climate change and really to think about the solutions that could be brought up tomorrow in the near future. So that's the idea of the climate change with the humacité and climacité. Yeah, so I guess that's all about my presentation today about the sustainable development at Exilia, with a heavily focused on the students' action and how they can help in completing the SDGs 17. Thank you.
Dear Gun, thank you. Thank you for such an informative presentation. Yeah, definitely your university is doing a lot to solve these social and climate issues, and it's great that you are instilling the right values in the youth of France and children from other countries. So I'd like to give a thank you and wish you success and prosperity in the future. And yes, success in this very good research and activities in this field. So let me check if we have any questions in YouTube. There are no questions, and please, dear participants, if you have any questions to Mr. Agung, so you can drop your questions to the chat box. So we still have 3 minutes left. So while participants are thinking about their questions, just tell me how is it going in France, and I mean, does your university still works offline, or how?
Okay, so yeah, so at Exilia, since the beginning of the pandemic, so just to give you a quick information about France itself, we are currently still in lockdown and curfew. So it's a mix of both. It's not as strict as the first lockdown last year, but we are still in lockdown. Only essentials shops are open, and we are in curfew starting at 7 p.m. in the evening. In regards to higher education in France, we allow students to come to university for the moment, but at Exilia we are doing it at 60% and 40%, meaning that 60% of the courses are done online and 40% are done on campus. The idea is that I think you and I understand correctly, perfectly, Anel, that sometimes when you are doing 100% online, it would be complicated because sometimes you would be excluded when you are an international student, you are alone abroad and stuff. And we believe that the mix of both will make sure that the well-being of our students are being kept intact, and as well making sure that the quality teaching education is being delivered correctly towards all of our students.
Yes, you're right. Completely doing online is very complicated, but we're still trying to adjust our life under this situation. So thank you very much again, and hope to see you soon. Hope to be in touch with you, yes, and continue our very strong and crucial cooperation. Yes. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, and I wish you all have a nice sessions moving forward. Have a good day, all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you for attention. Thank you for listening, our dear speaker from France. I think we can move forward and switch to our next partner, which is the university from the Netherlands, Amsterdam University of Applied Sciences. Let me check if our speaker could join our conference. Dia Tuan Lam, are you here? I think she couldn't join still our conference. We can give her some time to do her technical issues. But before we start the presentation of Amsterdam University of Applied Sciences, let me a little bit tell you about the our global activities at Narhos University, because I believe that some percent of the speaker or of the participants and the guests are not still acquainted with the global life at Narhos University. So with your permission, I would like to tell you something. I would like to start with a fact that Narhos is located in the city of Almaty, which is the financial center of country and the former capital of Republic of Kazakhstan. And Narhos history dated back over 50 years. So today, Narhos is a regional leader in economics, business, education, social sciences, big data, and law. Our cooperation numbers over 70 partners around the world, including the top universities in the USA, in the Europe, in Asia, whereby Narhos successfully implements double degree and exchange programs, as well as the international programs. International projects, sorry. And Narhos is one of the first universities in the country who set targets for sustainable development in accordance with the UN SDGs, and also conducts continuous research in this field. For more information, you can follow our official website, so you can see all the latest news regarding the SDGs, and you can learn more about our research center that provides the researchers in the field of the UN SDGs. So going further, I would like to say that NARHOS is currently engaged in an ambitious transformation to become a largely English medium institution with the inward orientation toward positive and social transformation, while serving as a cultural, educational, and intellectual bridge to the outside world. NARHOS University has entered top 250 emerging university in Europe and Central Asia in 2019, and the top 400 most impactful universities on the UN Sustainable Development Goals by Times Higher Education Impact Ranking in 2020. Additionally, NARHOS is a member of numerous international associations as AACSB, EFMD, American Chamber of Commerce, British Chamber of Commerce in Kazakhstan, and so on. For more than 50 years, NARHOS University has been an alma mater for many successful people in Kazakhstan and far beyond its borders. As a leader in higher education in Central Asia, NARHOS has graduated more than 140,000 talented specialists, and many of them have made and continue to contribute to the development of the Republic of Kazakhstan and beyond through the whole world. The graduates of the NARHOS universities taking the leading positions in the international companies, entrepreneurial ventures, non-governmental and civil society organizations, as well as government. And also, let me just briefly tell you about our achievements in the THE Impact Ranking on UN Sustainable Development Goals. So I will not tell you about this ranking. I just want to highlight some the most important points in this field. So NARHOS ranking on the contribution to the specific sustainable development goals is broken down as follows. So SDG 3, promoting a healthy lifestyle and well-being, which took place 401 plus. SDG 4, ensuring quality education and promoting leading opportunities for all, is also a place of 401 plus. SDG 5, gender equality and improvement, 301 and plus. SDG 7, providing access to modern, affordable and clean energy sources, 301 plus also. SDG 8, promoting decent work and sustainable economic growth, 301 plus. SDG 9, building strong infrastructure, promoting industrialization and innovation, 401 plus. SDG 16, promoting peaceful societies as access to justice and accountability, 201 plus. And the last one, SDG 17, strengthening global partnership for sustainable development, 301 plus. So these are some short information about what NARHOS Global is doing in terms of these international activities. So I would like to check if our speaker from Amsterdam University has successfully joined. Dear Tuan, could you please give us a little voice if you are here? Okay, I think that she couldn't managed with some issues with the internet connection. Okay, what else I can tell you about? I think this is a good opportunity for me to once again promote our next two very important days for Narcos Global Week, which is the 21st Global Development Day, where Narcos invites the speakers from the top universities from around the world, like Cambridge, like Oxford, as well as the speakers from the governmental structures and other international and national companies. So give me 1 minute, I will share my screen.
Climate change is a real and undeniable threat to our entire civilization. The effects are already visible and will be catastrophic unless we act now. Through education, innovation, and adherence to our climate commitments, we can make the necessary changes to protect the planet. These changes also provide us with huge opportunities to modernize our infrastructure, which will create new jobs and promote greater social and environmental prosperity across the globe. In 2015, governments from around the world passed the Sustainable Development Goals that set a comprehensive set of goals and targets to achieving social and environmental sustainability by 2030 and beyond. Goal 13, Climate Action, highlights the need to take urgent action to address climate change. The global Solve Climate by 2030 project, led by Bard College and the Central European University, seeks to address this by engaging countries from all over the world to discuss what measures can be taken on a national level in their respective countries to help implement this goal. Narcos University, in partnership with the EU representation to Kazakhstan, the Austrian Embassy, and the Central Asian Regional Environmental Center and the United Nations Environment Program, have taken the lead to engage national stakeholders right here in Kazakhstan to discuss something of critical importance: our common future. How to address climate change in the lead up to COP26 climate change negotiations in Glasgow, Scotland, which will take place in November 2021. Students and youth will suffer the most extreme consequences of climate change in the decades to follow. So we asked our students one important question: what does climate action mean to you? The responses are telling.
Сейчас по всему миру актуальна пропаганда защиты экологии, и повсеместно проводится большое количество мероприятий для борьбы с изменениями климата. Я лично воспринимаю эти действия как призыв к тому, чтобы каждый из нас открыл глаза и увидел реальность и начал действовать во имя спасения нашей планеты и счастливой жизни будущего поколения.
В первую очередь, изменения климата влекут за собой большие сомнения в нашем сознании относительно нашего будущего. И именно эти сомнения вместе с действиями по борьбе с изменением климата придают нам чувство ответственности за то, какой мир мы оставим будущему поколению.
На данный момент в большинстве развитых и развивающихся странах ведется полномасштабная пропаганда культуры экологически и климатически дружелюбного поведения. На молодежь данное явление влияет неоднозначно. Мы можем предпринимать действия для улучшения экологической ситуации, но что мы можем сделать для борьбы с изменением климата? Единственные действия по борьбе с изменением климата, которые влияют на молодежь, всеобщая пропаганда климатически дружелюбной культуры.
Согласно результатам научных исследований, изменение климата неопровержимо. Но мы, молодежь, можем положить конец данной тенденции. Для этого потребуются глобальные изменения во всех аспектах жизни общества, методах выращивания продовольственных культур, использования земли, транспортировки товаров и производства энергии в наших странах.
Сегодня формируется новое поколение, которое способно воздействовать на глобальные проблемы, одним из которых является то, о чем мы сейчас с вами разговариваем. Считаю, что именно молодые могут больше преуспеть в экосфере благодаря новейшим знаниям, современным инструментам, методам, открытости и готовности к сотрудничеству на разных уровнях, как на региональных, так и глобальных.
Борьба с изменениями климата – это гонка, из которой мы все еще можем выйти победителями. Чем чаще пропагандируется защита окружающей среды, тем все больше людей становятся осознанными. Ежедневно я принимаю ряд решений, которые помогут в борьбе с глобальными проблемами. Отказ от транспорта в пользу ходьбы, отключение от сети электроприборов, которыми не пользуюсь, утилизация отходов и сортировка мусора. Я понимаю, что необходимо начать с себя, начать с мелочей.
Be part of the solution and join our Solve Climate by 2030 event, which will take place on Earth Day, April 22nd from 9:30 a.m. till 11:35 a.m. The future is ours to make.
Dear partners, alumni and friends of Narcos University, dear students and colleagues, we're inviting you to participate in the online Global Week that will start 20th of April and will last till 22nd of April. We are going to talk about how Narcos University and their partners implement 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Уважаемые коллеги, друзья, наши партнеры, выпускники университета Нархоз, приглашаем вас принять участие в онлайн-глобальной неделе, которая пройдет с 20 апреля по 22 апреля. Регистрация в шапке профиля. Ждем вас, присоединяйтесь.
Okay, thank you for your attention. These were our promo videos about the upcoming events, the last 2 days of our Global Week. Unfortunately, I think our speaker was not able to join us today. I'm also would like to share again, for those who didn't catch this previously, our email where you can address your questions, your inquiries, your requests regarding our Global Week. So we will try to answer ASAP and address your questions to the speakers, to our experts, and also would like to double share our social sites, to follow all our latest news. And to get more information about the Global Week. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer or to keep your questions to the experts, so you can write the questions to the chat box. Let me also check the YouTube channel. Maybe somebody wrote a question. Now there are also no questions. Due to the program, as you could see on our website of Narcos Global Week, the program for today is including the students' presentations, which will start at 3 p.m. In 10-13 minutes. So we decided to invite our students as well as the speakers, because as a lot of you knows that most of you knows that our students are very involved not only to the education process, but also to the other activities, including the research activities. So they are doing a lot of works regarding the different topics, trying to solve the challenges that recently the world faced, including pandemic, included all the causes of the pandemic. So we would love to invite you to our third session of this day. I think you will enjoy the presentation of our students, because they will try to and they will mention and try to give their solutions regarding the issues on the SDGs. How do they will share their thoughts on the sustainable development goals of the United Nations, and so on. So please do not leave the conference. And I would love to answer the questions if you have. Yes, because we have 10 minutes left of the second part of the Global Partnership Day, of my moderation period. Yes. To tell just a couple of words about the Amsterdam University that unfortunately will not be able to join today's session. Just want to mention that the Amsterdam University of Applied Sciences is our also a very long-term partner, which has a rich partnership history between our universities. So they are the partners of Narhos University from 2018, and we are cooperating under the Erasmus Plus programs. There are a lot of students, faculties, and staff who already have taken the advantage of such wonderful opportunity and gained colossal experience and broadened their worldview through this collaboration. And today's speaker had to be a Tuan Lam. She is the sustainability advisor. She wanted to share their experience regarding the integration of the sustainability goals at the University of at the Amsterdam University of Applied Sciences. And if you have questions to Miss Tuan Lam, so you also can address your questions to our email. We of course will give the answers as soon as possible. I would like to ask if Ekaterina, she's my colleague, would can tell just a couple of words or the numbers of students or some interesting history with cooperation with the Amsterdam University, because previously she was the coordinator for Erasmus Plus program, and she was directly involved in this partnership. And if Ekaterina can help me with some numbers or facts about the cooperation with Amsterdam University, I would very appreciate it. Katya, can you hear me? Katerina, Paulina? Okay, no problem. It was just like an additional thing that I was I wanted to share with you, but I want to also check if Diana Baidulin is here also.
Thank you very much, Anelia. I'm here.
Hi, let me just shortly introduce you. Diana Baidulin, she is the moderator of the third part of the Global Partnership Day. She kindly agreed to lead the moderation with the students, which about which I was talking previously. And maybe Diana can do some short introduction of this third part of the day before we start at 3 o'clock. Before it's yours.
Sure. Thank you very much, Anelia. Anel, my name is Diana Baidalenova. I'm currently the coordinator for students research at Narhoz University here in Almaty in Kazakhstan. I'm very glad to join Global Days Week today because today we're very glad and very interested in the presentations of the students that they have conducted regarding the SDG goals. The excellent point that I have to mention regarding the students that they have excellent and fascinating English of level of English, as well as very well developed public speaking, as well as their research are very incredibly valued, and I believe that's going to be very, very interesting for you. There are several topics that I would like to highlight. Today's students are going to not only mention the SDG goals and its importance, but they also going to share their experience, how they can develop the SDG goals, how would it be more effective to reach those SDG goals. Moreover, they will also consider very incredibly serious topics such as investment, finance, and the medium-sized business in Kazakhstan and their impact during the and what kind of impact and negative consequences and positive consequences does it have regarding in the pandemics. So today I believe that's going to be very, very incredibly informative session. I'm kindly asking all of the participants, partners, and everyone in here to pay attention to all of those research. I believe that they has a place to be developed somewhere, and I believe that those students also I have to mention that all of the students were recommended by the professors, so there is absolutely no doubt that they are going to do incredibly great. If you have any questions or suggestions how we can develop, they will also attach their emails and contact for the further communication. So I believe that's it. Anel, if you have anything to say.
Diana, thank you for introduction. Yes, unfortunately, as I said before, our last speaker will not be able to join, so my session is finishing. So if you wouldn't mind, I will give the floor to you. And if you want, I can do you a core organizer. If not, it's okay. I'm still here, so yes, you can make.
I think I don't need it. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Anel. That was incredibly informative session. We're glad to hear all of the presentation. Thank you for all of the previous presenters. Now, since the floor is students, I would like to invite Ryabova Kristina to talk about GDP of Belarus and Kazakhstan, and she will highlight are those common tendencies accidental. Here, a quick reminder, if you have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask those questions in the chat or via using your laptop or computer or any kind of devices that you have. But this is I'm kindly asking you to address all of the questions at the end of the presentation. Thank you very much. Christina, hello.
Good day.
Now the floor is yours.
Thank you, Diana. So, good day, dear madams and gentlemen. I believe that you can hear and see me properly. So, my name is Kristina Rebo, and I'm a second-year student of Narhoz University, majoring in finance. And today I'm going to discuss the topic of the correlation between GDP levels of Belarus and Kazakhstan, and are common tendencies accidental? So let me briefly introduce you to the content of my presentation. So first of all, we are going to discuss why I choose this topic. Then we'll consider economy of Kazakhstan and Belarus, differences and common facts about them. And finally, we came to the main research question: why does the GDP level of Belarus and Kazakhstan correlate? And we'll sum up everything in a brief conclusion. So, first of all, I came up with the idea to compare levels of GDP for Belarus and Kazakhstan, completing my task for financial data analytics. I expected that the levels would not correlate because, as far as I knew, after the split of the Soviet Union in 1991, the countries got independence and their economies weren't very close to each other. However, here I must know that there are a number of trading unions, and both Kazakhstan and Belarus are their members. But what made me think that the levels would not correlate, that their economy? Next, please. So if we look at the structure of Kazakhstan's economy, we will see that the major part is devoted to the oil production and mining. The significant part of GDP is constructed exactly by this sector. On the second place, we can see trading of goods and services. But in the most cases, services are presented by the marketing sphere and logistics sphere. In contrast, whether we'll look at Belarus's economy, we can say that the main diminutions are agriculture, manufacturing, and services sector. Again, we can see services sector. However, in Belarus, it has a little bit different specific because it mostly focused on the fixing of some equipment or products which the country produces. The next. And then when I started my task, I just built a graph. And as you can see, the levels have common tendency. It was surprising for me, and then I decided to conduct a correlation test. All the estimations were built in our programming software. And as you can see from my results, the correlation was about 92%. It was a surprising fact, and I consider that there might be significant role of exports, trading partners, and taxation system. So I started to look at the construction of GDP for the both countries, and what I found that exports have a significant role in the both economies. As you can see, for Belarus, that's 70% of GDP, and for Kazakhstan, the value is lower, but at the same time is quite high. It's 37%. And again, I conducted some tests, and again, the correlation was extremely high. Well, I thought that possibly, possibly they might be common products for experts or common partners. And I started to search for the information. I found out that both Kazakhstan and Belarus are exporter of refined petroleum and crude petroleum. That was an interesting fact that in Belarus, oil fields aren't very common. However, since Russia Federation decreased the prices for crude petroleum for Belarus, the country started to operate as a retailer of the petroleum. That's why basically the GDP level might correlate. However, whether they are trading with different markets, why it should occur. So I had a look at the partners. And as you can see from these graphs, which I took from the OECD, both countries are trading with the European market and Asian market. The significant role in the both cases is devoted to Russia Federation. However, the main market is European, and that's why I understood. And here I understood that the GDP level correlates just because both countries have one product to trade and both countries have common partners to trade. So, and in conclusion, I wanted to say that we shouldn't base our predictions on the primary knowledge which we have. Oh no, there are surprising facts which we can find from the deeper analysis. And as we can see from the example of Belarus and Kazakhstan, I didn't expect that the economy might be so close as I found later. So thank you for your attention. You're welcome to ask any questions.
Thank you very much, Christina, for such a valuable information. I believe that's a very good research finding regarding that we shouldn't be biased regarding the economies. So thank you very much. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask.
Thank you, Christina. I have a question. It was a wonderful presentation, but I have a question. According to your research, in which country is the Human Development Index higher? And please define how does this indicator affect the main economic indicators of both countries?
So while searching for information, I found out that both Kazakhstan and Belarus are almost at the same level. So Kazakhstan on the 50th place and Belarus on the 53rd. That's why I don't consider this index to be significant because both countries have almost common level of development. And as I noted before, after the collapse of Soviet Union, they had different roads for the development, but the level conditions are almost at the same level for today.
Thank you very much. It was informative.
Thank you very much, Ekaterina. Thank you very much, Christina. Are there any other questions?
Can I ask you a couple of questions?
Yeah, of course.
Please.
So, is there any specific reason why you chose Belarus?
Mostly I was looking at the level of economic complexity. In comparison, Kazakhstan has lower level of economic complexity, while Belarus is based on manufacturing. And for me, it was surprising that the country which has a high level of manufacturing sector just retail the petroleum to the Europe. That's my reason. That was my reason. Yeah.
Yeah, it was extremely unexpected. I mean, the results of your analysis. But how do you think what will happen to these tendencies in 10 years? Will there be significant changes, differences, or it will remain same? I mean, the 96% correlation.
Well, I think that in 5 years horizon, everything will stay the same. Because currently in Kazakhstan, we are developing our manufacturing sector, and in future, I believe that Kazakhstan will change the structure of exports. At the same time, Belarus is quite dependable on Russia Federation, and when Kazakhstan managed to get economic independency from the CIS countries, I believe that the situation will change and the correlation wouldn't be so significant.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was
an elaborated answer. Thank you very much for such an elaborated answer. Are there any other questions?
Yes, thank you for your presentation, Christina. Which was very interesting. I have a question. How would you describe the economic nexus between Belarus, Kazakhstan, and Russia?
Well, mostly I can describe relationships between Russia and Belarus, Russia and Kazakhstan. However, as far as I know, I'm not an expert in this field, but Kazakhstan and Belarus don't have such significant interconnection. I mean, in case of exports and some relationships. However, both countries have very strong dependency on Russia Federation and its economy. As we could see when the currency rate for Russia Federation goes down, both economies of Belarus and of Kazakhstan are suffering. So I consider that there are economical dependency on Russia, but no dependency between Kazakhstan and Belarus. Did I respond to your question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions? Please be kindly reminded that I'm also monitoring the chat. If you're not unable to ask your question with your devices, please do remind that you can type it in. Also, for the further communication, for further communication here, you can find the contact of our student, Kristina Ryabova. If you're somehow interested in, or if you have another questions that you were unfortunately unable to ask today, you can contact her later. Let's wait for a few seconds.
You're welcome to write an email if you want.
Yeah, let's wait for
some points.
Thank you. Let's wait for a couple of seconds, and then we'll kindly ask the other presenters. I suppose there are no more questions. Thank you very much for such an informative presentation, Christina. We're not saying goodbye to you because you will be finishing up our session. Thank you very much and wish you good luck with your further research. Thank you very much.
Thank you too. Thank you for your attention.
Sure, thank you. Now I would kindly ask Abenova Zarina and Kobzhanova Dilara to talk about small and medium-sized business in Kazakhstan before and after pandemics. Girls, are you here?
Yes, thanks.
Yes. Please, the floor is yours.
So, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Abenova Zarina, and my partner is Kobzhanova Dilara. We are second-year students majoring in finance, and today we are going to discuss small and medium-sized business in Kazakhstan before and after the quarantine. We will start from small and medium business in Kazakhstan, statistic data, when dynamics of GDP growth, structure of operating and distribution of employment, and we will finish by discussing the structure of exports and imports of the city of Almaty in trade with all countries. The last year was challenging and brought several changes. There was a shortage of drugs and bankruptcy became a serious issue. Moreover, it may not be tackled very easily. For example, some of the areas cannot work remotely and cannot be postponed. Considering the urgency of the situation and its negative consequences, we decided to take a closer look at the changes in small and medium-sized business in Kazakhstan. We are curious what were the main causes and consequences. That's why we made a short analysis. And this graph shows that Almaty is the leader in the development of small and medium-sized business. The population size also plays a significant role, since the city of Almaty provided a shelter to 1.8 million people in 2017. In general, as of December 1st, 78,000 new jobs were created in the city, and it's worth mentioning that Turkestan and Nur-Sultan are practically equal in terms of indicators. According to the report, the dynamics of GPT growth is declined by 2020, as can be seen in the graph. For the period of 2019, it can be described as a quick and sharp jump, followed by stable growth over 3 years, then ends up with a dramatic drop in indicators from 104 to 98. It demonstrates that there is a clear correlation between GDP growth and small and medium enterprises. Due to the global pandemic, were the main reasons for the lower indicators, or in other words, why small and medium-sized business numbers start off. To complement this argument, according to the Statistics Committee of the Ministry of National Economy of the Republic of Kazakhstan, the share of GDP of it in the first half of 2020 was estimated to 28%, which is 0.1% lower than in 2019. And in general, for the first half of 2020, there is a slight decrease in the growth of the GVA indicator. The largest share of GVA and GRP for the city of Nur-Sultan, 51% in the first half of 2020. And the number of individual workers decreased by 8,000 compared to 2019. It was 63%, now 41%. That is, the number decreased by 22%. The number of legal entities increased by 25,000 units. Most of the workers are employed in small business, as shown in the graph. And the data report of the first half of 2020 illustrates the share of small and medium-sized business in the economy was nearly 30%. During this period, small and medium-sized businesses produced products for 13 trillion tenge, which is 3.3% lower than the same indicators in the previous year. In the country, 3 million people work in small and medium-sized business for 2020. And now I would like to invite my colleague, Dilara, who will discuss distribution of regions of the Republic of Kazakhstan GDP in 2019 and 2020.
Thank you, Zarina. Taking a closer look at the distribution of regions of the Republic of Kazakhstan by the share of SMEs in GRP in 2019-2020, I would like to draw your attention to the following graph. It should be noted what in general for the first half of 2020 compared to the first half of 2019, there is a slight decrease in the growth of the GVA indicator. The largest share of GVA in GRP for the city of Nur-Sultan is 51.2% in the first half of 2020, while the value of this indicator in the first half of 2019 was 52.4% each. Then follows Almaty city with an indicator equal to 42.9% in GRP. Almaty is the largest economic center of Kazakhstan. In an unstable economic situation, the metropolis remains the most promising investment platform for business initiatives. The GRP of the city of Almaty amounts to 5.3 trillion in 2019 tenge, or 18.6% of GDP. In terms of the share of SMEs in GRP in the reporting year, the region ranks second in the country with an indicator of 42.9%, whereas a trend of growth with indicator by 3% compared to 2018. The predominant source of investment is the own funds of economic entities, 352.5 billion tenge, or 70.6% of the total investment. The amount of budgetary funds is 45.3 billion tenge, or 12.4% of the total investment. A significant share of investments in fixed assets falls on transactions, with real estate 44.8%, manufacturing 10.7%, transport and warehousing 9.3%. The foreign trade turnover of the city of Almaty in January-June 2020, according to the State Revenue Committee of the Ministry of Finance of the Republic of Kazakhstan, amount to USD 4,659.3 million, which is 13.1% less than in January-June 2019. The export of goods in the first half of 2020 was carried out in the amount of 1,064.3 million US dollars, which is 24.4% less than in 2019. 2018, for example, 1,408.3 million US dollars. Imports of goods of the city of Almaty in the first half of 2020, USD 3,595.1 million, which is 9% less than in 2019. 2019 USD 3,931.1 million. Conclusion, we looked at graphs GDP, number of actors in small and medium-sized business in 2019 and 2020. Now we can say what the pandemic has had a negative impact on enterprises. Many have gone bankrupt. But at the same time, the economy continues to develop and there is a chance to stabilize. Here's our reference, and thank you for listening. If you have any question, we're ready to answer.
Thank you very much, Dilara. Dilara, thank you very much, Dilara, for your presentation. That was very interesting. Now I would like to invite all of the participants to ask questions. The floor is yours.
Yeah, I have one. Thank you, Dilara and Zarina, for presentation. It was informative with a lot of statistics. And my question is, what role do you think small and medium-sized businesses play in ensuring the development of the economy?
Thank you for your question. Small and medium-sized business play a key role in ensuring the development of the economy, being the main source of jobs, not only for qualified personnel, but also which is important for lower skilled people from the economically active population. At the global level, according to the International Labour Organization, there is a trend for the employment in the small and medium-sized business sector. For example, over the past 10 years, the number of people employed in small and medium-sized business has doubled in more than 130 countries around the world and amount to about 150 million people by the end of 2020. Did I respond to your question?
Екатерина?
Oh, sorry, my mic was off. Yeah, you did, and I understood you very well.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dilara, for such an elaborated answer. Are there any other questions?
Oh, yes, I have also a question. What is this giveaway and why is it important?
GVA is gross value added, and it's the difference between the value of goods and services produced. Gross value added includes consumption of fixed capital, but the value added indicator is intended to measure the value created in the production process. GVA is a very important metric. It's used to measure gross domestic product, GDP, and GDP is a measure of the health of a national economy and economic growth. Did I respond to your question?
Yes, thank you for your answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I believe that it should be highlighted a great teamwork that the girls separately as responding to the questions. If you have any questions, please be kindly reminded that you can type it in the chat or you can still ask questions using your microphone. Let's wait for several seconds. I suppose there are no questions for now. However, you still can reach Dilara and Zarina if you have any questions, suggestions, maybe comments, maybe some of the ideas how the research can be developed further. If you have any this kind of suggestions, you can still hear the context of Dilara and Zarina. Now I would like to thank girls. Thank you very much, Dilara and Zarina, for your presentation. That was incredibly informative. Thank you for your elaborated answers. Now you are free to go. Thank you. Now I would kindly invite Dusymbayeva Diana and Abdulhasanova Ekaterina. They will talk about the role of the Sustainable Development Goals in higher education institution. They will share their unique experience at here Narcos University. Girls, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, dear participants. And today, me, Ekaterina, and my colleague Diana will introduce you the contribution of students-led organizations in higher education institutions to the Sustainable Development Goals. And before starting our presentation, we would like to ask you, do you know any students-led organizations, maybe in Kazakhstan or in Central Asia, or even in our university, on Sustainable Development Goals? And are there many of these organizations?
Well, I know the student organization that basically operates in our university. It's Inactus. And I know the global one, but we have an office here in Almaty. It's Isaac. So yeah, two.
Thank you. And now I invite Diana to introduce our table of content, please.
Thank you, Katerina. So we will start today's session with the definition of SDGs and then moving further to the role of higher education in Sustainable Development Goals. And then we will move to effect of Sustainable Development Goals in the universities. And then we will talk a little about international integration of Sustainable Development Goals. And then we will close it with ideas how to get into and the examples of integration of Sustainable Development Goals into the higher education systems. Now I'm giving my floor to Ekaterina.
Thank you. I guess everyone knows what Sustainable Development Goals are, but let's revise that the global goals, or also called as Sustainable Development Goals, are a universal call to action and to end poverty, to protect the planet, to ensure that all people enjoy peace and prosperity by 2030. Now, Diana will tell you about higher education, and the floor is yours.
Thanks a lot. Universities has a long history actually, and it started as just an educational establishment, but recently also have taken an engagement mission as well. And so nowadays universities has become one of the core educational initiatives to help address many of those problems that are associated with human development. Next slide, please. And I would like to state that none of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals can be achieved without the contribution of higher education. For example, through research, universities play a unique role in producing new knowledge so we could address these global challenges and provide the evidence for a public policy. And through teaching, universities also develop generations of new leaders and also skilled professionals who will in future drive social and economic development. And finally, through community engagement, universities work with a rich variety of stakeholders, and also including the government, the private sector, and even the civil society as well as for local, national, and global impact. Next slide, please. It is important that the missions we highlight of the universities are coordinated globally, and the universities must come together to debate an action plan. We need to create a mass of members, not just a couple of, so we could raise the awareness also outside the universities, not only inside. We need to make sure that the research and education in universities provide is generated for future, and we provide new ideas and also possible solutions for these social and economic systems. These could be achieved by establishing a global working group. And now Ekaterina will talk about how to engage these ideas into our universities.
Okay, so actually, as in every information, every event, every idea, social media is a resource from which the information gets into communities, and Sustainable Development Goals is also an idea which can get into universities through social media. Also, the second resource is students' initiatives. So actually, when like-minded students who are passionate about sustainable development goals and ideas of sustainable development, they gather together and they introduce these ideas to others. It is also like getting into the university and starting to exist in the university. Also, research institutes which have a base, a foundation for some introducing information about these goals, which carrying out some research and some tests and so on. Also, the administration of university itself can do a contribution to get these ideas into universities. And actually, research institutes and administration of university also can support these ideas financially. Next slide, please. So actually in 2017, how to get started with the Sustainable Development Goals in the universities. This program was introduced, and this program can be a strategy how to implement these ideas or create your organization, create your initiative in your university, or or even in school, I guess, and also various support programs, competitions, conferences, meetings, lectures, also scientific works, competitions can be like one option to implement these ideas and to let people know more about this. So next, here you can see an example of one organization in our university. This organization is called Unite, and we are, me and Diana, the members of this organization. Let me tell you about this structure. Here you can see that Sustainable Kazakhstan Research Institute, which is based in Narhoz University, has somehow a connection with the Unite, and also the partnership officer is like a link between them. And talking about our initiative itself, we have ambassadors, also we have advisors and attaché. All of these students have different roles, and one of them are like carrying out these ideas and introducing these ideas. Next position is obligated to introduce these ideas to students and to like implement ideas by different projects, and also we do a lot of like social networks, competitions, maybe some engagement, and also Unite is not the initiative just in Narhoz. It is uniting all the initiatives around Kazakhstan and Central Asia, but talking about its features, I think Diana can introduce them. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Now I would like to highlight some of the core goals of the Unite. We aim to build a culture of sustainable development at the University of Narhoz and also into the Kazakhstan and even outside. And we do raise the awareness of sustainable development issues, engaging in sustainability campaigns, as you can see below. Now, one of the important tools is this media engagement, so we're using it widely. For example, we do engage people into some webinars where they can gain some knowledge about consumption and recycling the plastic. Also, we do we do present them some presents that they can win through these webinars, and we do assist in research, so you can actually see this information into our Instagram. Now I shall yield the floor to Ekaterina again.
Thank you. And now we are going to talk about the initiator of this initiative, about this organization, and the Brandon Dupré, who now is the director of Sustainable Kazakhstan Research Institute. I guess some of you, or even all of you, know him, and he is an initiator of our Sustainable Development Goals initiative in Narhoz, and also of the Unite. Telling about his experience, as you can see on a slide, he's been to TED Talks, also introducing his ideas about how save the planet, and about contribution of higher education and the contribution of organizations to the Sustainable Development Goals. He also talked about it, and telling about how he helps us. He shares his both theoretical and practical experience. So it is really useful, really helpful when we talk to him, because he has a lot of experience, and he can help us with ideas, maybe with some experience from his ex-universities where he worked at. And now, next slide, please. We will talk about future plans. So first, we want to continue our webinars on various topics of sustainable development as we did before. Also, we want to continue our challenges and competition in social networks, because we strongly believe that these social networks, social websites, they are a really good option to implement and introduce these ideas. Also, implementation of the university's eco brand, it is our future big plan, I guess, because we want our students and universities, administration, professors, to have such a brand with eco products, and they can buy them like every time they want, because it is not so widely spread, like eco shops and so on. And we want to have a kind of shop in our university with our logo and so on. And also cooperation with other universities and school. Talking about this idea, I want to mention that several students of Suleiman Demirel University, also Nazarbayev University, and Ablai Khan University showed their initiative to create their own initiative and to be part of Unite, which again unites all the organizations of Kazakhstan and Central Asia on sustainable development. And I think it would be great if you are from university where are no these like ideas spread, and you can also create your own initiative and join Unite.
So I would like to highlight some of the advantages to join student initiative. There is a lot of organizations outside the educational institutions, for example, that Isaac, that was mentioned at the beginning of the session by one of the listeners. And also there are some of the courses inside the educational institution. For example, at Narcos, I know that there is sustainable development course, minor course, but we do state that the sustainable student initiatives are the ones that bring forward both social and also institutional learning in the entire university that can implement sustainable development goals. One of the advantages that we have, that independence, the students are the ones that define our own goals. We choose our proper methods and we evaluate our achievements, and we do create the vision, as Ekaterina mentioned before. So yes, and also the advantages that the thing we do is we strengthen our soft skills such as social competence. We do strengthen communication skills and also motivation with our own work. So it is our job to gain knowledge about ourselves and how to have an impact on society and have solve the complex problems towards the future. So this is all for today. Next slide. Here you can see the references, and thank you for your attention. Now we can start the Q&A sessions. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask. Also remind you that here are the contacts by which you can reach us if you'd like to.
Thank you very much, girls. Also, this is a kind of reminder that you can still find them on the social media. So that's narcos.unite and SKRI also narcos. It implies the SKRI is a Sustainable Kazakhstan Research Institute. You can also follow up for more if you have any ideas regarding the implementation of SDG in Kazakhstan. Thank you very much for such an informative presentation. That's obvious. That's definitely a unique experience, and we're glad that you're sharing it with us. If you have any questions, now I'd like to invite all of the participants to ask questions. Also, I'm also monitoring the chat. If you're unable to ask via your devices, you can still type it in the chat. Thank you very much.
So thank you. It was a great pleasure to listen to you. However, I have several questions. The first one is from your point of view, how would it be better to encourage students to act but not just to listen to the ideas of SDG goals? And the second one, how would you recommend to encourage students to act after leaving the university? So that's a common practice that students are interested in these ideas only being at the walls of the university.
Okay, thank you so much for the questions. I think that there is, you said, how would it be better to encourage students to act but not just listen? But I think there's nothing wrong with just listening. Actual listening is considered for us as a first step of action. So the second one, when we listen a lot, we see the people talking about sustainable development goals all around us. And then the second step is to start speaking out ourselves. And the reason why we don't speak, that we don't see people speaking about, right, around us. And then at the university or somewhere else, we see people, and then we are not afraid to start speaking out. And as far as more people start to speak, and therefore, of course, more people start to act. And this is our job, to give this beginning at the universities, that people will change their minds through the about some kind of issues, and then we are not afraid, so that after the universities they will not finish acting and speaking around. Thank you for the question. I hope you find my answer clearly.
Thank you very much, Diana.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Diana. That was incredibly elaborated answer. I would definitely support the idea that you should first listen and then speak up, and speaking up isn't also an action. Thank you very much. That was incredible answer. Here in the chat, we have another question. Girl says, Amina Yernazarova says, thank you for your presentation. It was very interesting. I have a question. How students can contribute to the SDGs in the regions?
Let me answer this question because I'm aware of these problems. The thing is, currently I am not in Almaty, but I am in a quite small city, Kızılorda, if you know. And this problem in small cities and regions actually occurs. And I know about it. The thing is, now I'm here, but I think now I am like into these ideas, and I am sharing my ideas. I am a member of such an initiative, and now I am a participant of such beautiful event. So I guess the solution is we need to engage students in regions by our experience. So I mean, when you are when you are proactive, when you are initiative, you giving an excellent example to others, and also an initiatives like ours, like Unite, is connecting people and makes people make people to act, and I guess this can be a solution actually.
Thank you very much. Amina, could you please type it if Ekaterina has responded to your question? If you have any other questions, you are more than welcome to ask.
Yes, thank you for your presentation. That was very informative. And I also have a question. To what extent student organizations in reaching the SDGs can be effective, and what examples can you provide?
Okay, I guess that most effective extent would be the theoretical part. We can share our ideas easily, especially in social media, and telling about youth and students. You know that almost every of us has Instagram, has like social medias where we can share our ideas, and I think that this extent can be reached by youth. But also an example of introducing these ideas can be doing some action with another students and with our friends. For example, going to cleanups in the shores of Almaty, for example, as we did with Recycle Birge last year, and talking about this example, we went to Alma Arasan, I guess, and did a eco cleanup. Then we sorted the waste to plastic, to recyclable ones and non-recyclable ones. And I guess this was wonderful experience where we firstly got some theoretical information about how to do this, and second is last but not least, we did something by our hands, and we gathered together. So did I respond to your question?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you too.
Thank you for your presentation, girls. It was really interesting, and I have a question. What progress have been made in order to reach CSG during the quarantine, and what is the role of students?
Thank you so much. This is a great question, actually. What progress have been made in order to reach SDG? The quarantine is really brought some changes into our daily routine, even how to promote the SDG goals through the society. And there was the great opportunity to coordinate not only inside of the universities like we did before, or the city or country, but now we could reach the international also organizations, coordinating with them. As I was talking before in my presentation about the international collaboration, for instance, I could say the example of solve climate by 2030. That this is actually the amazing example how the people around the world, the universities, American universities, the UN organization, and our Kazakh and other countries can coordinate about the sustainable development goals and talk about it, so we can organize some of the conferences together, as well as this one, why we're here doing these amazing things together. And yes, this is, I guess, the major major difference about the quarantine, and now we can create the future plan, hopefully for the time when the quarantine will end. So yes, I hope you find my answer clear.
Yes, of course. Thank you for your answer.
Thanks for the question.
Interesting thought here in the chat by Kristina Ryabova. She says, have you considered giving online classes for students how to achieve the SDG goals? For instance, UNICEF has such programs like Be Kind, Plastic Free. Have you ever considered?
Let me answer for this question. Thank you, Christina. And actually, yes, we did a webinar on which we teached like it was really useful information because it was practical. Alina Higai, who is the founder of several eco organizations, and also she is an alumni of Narcos University, she gave us practical information about how to sort our waste, how to know if the plastic is recyclable or it is like we cannot recycle it, and also she showed us her own examples how to be eco-friendly and how to reach some of the goals in sustainable development goals. And it was a wonderful like webinar. And also soon we will upload this webinar on our Narcos on our Instagram page, Narcos Unite, and you can watch it. Thank you. Did I respond?
Christina, could you please type it if Ekaterina? Thank you. Yes. The answer is yes. Thank you very much for such a fruitful discussion. We're incredibly proud of our students that you are engaged in such kind of events, such as recycling and educating other people. Let's accept one last question and then close up the discussion here for now. And if you have any other questions, you can still email Diana or Ekaterina, or you can email them both. So those both are reachable. Let's accept one final question and then meet our speakers.
So can I ask a last question, please?
Sure.
Girls, I liked your presentation too. And my question is next. How can we join your organization?
It is big pleasure to hear such words, because we are really happy that students want to join us. Actually, you can write me to my email or even Diana's, and you can write to our Instagram page to direct like DM, and also you can you should know that after joining us we will have great time. Thank you.
Thank you too.
Very much. Thank you very much for sharing such incredible experience. We, as I said before, we're incredibly proud of our students. Thank you very much. Now we are closing the discussion part regarding this presentation. Now I would kindly invite once again, thank you very much for such a presentation. Now I would like to invite Takesh Al-Khairi and Yermak Victor. They're going to share their valuable experience regarding the investment portfolio for 2021. I believe that's going to be very, very interesting. Al-Khair, Victor, please, the floor is yours.
Yes, we are here. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Victor Yermak. My partner is Al-Khair Takesh. Here you can find our contacts. Today we want to talk about our investment portfolio for 2021. Please, next slide. Next slide. First of all, we will mention stock market of Kazakhstan, then we'll discuss leading brokerage companies, and we will finish our presentation with investment portfolio.
Good afternoon. Please, next slide. Good afternoon. I will start the presentation with the stock market of Kazakhstan. Kazakhstan is currently successfully developing the stock market, overcoming the financial indicators of previous periods every day. Stage taking into account the past economic crisis, the epidemiological situation, the high volatility in the market, Kazakhstan has a rather weak investor base. The size of the population, the level of its income and employment, a certain number of problems in the development of infrastructure, the country's trade, turnover, and so on. This is the reason for the weak investor attractiveness. In our opinion, a more favorable condition for the justification of all the interested and market participants will be the functioning of only one large and differentiated exchange. In this context, I assume a merger into one exchange. So then we go to the next slide. Thank you. At the moment, the two markets are dominated by short-term speculative trends, as companies operating in the retail sector are focused on attracting free financial resources to Kazakhstan and further investing this money abroad. This approach does not benefit the Kazakh economy, but it creates a competitive environment and does not increase the efficiency of the market. The Kazakhstan stock market is described a low liquidity of the secondary market. This is due because of the drawbacks as the underdevelopment of the derivatives market and development of the stock market. Many Kazakh issuers are not yet willing to disclose financial information and allow external shareholders to manage the company. And this is the main reason for the attractiveness of the Kazakhstan stock market. Then I will move on the next slide and I will talk about the top best brokerage companies for 2021. Choosing a broker is a very responsible and difficult task. After all, only after choosing your own service company, you are rightfully a subject of investment activity. I would like to note that each company represented has a license of the National Bank of Kazakhstan for brokerage activities. They will be certifying everyone in the reliable activities of the companies. Also, each of the brokers has its own strengths and weaknesses. Please, next slide. For example, Sunvest positions itself as a broker for everyone, but relies more on the simplicity and clarity of the trading platform and the investment opportunities of its clients. Please, next slide. Clearly, BC Invest is intended for experienced investors who need to have access to completely different stock market in the world. Other companies can now boast of this. Next slide, please. Freedom Finance, as one of the largest trading platforms in Kazakhstan, satisfies the majority of entities with both small and large capital. Therefore, we come to the conclusion that depending on the goals of the investor, the term and service of the broker, the choice of the service company will depend. Everyone chooses subjective. That's all I have to say about the Kazakhstan Stock Exchange and the best brokerage companies for 2021. Now my colleague Victor Yermak will talk about the investment portfolio for 2021.
Thank you. Thanks to investing, you can secure the value of your capital and even increase it, but few people know how to do it really efficiently and correctly. Therefore, I would like to present to you our investment portfolio for 2021. In total, these are 3 instruments in our portfolio. These are Tesla stocks, Lukoil stocks, and Russian and Kazakh ETF stocks. Please, next slide. Let's start with Tesla. At the moment, it's the largest manufacturer of electric vehicles in the world. The company also sells trucks, solar panels, robotaxi services. Next slide. Why did we choose Tesla? First, at the end of 2019, new Tesla factory was opened in China, allowing its new cars to be launched on the Chinese market. It should also be understood that Chinese market is testing more so for all global automakers. Second, the company posted a good report for 2020, and thirdly, the tendency to protect the ecological system of our world, as well as victory of the active environmental activist Joe Biden in the USA presidential election, will certainly have a positive effect on the company. Also, by 2023, Tesla will actively expand its zone of influence by opening factories in Europe, India, and even Israel. Next slide. We also analyzed the movement of Tesla stocks, and according to our calculations, we came to the conclusion that they are quite volatile, but at the same time show huge endurance in the long term. Okay, next slide, please. Lukoil next in line. It's one of the largest oil and gas companies in the world. Next slide. What is the attraction of Lukoil? Lukoil, first of all, Lukoil will take a part of development of Dostluk field in the Caspian Sea. This means that the company will have a new opportunity to expand its activities. Second, the Australian company FAR Limited, the largest oil producer in West Africa, announced on March 17 that it was accepting a takeover offer by Lukoil. We believe that this news will certainly strengthen the position of Lukoil. Thirdly, one more piece of news: Lukoil proven liquid hydrocarbon reserves are over 15 million barrels, and the replacement rate is 94%. This means that the company is productive and has enough resources to run at full capacity for another 21 years. Next slide. We also analyzed Lukoil stocks, and as a result of analysis, we came to the conclusion that the stocks are stable, the investment risk is minimal, and the future profitability is positive. You can see for yourself from the graph that Lukoil stocks do not show such sharp dynamics as Tesla stocks. Next slide. And the last instrument of our investment portfolio next in line is an exchange-traded investment fund. This fund is made up of many shares from a specific industry and reflects fair overall performance. These are three main features of these indices. First, these are exchange-traded funds. Second, an easy way to access the international securities market. And thirdly, provide yield in dollars. Please, next slide. What are the advantages of them? We have selected the most important advantages of each of the funds. For example, the Russian funds has such advantages as minimal risk, trading in Eurobonds, and good profitability, and also low commission. The Kazakh fund has huge returns, low price per stock, reliable control, good prospects for issuers. Please, next slide. Key indicators. You can note that the returns of funds in different currencies and their annual returns are very different. This is due to the fact that two funds are a fundamental difference from each other, and the main difference. Next slide. First, shares by industry. Second, different types of securities. Kazakh ETF has, for example, stocks of 8 Kazakhstan issuers. Russian ETF has Eurobonds of 25 Russian issuers. And thirdly, the Russian index is more diversified. Next slide. Which of the funds should you choose? It depends on your personal investment strategy. From us, personally, we will advise you to invest in 80-20 proportions, 80% ETF FX-RU, 20% ETF FX-KZ in order to achieve the most effective investment result. That's all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your question. If you have any questions, then ask.
Yes, if you have any questions, I think that's also, let me come back to the previous slide. So in case you need some of the professional world view regarding the stocks or stocks market, I believe that here's one of the recommended literature that you can take a closer look at. Also, if you have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask. The floor is yours.
May I ask?
Sure, please.
Al-Khair and Victor, thank you very much for your presentation and also for such an actual topic, because I'm also interested in investing. And how high, in your opinion, is the level of awareness of citizens of Kazakhstan about investment instruments and also about some brokers?
In my opinion, we need to increase the level of awarenesses of citizens of Kazakhstan about investment instruments, because this indicator can really affect the bad situation in the stock market of Kazakhstan. As I said, At the moment, the Kazakhstan Stock Exchange is dominated by short-term and speculative trends, as well as low demand for securities of Kazakhstan companies. Therefore, Kazakhstan needs to increase the level of financial literacy of the population to increase demand and liquidity in the stock market. And where there is demand, there is supply. I mean, if people are going to be interested in investments, stock markets, and how it all works, um, first of all, we can increase the growth and development of the economy and increase the level of investment, even foreign investor or companies. And if people are financially literate, they will build a strong economy. There will be, I know, improving our country. So,
Thank you.
did I respond to
Maybe you will tell like a detail who is aware, who is more aware of investment and investment instruments, youth or maybe elder generation?
Or you can also add social class, maybe for instance, regarding their incomes. Maybe that's a low income, middle income, or high income families.
Okay, I can answer you. The highest price per stock of the companies we represented is Tesla. It is 739. Not everyone has such large funds for investment. Therefore, the target audience for such shares should have high capital. In second place, it's Lukoil. One stock costs 6,000 rubles, and the most readily available tool from our portfolio are ETF. The price for per stock of these funds vary from 250 to 3,000 rubles.
Thank you very much, Ekaterina.
Yes, thank you.
Excellent. Are there any other questions?
Well, possibly I can ask. Thank you for such a detailed plan of the portfolio. However, considering these companies for the portfolio, did you look at the correlation? In general, your portfolio, how risky it is?
Okay. We selected companies based on news and financial statements. Also, we choose these companies because our financial analysis shows that they have all conditions for high development in the long term. I hope I answered your question.
Yeah, I think yes. Thank you.
Thank you too.
I have two more questions. Usually investors prefer to work with the foreign stock exchanges. Why do you think it happened? That's my first question. And my second question is, are there any ways on improving Kazakhstani stock exchanges and attracting more clients?
about first question? In my opinion, the investors' investments depend on his goals. Money to increase income, someone for the development and maintenance of the company, someone use speculation, someone expects for a long time. Usually an investor works with a foreign exchange because, in my opinion, because there are more opportunities, a large selection of companies and IPOs from different sectors of the economy. I mean, the industry, healthcare, technology, IT, and consumer sector are much better developed than in Kazakhstan. And if you look at the Kazakhstan Stock Exchange, you will see only oil and gas companies and banks. In my opinion, I don't see any prospects in these industries. In addition, many Kazakh issuers do not yet want to disclose financial information and allow external shareholders to the company. I said this. And therefore, Kazakhstan is not a very attractive environment for investors. And I would advise Kazakhstan to create all the necessary and satisfactory conditions for attracting investors and developing small and medium-sized business.
I thank you. That was very excellent response. Are there any other questions?
Yes, I have one question. Thank you, Victor Al-Khair, for your presentation. And what would be the target audience for these offers?
Here, what would be the target audience? Yeah, target audience for these offers. Thank you.
Sorry, can you repeat your question?
Sure. What would be the target audience? Target audience for exactly these offers? You have mentioned three main stocks, yes, that are Tesla. Tesla. What was once again?
Lukoil.
Lukoil and one more. So there are three offers. Who should buy them? Who should buy them?
For example, ETF stocks can buy every people because the price per stock of these funds varies from 200 to 3,000 rubles. It's I think it's not big. And for example, the highest price per stock of our companies is represented in Tesla. It's 719. And as I said, not everyone has such large funds for investment. Therefore, the target audience for such shares should have a high capital.
Excellent response. Thank you. In the chat, we have one more question. Azel Juman says, "Thanks, boys, for your presentation. I have a question. Do you think that the political situations in Russia, such as poisoning Navalny, Turkey's closing its borders, and the sanctions, would have a negative impact in the Russian stock market, or ergo Lukoil?"
Okay, I can answer these questions. There will certainly be an impact, but one should not forget that Russian economy has huge potential in the industrial sector. And you can just remember the crisis in 2008 when almost all American oil and gas companies crashed their stocks almost 3 times, while Russian issuers show great resilience, falling only 1.52 times. In general, I want to say that you should not be afraid to invest in Russian issuers, even with such unpleasant news. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was definitely an expert view. Thank you. Are there any questions? If there are any questions, let's accept one more last question.
Yes, I have a question.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Al-Khair and Victor, for your presentation. And I want to ask, only 2% of Kazakhstan people have the investors' portfolio. However, in the States, the indicator are 50%. And what would you suggest in order to tackle the issue?
Okay, first I would like to voice the reason why this happened. In Kazakhstan, these deposits are in first place in terms of investments, when in the same America and Europe, there are particularly not demand. This due to the fact that our banks offer deposits at high rates and the risk of investment is minimal. While in America and Europe, the deposit rate is minimal, Therefore, foreigners have no choice how to invest in other instruments, securities. In order for more investors in Kazakhstan to be created, it's necessary to create a good alternative to convince people that by investing in stocks and bonds of different companies, they will receive more income than from deposits. Did I answer your question, Saulia?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we're not able to accept more questions because of the due to the lack of time. But thank you very much, Investment Portfolio for 2021. I believe that was an excellent presentation, and that was pretty interesting considering the amount of questions. Thank you very much, Victor and Khair. Now you're free to go. If you have any other questions left, you can still contact them via email or through the mobile phone that are here. So thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you too. Thank you for your all attention.
Thank you. Sure. Now I would like to invite Yernazarova Amina, Yerlanova Diana, and Zhumakiyeva Saulia. They will talk about what changes follow the introduction of artificial intelligence in the financial sector. Girls, are you here?
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you very much. The floor is yours. Please, you can start.
Thank you, Diana. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Zhumakiyeva Saulia, and my colleagues are Yernazarova Amina and Yerlanova Diana. Today, we'd like to talk about the impact of implementing artificial intelligence in the financial sector. Next, please. Thank you. Firstly, we will give you the definition of AI and some statistics. Then we will consider the benefits and risks of using AI, and finally talk about AI in Kazakhstan. Next. Today, artificial intelligence is based on the ability to operate large amounts of knowledge. Basically, it provides familiar to us analyzing, answering questions, and solving problems using certain rules in the specific area. But unlike humans, AI can operate a massive of information. According to a survey conducted by a ServiceNow company in collaboration with the Oxford Economics Research Center, 89% of companies already use machine learning mechanism. 30% are exploring the possibilities and planning to implement such technologies. Next. Neil Jacobstein mentioned 9 main tasks for new technologies in the financial sphere. First, market research. It gives financial companies an opportunity to ask the questions they have never asked before and get the answers. Big companies like Data Miner are not oriented only on fintech, but low financial structure to get all necessary information. In accounting, there are companies like ZGold, which provides AI-based accounting system on clothes or even on smartphones. This system allows all financial operations to run on smartphone for business as well as separate professionals. As for investments, this big company Scientid, a part of the team which built Siri, a virtual assistant for Apple. The team made a groundbreaking platform which creates small agents. They behave as huge fund manager, can prediction, and even involve in competing with each other. Credit is another big area in fintech. One of the most important directions is to make loan process more transparent and clear, especially for the younger generation. Affirm is a good example for the companies who already realize that ideas. Next, in insurance, AI is used to collect information and validate the claims that people make for insurance. As for example, Lemonade. The company is using AI in all aspects of work, from sales to make insurance decision. In collecting area, finance structure like Collecting AI makes AI-based collection agents which can immediately learn what works in the different situation and do it much more productive than human. Finally, predictive analytics goes to a new level. Opera Solution, for example, provides data analysis service based on signals, mathematical transformation of data. It creates a repository for the synthesized intelligence, which is mediated between data and people who use this data for the better understanding the situation and making the best decision. Now, I would like to hand over to Amina.
Thank you so much.
The technological advantages provided by artificial intelligence may have a positive impact on the achievement of SDGs within the economy group because it provides companies with a wide range of benefits. For instance, AI is efficient in handling large volumes of information. In essence, computers will take over the manual work of analyzing data and creating meaningful records. By using these insights and methods, financial professionals will be much more efficient in budgeting and forecasting. They will have more time to build business relationships and to do advisory work as well. Risk assessment through the use of advanced software is already showing promising results across industries, and finance is leading the way. Likewise, AI can be more efficient than humans when it comes to fraud detection and prevention. On top of that, AI-based applications will eliminate bias from the metrics. Of course, we will have to say goodbye to human errors as well. After all, computer algorithms do not get tired or sleepy no matter how many hours of overtime they put in a week. Improved data quality will result in better efficiency, and better graphics and informative charts will lead to better decisions, as simple as that. And of course, we should consider the risks of using artificial intelligence in finance. At the moment, most organizations cannot afford high-end AI applications because it is too expensive for the majority of fintech businesses out there, at least for now. Yet we have entered a new decade and things could greatly change. Nonetheless, many renowned experts have issued warnings about the dangerous nature of artificial intelligence. Of course, the primary axiom of these claims is that AI will make humans obsolete. Once computers develop their own intelligence, they will be unstoppable. However, the situation out in the trenches shows that this is nothing more than a myth. No matter how complex the algorithms are, they cannot copy our common sense. In other words, human intuition remains an elusive ingredient that makes the difference between robots and the human race. Also, a lack of regulatory scrutiny could present a problem in the upcoming period. Only by fine-tuning the legislation and improving infrastructure management, we can hope to mitigate the risk of cybercrime. Misuse of data in the fintech businesses often results in colossal losses. And that is why the rise of AI needs to be accompanied by constant improvements in security procedures. And the next slide is about AI in Kazakhstan. This topic is covered by Diana.
Thank you, Amina. The main priorities of the National Bank today are the development of mobile payments, biometric digital identification of consumers of financial services, the use of big data, digitalization of banking and insurance services, as well as the creation of a modern system for responding to cyber threats. At the briefing in Almaty, the head of the National Bank, Yerbola Dusayev, spoke about plans for the development of the fintech industry in Kazakhstan. According to him, over the past 3 years, the volume of non-cash transactions of the country's population has increased 5 times, and for 10 months of this year, it amounted to 10.6 trillion tenge. It proves that AI brings positive change as it improves the quality of customer service, reduces the number of fraud, and prevents errors when processing large informations. On average, the population conducts 3 million non-cash transactions worth more than 35 billion tenge per day. Transactions via internet banking account for 68% of the total volume of non-cash transactions. Jacqueline Brebner, a managing partner of McKinsey and Company in Kazakhstan, notes AI technologies and in-depth analytics can become one of the main factors that will allow Kazakhstan to achieve from 5 to 6% annual GDP growth until 2030. This is possible due to an increase in labor productivity, which will become a significant factor in economic growth in the context of a slowdown in the rate of employment growth. Next slide, please. On the 5th of February was launched the Digital Almaty Forum, which is attended by the prime ministers of the EU countries. President of Kazakhstan, Kassym-Jomart Tokayev, opened the session with a video message. We understand that the future belongs to technology and innovation. In 2021, the IT market aimed at the development of artificial intelligence will grow by 35% and amount to $20 billion. In such circumstances, we need a common coordination of activities in this area, the president said. He added that the main focus in Kazakhstan is on creating a smart decision-making ecosystem. This will allow us to build effective models for predicting and preventing risks. For this purpose, a national cluster of artificial intelligence is being created on the basis of Nazarbayev University. According to the president, it's planned to attract about 500 billion tenge for the development of digitalization in the next 5 years. In summary, despite the risks that might follow the introduction of artificial intelligence in finance, it's mostly beneficial and it's worth implementing in Kazakhstan. The AI sector of our country is only at the stage of development. Although the introduction of AI in different financial sectors already has a positive effect. It increases efficiency of the financial sector as it automates manual work, identifies and prevents fraud, and generally drives a better customer experience. It will require a lot of joint efforts on the part of the government, private business, and residents of the country to use the full potential of AI technologies and in-depth analytics in Kazakhstan. And we strongly believe that implementing and further development of AI in Kazakhstan, particularly in the financial sphere, is essential. That's all. Thank you for your attention. Please feel free to ask questions.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Here you can observe the reference list if needed, and let's move to the Q&A session. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask them now.
Thank you for the presentation. Question I ask. Do all tasks function in Kazakhstan?
I can answer to your question. Kazakhstan is gradually opening up new opportunities for AI, and we can say that it uses almost everything in finance. For example, the banking system is already using the AI-based system, such as collecting and accounting for conducting fast and accurate accounting information. Moreover, Kazakhstan uses mobile banking, which consists of number of services such as opening deposits, loans, paying bills, and etc. Did I respond to your question?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you too.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions? Please be kindly reminded.
Yes.
In the chat.
I have one more question. I really enjoyed the presentation. Thank you so much. And I'm just curious if there are any examples of artificial intelligence in Kazakhstan right now.
As I know, since the beginning of 2018, Kazakhstan has launched online insurance. Due to the fact that insurance companies through a single insurance database have access to information contained in government database and information systems, and most of the information you fill out on the insurance company's website is checked and verified, which minimize the risk of making mistakes.
Thank you very much, Diana. Did girls respond to your question?
Yes, thanks a lot.
Okay, good. We're still open for other questions.
Thanks you for your presentation. It's very informative. And is Kazakhstan's financial sector ready to confront cybercrimes?
I'll answer this question. I think yes, ready. As I read, suspicious transactions are blocked at the level of the bank themselves. And also, I think match depends on two things. The first is the availability of qualified personnel and the installation of the correct hardware and software. And the second important point is the conduct of training aimed at explaining such a concept as a phishing attack. Did I respond?
Zarina, did she respond to your question?
Yes, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
And I have one more. In general, the topic of artificial intelligence is very interesting in modern reality. And from your point of view, which country can be served as a successful example in implementing of AI, and why you consider it?
That's a great question. As we mentioned earlier, the financial sector of United States is actually using artificial intelligence in companies such as Cisco, Data Miner, Opera Solutions, and others. And actually, if I'm not mistaken, United States is the country with the most AI companies. There are over thousands of companies like IBM, Microsoft, Google, etc. And based on their experience, we can gradually introduce artificial intelligence into our country. Have I answered your question?
Yeah, for sure. Thank you.
I also have a question.
Yes, please.
Thank you for your presentation. And just in your opinion, or maybe in your like research, which domestic or foreign companies or corporations can be potential investors for the implementation of artificial intelligence in Kazakhstan?
As you know, Chinese companies nowadays are really interested in artificial intelligence. Like, for example, Alibaba is looking at AI technologies to see how it can help to forecast demand, to automate operations, and provide best user experiences. And American companies such as IBM, Microsoft, and Google are also currently investing in AI centers. They want to develop and improve AI technologies. And as for Kazakhstan, the banking sector is in the lead in the financial sphere. So I would say that projects related to AI are attractive to banks like Halyk Bank, Kaspi Bank, and Sberbank. I mean, companies branched in Kazakhstan. Did I respond to your question?
Yeah, great answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, girls, for your presentation. That was informative, and thank you very much for active participants for the fruitful discussion. We unfortunately don't have enough time to accept more of the questions, but if you have several left, so then you can email Diana, Solia, Amina, or contact them via their phone number. Thank you very much, girls. Now you are free to go. Now I would like to invite Kazikin Madina. She will talk about gender pay gap that is which is currently incredibly a valuable topic to discuss. So Madina, hello.
Hello.
Okay, good. We can hear you. Thank you very much. Now the floor is yours.
Good day, everybody. So my name is Madina. Today I will uncover the gender pay gap issue and use the R tool, program analysis tool, in order to give you a better picture on this particular issue. So let's take a look on an outline of my today's presentation. So I will introduce you with the problem. We'll take a look on a wages on a gender basis, quick look on the comparison, current figures, I'll try to forecast the future figures and then, yeah, one conclusion. But before dipping into discussion, let me ask you one question. Do you know what is a positive discrimination?
Positive discrimination or affirmative action? Excellent question. Thank you. I'm also waiting for a response.
No, basically, I haven't heard of it. Maybe of this definition exactly.
So, positive discrimination is known as an application of specific measures in order to convey some specific goals. So, specific measures and that can be applied, the opinions or suggestions of different people. So I just wanted to let you know that by this presentation, I don't want to offend anyone, and that my project drives only positive discrimination and analysis of this particular issue. So now let me ask you a second question. Have you ever heard of a gender wage gap? And what's, in your opinion, is it?
I think this topic is widely spread among today's youth, and I guess everybody knows that in Central Asia countries and in our country also this problem occurs.
So yeah, you are correct. So gender pay gap is resulted from a difference. Pardon me. From a difference between the wages of females and males. So this issue bothers people from the end of 20th century, if I'm not mistaken, despite the fact that nowadays we have developed many moral values, many studies that the problem still remains unsolved. So inequality between working men and women had been rising by people whose attitude towards this problem is not indifferent. So, however, the problem still is sharp and is not solved. Can you switch the slide, please? Thank you. So, the Guardian reports that accordingly, last year's figures, women are paid from 10 to 15% less than men in European Union. So on this picture, you can see the women. They are lecturers of university in London, and they went protesting against the inequality in payment. So gender payment gap is, which is seen on the broadsheet of the women, is also refers to the measurement. The measurement of the difference. So inequality between working men and women had been rising by people whose attitude again towards this problem was not indifferent. So, for instance, there's a measurement, the GPG measurement. It shows how much women get paid relatively men. So the way of calculation is shown on the slide. Women's payments divided on men's. So, for example, suppose the gender pay ratio, which is the GPG, shows a figure of 0.7. So it means that women earn 70 cents while men make $1. Now let's compare their wage rates. So the gender payment gap problem touches all working women, despite the race, color, religion, age, and position at work. So on this figure, you can see the bar plot. You can see the wage gaps on the different working positions. And the bar plot shows the change rate in per hour payment for different wage levels. So you can see from the 10th up to 95th positions. So what is seen is that GDP does not depend on any age level, and the difference, there is a difference of 3.27%, $27. It exists on several levels of salary, and as you can see, the higher the position, the working position, the lower the payment for women, the higher the difference of the payment between men and working women. Let's take a look on the current figures. So this graph on the slide shows the not difference in wages, but the difference in an increase of employment rate. So the provided graph indicates the difference in an employment rate, and it illustrates the dynamics of three variables: female, male, and total. So it is clearly seen that the difference between, there is a significant difference in the beginning of the given period. However, it is getting narrowed by the end, by the 2020. So there was a noticeable surplus in a figure for male representatives from 2005. However, interesting point is that in 2013, there was a cross point. And from 2014, the figure experienced a steady growth of waged females. So the figure experienced a steady growth, and from 2018, the indicators remain constant. And even though the increase in salaried and working women is higher than men, the problem of GPG still exists. Now I'll show you the analysis I have conducted with the help of statistical tools of our program. Let's start from the box plots. So the box plots below illustrate, as it's written, normality of distribution and mean plus standard deviation of the data on wage differences, and employment figures of WBT, which is World Bank data. So these box plots have whiskers. These whiskers are the lines of the box plots. So they represent the variability of the data which is outside the box plot. So the numbers on x-axis they represent the data from the data set I have used, and these numbers I have already shown you on the previous slides. With one is based on the this one and this one. So the first box plot is the blue bar plots data, and the second one is the previous slides data. So on the first picture, it is noticeable that the box plot of female wages, which is red colored, is more consistent in comparison with blue ones, which is males. So both medians of box plots are skewed to the right. So right shift tells us that the skewness is positive, and even though the maximums, as you can see, of two box plots is equal, the number which there's still an outlier, and that particular outlier represents the outstanding number, which do not lay and correspond to the data, to most of the data I have analyzed. The second box plot, it is again for males and females, but in this case we are looking for, we are analyzing the employment rate. So there are no outliers in both box plots, which means that the data is consistent in both box plots. The left whisker is, as you can see, the left whisker is shorter than the right whisker of minimum. It can be explained by the slow growth rate of employment in the beginning of the examined period, and the more significant growth from the middle. So the middle, as you can see, the medians are equal, and that is the cross point, which was mentioned before, cross point of the year of 2014. Right whisker of the red box plot is wider than the blue ones because the minimums of employment rate for women are comparatively lower than men's. So let's take a look on another type of analysis, histograms. These histograms will give us more detailed picture on the wage differences of both gender groups. So it gives the x-axis shows the wage rates. The columns of these plots shows the data that lie within the number on the x-axis. So the data on the plot on the first picture is right skewed with several gaps between frequency lines between the columns. So the first three columns are equal, and they represent the data that the salary numbers that are continued the most of the times, that frequently repeated. And the second picture represents the we see that represents the male wages. We see that the plot is skewed to the left, but is well diversified. There are more figures and gaps that can be described as the big difference in big jumps in a per hour salary shown too. There are more gaps, as you can see. So the difference between last two columns, as you can see, is about $20, which while in figure on the previous figure in the pink one, the difference is 10. So, moreover, it is seen that on the x-axis of the blue plot, we see that the last column stays up in the 0.70, and on the pink one it's 50. So it means that the difference on the highest working position for both male and female is different. For male it's 50, and for women it's 50. For men it's 70. Difference per hour rate $20 is significant. Agree? Now let's try to predict future figures. So the picture illustrates the forecast of the employment level for both gender groups. The blue range covers 10 years and illustrates approximate dynamics of the figures. You can see the line that continues on our main figures. This line is the closest forecast. However, there's a possibility that the line will change its direction within the blue range. So as follows, we can expect no changes in an employment level, or at the same time, we can expect the slow and significant growth for both gender groups. Next one. So yeah, with the help of the statistical tools provided by our program, we could get a better understanding, a better picture, and could take a close look on a discussed issue. As a result, there's a good possibility of a positive movement for our dynamics. We can also assume that the positive changes in figures will improve and then settle the returns so that there won't be any gaps in the wages for both gender groups at all. I appreciate your attention and consideration. Thank you so much. If you are interested in my project, so my contacts will be shown. These are the references. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Madina, for discussing such an urgent and incredibly valid topic. Now I would like to invite all of the participants to ask questions. Please keep in mind that now we can accept only 2 to 3 questions. So due to the lack of time, so if we could squeeze our question from 2 to 3, that would be just great. Please, the floor is yours.
Madina, thank you. I would like you to ask your opinion about maybe the gap which is existing, gender pay gap, is somehow connected with the traditions of the nation or maybe mentality. How do you think?
So, interesting question. In my opinion, this issue doesn't have anything to do with the traditions, with as well as the race, religion, and age. However, I guess that it considers all it considers the mentality and the culture of a nation, but not traditions. So, what was set in the mindset of a nation since their very beginning? So we should also take into account that that another reason of appearance is the cliche assumptions and opinions toward women, gender discrimination. Was my answer satisfying?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. Madina, here we have one more question in the chat. Christina Ryabova asks, do you find the situation is similar for Asian country? What are your predictions about the future?
So while doing research, while gathering all the sources and data that was necessary to conduct, I have analyzed that Japan, China, and other Asian countries have from 25 to 32% gender wage gap. So it means that the women wages are lower than men wages from 25 to 32%. And what's more interesting is that the highest figures of gender pay gap is in Pakistan, which is again Asian country. It's 36%.
Thank you very much. And one last question. Thank you very much. Asalbek Iltazar asks, what would be the main reason for the unequal payment to occur?
So I think that the reasons do differ in accordance with the regions. But all in all, as I have said before, the main reason is the assumptions that women cannot figure out some particular types of work. So the biggest cliche about women is that they are supposed to keep a harmony, while men are harmony in the family, while men are bringing resources for the family growth and so on. So the biggest reason is the discrimination. However, there are other reasons like industry difference or experience difference.
Excellent view. Thank you very much. We have so much more questions left. I'm very sorry that we have to cut it out. However, you can still email all of those questions to Madina, or you can contact her via her mobile phone. Thank you very much. Madina, that was very incredibly interesting and informative. And thank you very much. Now you're free to go. If you have any other questions left, please email to Madina. That's madina.kazakian@narhoz.kz, or you can reach her through her mobile phone that is shown here. Thank you very much,
everybody. Bye.
Thank you. Now I'd like to invite Zeljuman. Zeljuman is planning to give a presentation on analyzing 10's goal by the example of her own family. So that's why I believe it's going to be incredibly interesting to listen to her. Azel, are you with us?
Yes. Good afternoon, Diana.
Okay. Thank you very much. Here's your presentation. The floor is yours.
Okay, let's start. Did you know that the Sustainable Development Goals are a call for action by 193 countries around the world? Good afternoon, my name is Azel and I am the first year student of the specialty Applied Math in Digital Economy at Narhoz University. Next one. Here you can see an outline of my presentation. And first of all, will be a short overview of SDG. Then I will tell about equality in animals and human world. And I will finish my presentation by the recommendation and the references. So beginning with the Sustainable Development Goals, they were accepted to promote prosperity while protecting the planet. If these goals will be reached by 2030, life on the planet will be better for every one of us. So what are these goals? By achieving goals number 1, 2, 3, and 4 and 5, every person on the planet will be equal, safe, and happy. Next, to make people and our planet well-being, goals number 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11 should be achieved. Also, we should take care of our environment with the following goals number 12, 13, 14, and 15. By achieving last 2 goals, we can form a society where strong institutions could ensure peace and justice. Also, we should create a good partnership to achieve all these 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Let's take a look at Animal World. As it was written in fairy story Animal Farm by George Orwell, no animal should wear clothes, no animal should sleep in bed, and even no animal should kill another animal. Instead of having 2 or 4 legs, they are equal. So what if people's life will be same? 10th goal, which... Next one, please. 10th goal, which calls reduced inequality, will create a peace and equality among people. Inequality is literally everywhere in the social, political, economic, educational, and medical sphere. In our country, there is a question about medical care too, but unfortunately, I am sure that such a problem exists not only in Kazakhstan. Next one, please. In the scope of my presentation, I will take a closer look at 3 categories of people. People from low-income families, immigrants, and my family. When the pandemic began, Kazakhstani government informed the citizens that they will pay 42,500 tenge to everyone who lost income. And for the first 2 months of the pandemic, about 4.5 million people received a payment. And it's only official information. These payments were to those who lost income. Besides that, if a family member became ill, the virus could pass along the chain to all other family members. Those
Azel, I'm sorry, but we cannot hear you. Azel, I'm sorry, but we cannot hear you. I think there appeared several technical issues.
Yes, I'm here.
We're glad that you're back.
Yes, sorry, please.
We stopped hearing you when you started talking about your family.
Okay. I will continue. Kazakhstan is currently a migration magnet for migrant workers from Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, and Uzbekistan. Lockdown didn't avoid them either. As a result, the situation of both categories of migrants, citizens of Central Asian countries, remains difficult. People are left without means of subsistence, sources of income, and they cannot pay for housing and the food. Almost 700 Uzbek citizens were unable to get home, being stuck at checkpoints in Kazakhstan. Unfortunately, only by paying a considerable amount of money or even being checked up only in the most expensive or paid medical institutions, people can get a full and a high-quality checkup. This question would not have been raised by me if I and my family had not faced with it. In 2020, coronavirus affected my family as well. Having an uncle, the chief doctor of another district in the city, can you please, next slide? Yes, thanks. In the city, whom the chief doctor of our district told at the general meeting that the whole family was sick, we didn't receive any medicines and didn't even hear a call from the hospital. Only thanks to the fact that we have the best support of our relatives and a good financial situation, we were able to overcome the virus, because we had even no power to talk to each other. Grandma was a chief at their home with grandpa. Grandpa was kind of delivery of food, and my aunt brought us medicines. And what about others who do not have the opportunity to buy medicines or get checked up? So in the first two situations, people could not have good financial situation or good support from relatives. What could they do in that situations? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. And they need just die. Next slide, please. Yes, and next. Gradually, this issue finds its solution. Now every citizen can go and get vaccinated in any available place. It's not necessary to go to state polyclinics, but since we still see that in our country and not only you can get a good checkup only for money, why shouldn't public and private clinics unite precisely in the field of providing services to those who are connected with the coronavirus, let's say as it was in Spain or Germany? Regardless of the status, financial situation, nation, or citizenship, polyclinics provided first aid to absolutely everyone. There are so few of us Kazakhstanis, and we have a lot of people in the entire history of our country. Generation of independent Kazakhstan has only one mission: to be united. I hope that the examples I have given have been able to give an impetus to my audience, and together we can improve the life of all mankind. Here is my reference, and thanks for your attention, and I'm ready for answering your questions.
Thank you very much, Azil. That was very informative and incredibly passionate. I believe that you are incredibly good social justice warrior. So now let's move to the Q&A session. Just this is a kind of reminder that let's limit to 2 to 3 questions maximum. If you have any questions, please do it ASAP. We had one in the chat. Madina Kazikian asks, how do you grade the level of awareness among the citizens of Kazakhstan about the SDGs, and how can it be improved?
Okay, I can say my experience too. Again, I was living for a period in Astana, in Nur-Sultan, in capital of our country, and in the center of right side in that city. So near my home, there was a head office of UN, and that SDG. It was we had kind of like a good marketing plan, and every school students were interested in that topic, but unfortunately in that topic interested only school students and the young generation of Kazakhstan, and no one else. I think we should like make as I know, there must be two meetings before 2030 to achieve these goals. And if our country will do these 2 conferences, I think every citizen in our country will know about it. Why not? Thanks for your question.
I also have a question. So you told about like health sphere, and I would like to ask you about compulsory social health insurance that was introduced recently in Kazakhstan, as we know. And how do you think this has affected the availability of medicine in our country?
Thanks. Yes, thanks for your question too. Over the past 6 months, medical care has improved slightly, but it has only improved for pensioners. As for me, I noticed it in an example of my family again when we were ill. The doctor of the hospital to which my parents are attached is always interested in their health, my grandparents, and called for vaccination in March. But to that hospital to which my parents were attached, as I have already said, they didn't react to our illness, and if if on the part of infrastructure and equipment, over the past few years, it has improved a little, but again, it's not available to all citizens of our country. It's my opinion.
Thank you very much, Hazel. Thank you very much for sharing your experience analyzing 10 school in example of your family. I believe that would be a great call for the public policymakers and the governors. That might be a good sign to start reacting on it. Thank you very much. Now you're free to go. We truly appreciate your time. Now, oh, I'm sorry. I might have lost internet connection. Sorry. So here now I would like to invite Iltuzir Asılbek. He's going to talk about the environmental indicators of the Republic of Kazakhstan. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to provide the presentation alive, so that's why we asked him to record a video where he would elaborate all of the details. However, you can still ask several questions because Asılbek is here and he would be able to respond to the questions that appear. Before we do that,
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Asılbek.
Several technical issues. Can you hear him? Could you please quickly respond?
Yeah, we do.
You do. Okay, great.
I would like to tell about environmental indicators of the Republic of Kazakhstan. Here you can see my contacts. The outline. First of all, we will mention air pollution throughout the country. Then we will discuss the ecology in the largest cities, starting from Almaty. After that, let's look at an example of a steel and mining company and summarize. Air pollution in Kazakhstan. According to numbeo.com, at the beginning of 2020, Kazakhstan ranked 26 in the air pollution rating. The higher place is the place in the rating, the more polluted the air. The pollution index was 75.15 units for the period from March 2020 to March 2021. Kazakhstan's position in the rating has changed for the better from 26 to 35. There is also a positive drop in the pollution index from 75.15 to 72.62. Almaty. During the lockdown period, the level of air pollution was significantly reduced due to a sharp reduction in traffic. In Almaty, the concentration of phenol has decreased 60 times, which is a direct result of a decrease in the number of vehicles in the city. Also, this time period provided an opportunity to essentially assess the terminal impact of CHPP2 and CHPP3 on the environmental situation in the city of Almaty. Previously, with an ordinary traffic flow, the degree of pollution from emissions from CHPP2 could not be determined due to their merger with emissions from cars and other types of transport. Below, I'm attaching a quote from the Minister of Ecology, Geology and Natural Resources of Kazakhstan, Magzum Mirzagaliev. Unfortunately, the ecological situation in the city is not improving. Over the past few months, we have come up with some pretty interesting data. As soon as the quarantine began in Almaty, we took advantage of the situation and carried out concentrated monitoring. In the course of this check, we came to some interesting facts. Firstly, we have always believed that the influence of CHPP2 is not that great. We have always frankly seen of vehicles, but in the process of quarantine, we saw that the influence of the lower part of the city is the Burnday area, right up to Tolebi Street, and if we move to the center of Seyfulin Street, this is the entire zone that is under the influence of CHPP2, said Minister. According to the approximate data of a study by the Ministry of Ecology, the share of vehicles in air pollution is 52%, and the share of thermal power plants is 48%. Respectively, it is also worth considering the impact on the ecology of the city from the private sector in the Almaty region, which is not supplied with gas. Nur-Sultan. The air pollution situation in the capital is much less dire. As you know, Nur-Sultan is largely less prone to emissions since there are much fewer manufacturing plants in the capital. The main part of the emissions in Nur-Sultan was vehicle emissions. The reduction in the flow of cars has led to a significant purifications of the air in the capital. And ArcelorMittal Temirtau. Regrettably, the reduction in traffic is the only factor in any way distinguishing the period of lockdown from ordinary times. All other industrial enterprises continue to function, which leads the continued air pollution in the Republic of Kazakhstan. The industrial city of Temirtau, which generates 24% of emissions throughout the country, which is 305,000 tons of industrial emissions per year. It's still an excellent problem of the country's ecology. The largest environmental pollution is the industrial metallurgical plant ArcelorMittal Temirtau, whose share of harmful emissions into the city is 80% every year in the activities of the AMT company, as an excess of the maximum domestic waste weather and a number of other offenses are recorded. For the revealed violence, the company pays to state small fine of up to 1.7 billion tenge every year. Kazakhstan's weak environmental legislation and low fines allow the company to continue to violate every environmental standards again. Thus, in September 2015, the company has fined 1.7 billion tenge in compensation for damage of the environment. On January 10, 2018, the metallurgical plant of the ArcelorMittal Temirtau company was fined 600 million tenge for harm the environment. In March 2019, ArcelorMittal Temirtau was fined 1.4 billion tenge. Air pollution in Temirtau has reached such a critical state that the so-called black snow periodically hovers in the air, a metal manifestation of emissions into the atmosphere. The management of the company, realizing the dissatisfactions of the city's residents, speaks in public space about a caring attitude to the city's ecology. CHPP-PVS and CHPP-2 and other facilities are planned to be connected to natural gas in or other to get away from fuel, oil and coal. This will significantly reduce emissions from power plants. Vadim Bassin, the executive director of ArcelorMittal Temirtau, said earlier, without naming specific terms for the transition, is in addition, AMT has coal mines and metallurgical plants in Karaganda, which also has a negative impact of the environment. Solution. Of course, such indicators of air pollution in the Republic of Kazakhstan cannot be considered normal at all and require serious intervention. The solution of the problem can be a widespread transition to natural gas and the so-called green energy. An example is the recent case from Germany, where a coal power plant in the city of Lünen was demolished. Germany plans to completely abandon the use of coal by 2038, which will have an extremely positive effect on the country's ecology. Also, it is necessary to tighten the sanctions policy against AMT, ArcelorMittal Demirtal, in order to force this company to accelerate the transition to natural gas, and additional measure to improve air quality in Kazakhstan can be the introduction of electric public transport, which we can already observe Almaty and Nur-Sultan as an experiment. Unfortunately, in our country, electric cars are not popular due to their high cost. While the final touch in the struggle for clean air should be the transition of the CHPP to gas supply. By following a plan like this, they could significantly improve air quality in no time. Output. After studying all the data on changes in the environmental situation in the country during the lockdown period, I came to the conclusion that the self-isolation regime for most of the society did not significantly affect the country's ecology. The reduction in traffic flow has certainly reduced the amount of emissions into the atmosphere. However, numerous industrial plants, metallurgical enterprises, thermal power plants, and many other types of industrial factories continue to have an extremely negative impact on the state of the environment in the Republic of Kazakhstan. And at the moment, there are no prerequisites for improving the environment to purify the air in large and industrial cities of the country. You need something more than a 3 months restriction of traffic flow. Here you can see a list of sources and used images. And thank you for attention.
Thank you very much for your video. Now, if you don't mind, I'm going to open up the presentation. So here you can find the contact of Asylbek, and in case you need, you can reach him through those contacts. So the first question is, looking at the experience of the other countries, how can the air pollution problems be addressed? Asylbek, I always ask.
Okay. Question was.
Here, Kristina Ryabova asks, looking at the experience of other countries, how can the air pollution problems be addressed?
So, experience of the other countries. In addition of the example of a CHP, it may be worth mentioning electric cars, which are quite widespread in United States. Most likely, over time, the production and costs of electric cars will become affordable for average citizens, which will solve the problem at a fairly significant level. Okay, so I think that's answer for your question.
Thank you very much. So the second question is, what is the best option of resisting air pollution in Almaty or even all Kazakhstan, in your opinion?
That's a good question. So according to my conclusions, the greatest damage to the environment is caused by CHP1 and CHP2. I believe that the transition from coal to natural gas will make significant changes.
So can you please name or list main reasons and consequences of the pollution very shortly, please?
Obviously, plastic waste has a pretty strong impact on air pollution, but nevertheless, the vast majority of air pollution problems are associated with CHP and cars. Okay, that's most short answer what I can give.
Sure, excellent. Thank you very much, Aslabek. I'm very sorry for hurrying you up, but we're very lacking the time. So thank you, Aslabek. Now you're free to go. If you have any questions or suggestions or recommendations, you can still email him. That's aslabek.iltazar@narhos.kz. Now I would kindly invite Kristina Ryabova to close up the student session with her topic, Space Technologies for the New Environmental Safety Case of Kazakhstan. Kristina, are you with us?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you very much. The floor is
I'm back. So my second topic is space technologies for environmental safety, and basically that's example of Kazakhstan. The next slide, please. So have you ever heard of space technologies application in Kazakhstan?
Yes. Yeah. Well, we have a mic on. We should have
yes, of course. That. Yeah. So let's start our discussion. You can see a content here, and I'll just skip this point. So please, the next slide. Okay, we have in Kazakhstan about 197 oil fields, and 80 are under development. Every day, we mine about 22,000 tons, and this amount of oil leaves the earth every day. As you can see from the graph, that's a scheme of oil mining process. Oil somewhere under the rock surface of the earth, and when we mine the oil, it creates empty spaces, or it's called voids, which are quite dangerous for the environment because the upper pressure still exists, but when we exclude oil from the earth, these voids are under the pressure, and the surface can just split down. The next, please. You can find many cases of such disasters in internet. Basically, they occurred on land and in the sea. From the last news which I found, there was an example of Russia, and there were a lake in Komi, and after the oil split, all the region environment was disturbed. In general, oil splits are dangerous because they cause water pollution, they kill animals, they kill agriculture, and we shouldn't forget about chemical pollution because it's harmful as for the health of the citizens, as for the nature in general. Next. Whether we will have a look at Kazakhstan, we will see that the problem is quite useful for our country. As you can see from the map, many oil fields are located on the coasts of Aral and Caspian Sea, and these regions are first as freshwater reserves of the earth in general, and oil mining in that locations increases the possibility of oil splits. As well, oil fields are located next to coasts, so the danger occurs not only for the land but for the lakes as well. As well, there is a problem of land desertification, and the global society is struggling with that issue, not only Kazakhstan. So there are at least 3 problems which can be addressed. Next one. I found quite interesting technology for addressing these problems. In 2010s, Kazakhstan introduced new technology of space monitoring. Basically, satellites, even now in online regime, they collect many photos from the surface of this region, and it helps to monitor desertification of the lakes. It helps to monitor process of reservoir filling and accidents in oil fields and oil pipelines. How it works? Basically, scientists compare a number of different images from the Earth's surface, and whether there is a tiny change, they immediately report to the spatial agencies. These changes on the land surface mean that voids or empty space in the Earth started to break down, and it creates a situation of emergency. After that, the mining process is stopped immediately, and it helps Kazakhstan. It helps our government in Kazakhstan to keep the safety and to keep our environment in a pleasant condition. So the technology was introduced by National Cosmic Research Center, and now it's in the process of development. Well, let's have a look at the ideas of further application of this technology. You can see my personal photo of Almaty, and in addition to Asselberg's topic, we can say that the problem of air pollution is quite significant now. Space monitoring really can help and reduce the air emissions. As well, it can be used for traffic control. Space technology can monitor traffic jams around the cities and help people to skip these ones. Well, one more thing that's sorry, can you turn back? Space for Citizens, that's a new program of the agency. That's quite fashionable now to use our mobile phones and run them to track our movements all the day long. And it increases the health level in the country, and it helps us to keep the nature. We stop using our cars and automobiles. We stop air pollution. Well, in conclusion, I just want to say that space is for nature, and in this way, space is for future. We should develop these technologies to keep our Earth and to give a chance for further generation to live in a healthy environment. Thank you for your attention, and I'll be happy to answer any questions if you have some.
Thank you very much, Christina. That was incredibly valuable. Here we have one question. How would it be possible, how possible it is to apply those opportunities in Almaty or Nur-Sultan?
Yeah, sure. So as I've said before, there is a huge problem, especially in Almaty, with traffic jams. And satellites can monitor traffic jams and control our traffic in the city. As far as you know, we have electronic system of control now, and it's connected with the local computers. However, whether we will build a direct connection with the space, it would be much more sufficient and even cheaper than it is now.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for your response. Well, to sum up all of the students' presentation, to be honest, I believe that Narcos University and Research Department are incredibly proud of all of you because we are incredibly fascinated with the quality of your works, with the quality of your papers and presentations, and the level of your English. I mean, that was amazing. Thank you very much. And we express our sincere appreciation for each of you, for your valuable assistance in the creation of the, let's say, scientific or per se research community at Narhoz University and in Kazakhstan in general. We wish you success in your further endeavors. So thank you once again. If you have any questions, you do know how to contact all of our students. You do know how to find them. Now I'm finishing the panel session for the students' work. Anel, a few words.
Thank you, Diana, for leading the moderation for the third part of our Global Partnership Day. It was really amazing. Thank you for students for their beautiful research in the field of SDGs and economics. It was really useful to know and interesting. Surprisingly, our students are doing very deep thoughts, deep researches, and I'm very proud of it. And I really wish our students the success in their future works, in their studies. Thank you once again. And dear partners, colleagues, participants and guests, let us also express our gratitude to your time, to your participation. And I would like to declare the end of the Global Partnership Day right now, but we are looking forward to welcome you tomorrow and day after tomorrow on our Global Development Day and Narhoz Green Day. It will be very also useful and interesting because we will raise more like sufficient problems that occurs nowadays. And please follow our social networks, our Instagram, Facebook, and LinkedIn to get to be informed about the news and of the upcoming events and to check the program. So have a really nice continuation of the day and take care of yourself. Thank you so much. Goodbye.
Thank you. Stay safe. Goodbye.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Thank you. Goodbye. Good luck.